Everybody, welcome to World Floorball Summit. It's going to be an interesting day full of interesting conversation, analysis, and of course top games at the end of the day. To start everything, I have Mr. Petri Jaakkonen from Eerikkilä, Managing Director, joining me here. We are at Eerikkilä, which is of course the home of the Finnish national teams, but what else is Eerikkilä exactly?
Well, first of all, welcome to Eerikkilä and World Floorball Summit. Eerikkilä Sport and Outdoor Resort. We are dedicated to our customers' well-being and success. National training center for two sports, floorball and football. Our area is 30 hectares. Our accommodation capacity is 570 beds. And we have 60,000 square meters built sport facilities.
And as you said, football and floorball being the main sports that you concentrate on. So if we go back a little bit, of course you have long traditions here in Eerikkilä, but why did you choose floorball as your strategic partner, so to say?
Oh, well, it's a good question. Did we choose or did they choose? I think that it's we need to be able to serve our customers. And I think that the customer experience is relevant, and I believe that it wasn't only us. I think that Floorball Association chose us, and we are really proud that we can today be a strategic partnership with the Floorball Association, and we do all we can to support the development of the game in Finland.
I was myself with the Finnish men's national team for 3 years, so I know exactly the importance of Eerikkilä to our top sports. As you said, you concentrate on well-being and high performance here for your customers, and the facilities, of course, are excellent. But what kind of cooperation is it when you work with floorball, if you like to a little bit compare to, let's say, football?
Well, I think it's pretty much similar, but to be honest, the floorball family is more flexible. It's a younger sport. They are more willing to try new things and develop new things, and I think it's that you can only lead the work and then also the atmosphere. And I think the work with the Football Association is fun, it's enjoyable. So that's, I think, the main difference. I don't say that it's not that with the more traditional sport, but it's there's many different angles. How we develop the players, how we develop the coaches, how we develop the facilities. And we also want to be good in when it comes to the world floorball. So that's why we are here today, to try to develop the game wherever it is played and will be played.
Yeah, I was going to say that this World Floorball Summit is a good example of the thinking behind the cooperation. How did you come up with the idea of this World Floorball Summit? This is now the second time it's been arranged.
I think that when you try to lift the top, it's only possible when you lift the bottom. So basically, to be able to create floorball and lift the top of the floorball as a game, you need to lift the bottom. And all we know has to be delivered to everyone who wants to be part of the sport. So I think mainly that's why.
This is a good day and a good example of that. We're going to have expert analysis of the game. As I said, we're going to have two top games from both women's and men's side. Super Cup for the first time is being played. As I said, we sort of piloted this summit last year, and now we have a Super Cup 2 games at the end of the day. What are your personal expectations from that?
Well, it's a great day. First of all, we have this street floorball finals played at the moment. We have this webinar. I think there are board members of associations and there are coaches in all levels. We have the top games in the evening. I hope that we can, together with the floorball family, create this as a one weekend event. Hopefully also next year we have more and more those people who are online at the moment, they would be also at Eerikkilä. We can share, our knowledge and information of how we develop the game in the future.
So, everybody at home and here as well, you can participate, you can ask questions, post your questions to the chat window, and if you're here at Erikkilä, you can just write down your question and then sort of lift the paper up, and Valtteri here will pick your question up and we will see how many we can fit in. Thank you, Petri. We will start the day with Kaarina Vuori, the president of the Finnish Floorball Federation. And if everything is working out correctly at this stage, we should also have Mr. John Liljelund joining us remotely at the moment, the Secretary General of the International Floorball Federation, among many other things. So, knowledge-based coaching in floorball is the topic. So, I leave the floor to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Oskari, and nice to be here. Nice to have all of you here present, and also those who are online at home. So here we are with John. Hello. To discuss a bit about knowledge-based management. For me, the importance of data-driven management became clear when I made my MBA studies on business development and leadership a couple years ago. And throughout the studies, it was proven that the old-fashioned, I think I know this, is not good enough in the modern world. So if you want to succeed, your decisions must be based on relevant knowledge and also on analytics. Okay, John, a couple words about the knowledge in general at first.
Well, I mean, if you have to define knowledge by a clearly scientific way, it's a question of facts, information, and skills acquired through some kind of experience or education, and the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject in general. And then, of course, it's very important to understand that in order to define knowledge-based management, it means that you have to be able to make a decision based on the correct information, which is acquired by analyzing the data you have. And it's also not only the awareness or the familiarity of the gain experience, but also the fact of a situation that you actually can understand. So traditionally in business, the knowledge-based management is quite often too easily seen as a support function, creating dashboards or reports as such. But in coaching, I think the more important part is to understand and see the different topics and issues that there are in the data and the data collection, and also to understand more about what's happening. So if you only look at one thing, you will only get an answer to one thing, and also then seeing the things. So Kaarina, but what do you think from your experience? What's the downsides of this when the analyst side is not properly used at all?
Yeah, I would say that the analysis part is very essential in the data-driven management. If you only use the reports and the dashboards, then you only see the history. And of course, it's also important to understand the causation behind the things. But this way, the diagnostics only gives the reason for what already has happened. It can be described like the look in the rear-view mirror. You only look backwards, not forward. Okay, but how to improve? What if the approach would be to turn the focus on the future? With analytics, this is possible. So instead, we should focus on what the analytics tells us. What can we learn to predict the effect of our actions and decisions? The predictive analytics, they means making forecast models based on historical data. So predictive analytics, they give us information what will happen, not on the behind, so looking into the future. And the algorithms, they are used in the predictive analytics. An example from the HR world, when given enough data about the sick leave, it's possible to predict the absences for the coming year. So that's very valuable in the business world. Or in the traffic, you can use predictive analytics to forecast when the train will come to the station. Then the algorithm, it will calculate the overall status of the train traffic, maybe the weather and other factors. And based on that, the algorithm will give a prediction of the arrival time. Okay, but let's go back to sports. Thinking about coaching, how can you reflect the predictive analysis there, John?
Well, if you only focus on one element of your game and analyze that and only reinforce that, you will not actually have the tools to react if the awful opponent would have read what you are trying to do or already figured out how to play against it. So the importance is actually to combine the prediction part, which is based on the analysis. So if you see, for example, Mika Palvalin will later during the seminar explain the analysis and the very interesting study he's doing on the way of forechecking and the difference between an initiative forechecking and a waiting forechecking and what the effects will be. But that doesn't itself only be the answer to anything. You still need to understand that what and how to use the information you receive. So understanding the general point of what you are analyzing and then gives you in knowledge-based management means that data analysis is striving to solve the question at hand. So the key here still is what data do you have and how can you easily analyze it? Okay, repetition of data. The more data you have, the more, so to say, the less there is the possibility of chance. And there also you can quite easily make analysis seeing, okay, if I open like this, I try to go through the right or I try to go through the left, then it will lead up to the fact that I will be in a situation where this and this happens. Okay, from there you can, in principle, with easy models, like quite easy models, calculate what the prediction would be for you to succeed. But the idea is that you don't necessarily in a game have the possibility. You can make a plan of how you're going to play, and you can have a plan of what you do if the opponent reacts in this and this way. But it will be much better if you can, so to say, foresee and see based on when you have played in a certain way, what has the opponents done, regardless if you're not looking at the one opponent, but see what they have done. And then, so to say, from there, combine an answer of how you should react and do it on the data. So to make the right decision, you need the right data, because data is always, and data collection is always steering you towards the answer you will get. But then, Karina, what kind of different types of sport data actually are there in the world?
Yeah. On the football side, we have Ville-Pekka Inkilä, who is the Finnish Football Federation's knowledge-based management specialist, and he has studied the subject a lot. And he defines sport data into 3 types. First, we have the load and recovery data. This measures, for example, the heart rate, the movement repetition, and the sleep data. Then we have the performance data. It can be divided into event data, meaning that the events on the field around the ball, and then to the exact location information of the players and the ball, so where exactly everyone is moving. And then third one is the practice data. And that means that what, how much, when have you been practicing? So storing that data is also very valuable. Okay, some insights on how to use this kind of information.
Well, first of all, Inkilä stresses in the article he wrote is often too easy to find truths in statistics, and which he actually calls data alchemy. And alchemy is, of course, the fact that the idea of how to try to create gold out of nothing. Statistics works quite well when you have reoccurring events. You can measure, so to say, how successful are you in passing, how successful are you in taking shots on goal, how successful are you in creating goal scoring opportunities and possibilities. So it's pretty easy when the data, there is one data point you are looking at, one factor of the game you are trying to analyze. The problem actually becomes a little bit more bigger when you are trying to find chains of data. So you want to see when you are, for example, trying to open the game, and you want to see what happens, what the players are doing, and connecting these data points together. And there, you so to say, you need then to be able to have more defined tools, more better tools, because otherwise there is an extreme amount of issues that needs to be calculated. So from my point of view, I would say it's an essential to combine the analyzed statistical data with other data you and your opponents from your opponent's teams. So for example, if you have an idea of how you're going to play when the series starts next weekend, or to the game today, how is, for example, TPS in the women's game going to open the game? As a TPS coach or a PSS coach in this case, the interesting is so to say to see, okay, in order to be able to combine the data we have of how we have opened, that's the rear view mirror perspective, we also need to look upon the fact that, okay, what does the opponent do? How do they react to our way of playing? And based on that, you need to analyze their game of what they do in what they are trying to do and what the reaction is. So you combined the events data. Okay, if you have movement data, if you have knowledge about your players' capabilities of running, passing, shooting, etc., you can combine these data and then start to build a map. But without analyzing, so to say, the opponent's performance and their way of playing and compare it with your own playing, and then building the ideas from there, you will have a quite difficult time, so to say, only by data analysis. And if you don't have ready-made ideas of what the reaction will be, it becomes a little bit problem. So here comes back to the knowledge management and knowledge-based management is the question of using data in combination with experiences, and then also, so to say, have the theoretical frame to analyze what will happen if I do like this, and what is the knowledge I have about that. Then, of course, in a game, a lot of different things can happen. The ball bounces, the player has to move the opponent's movements, etc., where, of course, the whole idea of using the three different forms of data is quite important to have that and to combine that. And of course, there are more and more analytical tools on the market. You can get, so to say, much faster by just using, even during the game, you can get much faster ideas. But it's still, I think Inkela's point is quite important, that you will find the truths in the statistics if you are looking for it. And the old, so to say, old term within internet computing called visivug, which is what you see is what you get, is very important to remember. But if we turn a little bit around, what kind of things can we then predict with data analysis in floorball, and what should we be looking for, Kaarina?
In team sports, there are so many changing factors that making exact statistical models to predict a single event during a floorball game is very, very difficult. The amount of data collected from team sports, it's only a small fraction of the events on the field. Inkela has made a comparison in football that you can compare the event data to a flashlight pointing to the ball. You can see the events within the beam, but outside the beam there is loads of information which is not recorded and not stored. And it's not taken in consideration in statistics. So that's why it's really, really difficult to look at or predict the exact what's happening. But however, the analytics, they can give insights, what is probable, what is actionable, and that can be very helpful. Most usually, the event data is used in situations which are typically very similar. For example, the header situations in football, or passes next to the opposite goal. In these types of situations, it is possible to make reliable models. And the data analysis, it's more and more used in sports in different forms. So let's take some examples from there. John, how can you use the data analysis to help you to win the game?
Well, an easy example, if its time is not an issue, but for example, if you do by using a tool, whatever kind of tool that actually records, so to say, the happenings on the field of play. Let's say that you are going to play in a playoff series or a one-off game like today. One way of doing that and trying to find the situation is, for example, to look and do an analysis of where are, so to say, the problems of the defending team, of your opponent. How do they defend? What formation are they using? How do they react to certain things? And then try to see where the opponents in previous game, just by using either from videos, or if you can get the data automated, then it would be much easier. But usually collecting the data as such from videos or spreadsheets or something, in order to be able to see, let's say, for example, if you come in from the right side, the opponent's left defender is reacting in a certain way when you enter or go over a certain line of defense. Or, for example, where is the spaces? How does for example, you come in from the right, how does the left forward, how does he react? Where does he or she play in relationship to where the ball is being carried? And then by having enough data points, looking by enough data points, you can start to build your own idea of where you can go in. Okay, then based on that, when you have a certain setup for how your team is playing and how you want them to play, then you can start to find the spots on the field where, so to say, is a trigger area where we should have a bigger possibility of actually being able to create a serious goal scoring opportunity. But then on the way, that's just one way. How do you, Kaarina, what do you think? What is the way then to utilize data analysis in regard of individual players?
In the professional sport, the data of players is example used for recruiting new players. This was first started in baseball, where the use of analytics in building teams became popular when a team with really small budget it was able to collect successful team, and their advantage was that the use of statistical player analysis instead of the traditional feeling-based selection. So they kind of prove that if you use analytics to choose the players to make a really good team, you can beat money in some cases. Traditional feeling-based selection, when combining the team, it's not good to use only that. Of course, you also have feelings and use those also, but the analytics can give a real advantage in the side. Then the coaches can get help from analytics in also choosing the team roster for the day based on their opponent, what kind of players would be successful against this team. But as we know, in floorball and in team sports, also in many factors have an effect. So in this case, when you think about the rosters, it's usually only you can use the analytics as a backup or addition to the decision making. It's not really wise to do the decision based only on those. And then another example about the prediction and players. One thing that is really common in the world nowadays, it concerns the injury prevention. So with analytics, it's possible to predict which players have higher risk to get injured on a certain way. And based on the analytics, then they can get some special training program to strengthen certain physics and therefore lower the injury risk. And this is, of course, very important for the team because when you have all the players that can be used, it's always better when you have a lot of injured players. So this gives a lot of value also. Okay, John, then how about training the team? How does that data analysis help with the practices?
Well, the same example as I just used, if you want to know where the trigger points are, where you want to go in, the idea is, of course, then to start training certain openings or certain defense formations so that you actually train against like the probability that you are trying to find a way of analyzing what we need to do, and then starting to change the approach of the practice in that way, so that you know what can be done. And here the importance is that you have to remember that the transition rate of what you practice into the games is not an automation. Just because you practice something, it doesn't happen. You don't get the whole line to do the same thing at the same time very easily. So therefore, it's important also to explain to the players that what we are trying to do and how we are trying to achieve certain things. But let's move into the last topic, which was the pitfalls of knowledge-based management. So Kaarina, how do you see that?
Yeah, the knowledge-based management, it can give a lot of opportunities, but without the understanding of the importance of the predictive analytics, it's not easy to collect the advantages. The first pitfall I would like to point out is the quality of the data. If the data is too old or too generic, it's not possible to do the prediction. For example, in a match, if you need the data how the opponent team is playing in order to solve how to break through their defense, it's not accurate enough if you know how teams in general build their defense, or even if you know how the team built their defense last season. So you must have recent and accurate data in order to make the predictive analytics. Then the second pitfall concerns the question setting. If you only focus on the problem in question and avoid looking at the bigger picture, then the problem that you're analyzing, it starts to affect or steer the results you will get. So therefore, it's very important to have different data sources in order to get a bigger overview of the situation. Okay, John, then something about external and internal data?
Well, I think the most important thing is that internal data is easy to collect. It's easy to manage. You have a lot of times when you can get it, so you can get a lot of internal data. The problem with internal data is that it's only telling you what you are. It's more a review mirror of way of looking upon it. I think this example will be quite clearly visible in the examples that Mika Palvalin will provide you later in the seminar. The focus, of course, is when you have external data, is also not only that you can start looking into the crystal ball, you can start looking in what is the probability of us being possible to do something and create something here, and how do we change it. And therefore, like data collection also during games is very important, and the fact of the analytical tools to use that to create that data into more so to say more tangible ways of looking of how you can done. But here is also very important what the attitude of the coaching team is to data collection, analytics, and the thing you get out of it. Because there are quite many who say, oh yeah, I know that, I have seen it. So if we go from there, Kaarina, what do you think about this?
Yeah, well, in order to use the knowledge of the knowledge-based management, the coaching team must be open to develop their ways of work and also willing to develop and adopt new things. It's not possible to take the advantages if your decisions are based on feelings, if you're thinking about professional guesses, if you only use the faith that I know how this works, so then it's not possible. This kind of culture must be changed first. And usually it's done by showcasing the benefits of predictive analytics. So that's one pitfall you can fall into. And then another one, it's in coaching, it's also having too narrow angle. If you only analyze the factors that you are building your own game on, then you will only have answers on that. And in this case, you don't get any answers how the opponent has reacted to them. And that's pretty important factor also. So you also have to have different angles. Okay, any other pitfalls, John?
Well, I would say that Bogart said in one movie, it takes two to tango. And you have to think about the fact that there is always two teams playing a game. So the analysis must be based on both of them and understanding of in order for you to be able to enhance your own game and making it better, you need to understand what the opponent is trying to do, what it's doing, and how it affects your team and where the pitfalls for you are. So also the question is, of course, then that there is this risk of over managing the situation based on what data knowledge you have. But the analysis requires, I think that's the important learning point. It's not enough to just know what data there is, but it's also learning how to transform the data into actions and tangible actions, separating the important pieces of information and then packing it up, because there is so much information available. You can collect so much information, and if you have analytical tools, so you do movement data, you will be overflown. So then to find the real importance and flow the information to the team in order for them to be able to transition it on the field of play. I think that is maybe the key learning, and also the importance of understanding of how to use knowledge-based data and information in managing a coaching team.
Yeah, in the end, I would like to stress the three things. First, distribute the information about knowledge-based management and predictive analytics. Then second, start to collect the data systematically. That's almost the most important thing. And then make sure you have skillful technology partners to help you to analyze the data and make predictions. And this way, I think there is a good way for success. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Kaarina. John, I actually have a couple of questions for you. You mentioned having an open mind being, of course, an important thing. How often do you think that is a problem when you approach us coaches, because we always know everything anyway?
Well, I think coaches are someone that you really have to persuade. You have to to get the message clear. But that is one really real challenge. Or what would you say, John?
Yeah, I would say the number of coaches who have said that, yeah, but I know it, and I don't trust data, or the data is wrong. That would be the best.
And of course, you yourself haven't ever done that. I mean, I know you coached for, 30 years or something, among many other things. How have things changed in your coaching if you look at all the analysis and all the data you can nowadays have that maybe you didn't have in the 1990s?
But probably the number of mistakes made before you had more data was much huger. But the basic experience of data use was with the women's national team for the World Football Championships in Borlänge in '99, when we, with the coaching team, with Mika Muukkonen, the head coach, and Risto Talonen and Atte Juuti, we actually decepted Sweden and Switzerland so carefully that we actually knew everything. We had watched all the games possible, and based on that, maybe that gave me the learning that you can never have too little data and look too little about what the players are doing. But I mean, with the data today and with the possibility of getting it in seconds, it has changed the whole thinking way.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Kaarina. Very interesting topic, of course. And now just a reminder that you can participate, just ask questions, post them in the chat window if you're at home, at the office, or if you are here present at Eerikkilä, you can just write it on a piece of paper and find a way to deliver it to Valtteri here. Our next topic is physical game analysis, and we will have Mr. Marko Haverinen here, Director of Testing Lab of Varala High Performance Training Center. So if I can have Marko up here joining me, and that will be the next topic of the day. Hello, Marko, and welcome. Physical game analysis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eerikkilä High Performance Training Center, and also, of course, Floorball Federation for the invitation. I appreciate it. Just going through the next slide. Is it here on the right? No. Green. So this one. Here. Okay. Great. So we're going to talk about physical game analysis in floorball. This is part of the bigger work we have been doing with the Finnish Floorball Federation. We have done a larger work concerning physical needs analysis in floorball. And in that work, we are going to talk about first the developmental stage of floorball, how the trends of physical qualities have changed in Finnish floorball national team, what are the interactions between physical qualities and key performance indicators. And we also interviewed the floorball coaching network, what is their view of physical demands in floorball. And we are going to talk about, in this larger work, about the physical game analysis, of course, but also the physical qualities of players and how they interact and how they connect also to the training load of the whole season. In this presentation, we are going to concentrate on the physical game analysis. And this has been done in cooperation with the Eerikylä High Performance Training Center and Finnish Floorball Association, as well as Varala High Performance Training Center and Tampere Sports Academy. Yes. And University of Jyväskylä, Polar, Finnish High Performance Institute, KIHU, and of course F-League, which is the highest elite level of Finnish floorball series. And about this presentation, this is actually a master's thesis of Jiri Kirsilä, so if I say something funny, you can blame Jiri for this. No, exactly, we are doing great cooperation with Jiri and also the expert here in Eerikylä, Elisa Hakamäki, who has also been a part of this work. But as I said, Jiri is doing his master's thesis about this study in University of Jyväskylä. We are going to go through shortly the introduction, methods, results, and discussion. So basic scientific research, sort of say. First, introduction. So the Finnish Floorball Association, there was a necessity to update the physical needs analysis in floorball. As you know, floorball has changed quite a lot in the past couple of decades, and maybe the previous physical needs analysis have been done also in a couple of decades ago, so there's a necessity to update the physical needs analysis. We're going to measure things. This is nice how the previous presentation combines to this one, because we are going towards the knowledge-based leading in Finnish Floorball Association, as well as evidence-based coaching in floorball, and we're trying to figure out, is the floorball game the way we think it is? So we're measuring things and we are looking at the facts and data, how we see the floorball game in 3 different levels. So the purpose of this study was to investigate the differences and connections between external and internal load in competitive floorball match between U18, U21 and men in elite level, period by period. And first research question we had was that does the external and internal load differ between the levels of play? So is there a difference between U18, U21 and men in these measures of external and internal load? And the next one, are there differences in external and internal load between periods, period 1, 2, and 3 in these levels? And finally, what is the relationship between internal load and external load? We will go through what exactly the external and internal load means. Well, shortly about the methods we used. We measured U18, U21 and men in the highest level of play, Finnish Championships series. And we had 8 participants in all of these levels. And of course, meaning that the defenders, wingers and centers, there were not so many that we could actually measure the differences between playing positions. So we only measured the differences between those levels, U18, U21 and men. And in U18 we measured 9 games, U21 6, and in men 12 games altogether. We used Polar Team Pro system, so measuring external load. Of course, Polar Team Pro is GPS-based system, but indoors we use the IMU sensor with accelerometer, gyroscope and magnetometer to measure the movement of the players. And also this system measures the internal load, so heart rate basically was used for that. And data collection, we measured the whole game, but we paused the recording after each period. So only the period 1, 2 and 3 were measured. And we get quite a lot of data for these 3 levels. We took the whole game, of course, with summing up those periods, but we also look at the period 1, 2 and 3 separately. And about the variables, external load and internal load variables. Here you can see the external load variables. In the upper part of this slide, there's a velocity zones used in floorball. So from 1 to 5, 1 being very slow speed running, from 3 to 10 kilometers per hour. Number 2, slow speed running, 10 to 14. 3, moderate speed running, 14 to 18. 4, high speed running, 18 to 25. And finally, very high speed running area number 5 is over 22 kilometers per hour. So how many distance in meters the players covered in these speed areas. And also we measured the total distance in meters, average distance, describing more of the intensity, how many meters the player traveled during the game per minute he played, maximal speed, average speed, and also sprints. Number of sprints, meaning that how many sprints were there in a period 1, 2, 3, and altogether in a game. And the limit was 22 kilometers per hour. And then also the external load variables include accelerations and decelerations. Accelerations in 4 different categories and also decelerations in a low, intermediate, high, and maximal accelerations and decelerations. You can see the thresholds over there from 0.5 to 1 was the low acceleration or deceleration, intermediate 1 to 2, high 2 to 3, and maximal acceleration and deceleration was 3 meters per second square. So how many visits in those areas? And about the internal load, we used heart rate, of course, and in Polar system there are 5 different categories in Polar heart rate zone areas. First, very light, 50 to 60% of heart rate maximum. Light 60 to 70, moderate 70 to 80, hard 80 to 90, and finally 90 to 100% of heart rate maximum was the area number 5. And of course, minimum, average, and maximum heart rates were recorded, and calories also estimated through the system. So those are the variables we collected. Quite important thing is the exclusion of the games. So the criteria in that was developed in 2 stages. Stage number 1, there were a group of experts from Finnish Floorball Federation that choose those games. They have to be competitive games with high demand of floorball. And basically the games were in the last part of the regular season, so not in the first half of the season, but mainly in the later part of the regular season, meaning that there's a more competitiveness in those games, probably. And important thing also was that the goal difference between teams was 3 or less when coming to the 3rd period. So it was a tight game it was a high competitive level and at the end of the regular season. And after that, we did another filtering individually, so the players has to play the whole game, and he has to also play at least 4 shifts in each period. So that was the main thing. Of course, we didn't take overtime or shootouts. We only take the regular playing time for those players. And now the main thing, results. First we're going to look at the differences in external and internal load between the levels of play. So whole game in U18, U21 and men, what's the difference? Actually, there were not so many statistically significant differences. Calorie consumption was the only one if we take that p-value 0.05 is the statistically significant limit. So as you can see, the men consumed more estimated energy during the whole game compared to U21 and U18. We can also check the statistical p-value of 0.05 to 0.1, which is not exactly significant, but it might be important when concerning practical applications and the actual coaching. So in that sense, there were another weak differences in heart rate zone 4. The men spent more time in this high intensity heart rate zone compared to U21 and U18. And also the distance covered in speed zone 5. So the high intensity speed in speed zone 5 was higher in men compared to U18 and U21. So it seems that the physical demands of high competitive level is higher in men compared to U18 and U21, both intensity and volume. So next one, if we look at period by period, so on the left you can see there's a U18, U21 and men in period 1, in the middle period 2, and on the right side period 3. And if we look at the period 1, what kind of differences are there where they're not so logical and there are not so many statistical differences? Maybe the one important notice is that the maximal speed and also the distance in zone 5, even though they are not statistically significantly different, you can see that men covered more distance in speed area, high intensity speed area number 5 compared to U21 and U18 in period 1. Period 2, same trend continues. Men and U21 had higher maximal speed compared to U18. This was the same in period 1 also. And the same trend continues. Men covered more distance in the high intensity speed running in period 2 compared to U21 and U18. In period 3, there seems to be additional differences. The difference in maximal speed continues. Men achieve more maximal speed compared to U18 and U21, and distance in high intensity speed running area is higher compared to U21 and U18. But also in distance in speed zone 4 is also higher. So it seems that men can produce higher maximal velocities compared to U18 and U21. And when it comes to period 1, period 2, and period 3, it pronounces. So it seems that men travel more distances in high intensity areas already in period 1, but it is more pronounced in period 2 and period 3, especially in period 3. Next one, if we look at the periods in that level of play, so within that certain level of play, we only look at on the left side U18, period 1, 2, and 3, in the middle U21, period 1, 2, and 3, and finally on the right side men, period 1, 2, and 3. What's the difference within the level of play? Well, U18, quite interesting exactly, is this that the average heart rate actually decreases from period 1 to period 2 and 3. And at the same time, we can see that the distance covered in the low intensity heart rate zones and low intensity acceleration, deceleration zones increases. So this is quite interesting. U18, their internal load decreases, and it is connected to the increasing intensity in low intensity zones. So this might be something to look at more when we look at the younger players. At least in this study, they were not able to generate high intensity towards the end of the game, and their internal load decreased also. Looking at U21, it's more or less the same. It's a bit more towards the men, but the basic thing is the same concerning that the low intensity increases towards the end of the game. But you can see that in speed zone area 5, there's an increasement. So it's the same but different. The low intensity increases towards the end of the game, but also the high intensity increases towards the period number 3. But when we look at the men, it's a bit different, to be exact. You can see that the time spent in the high intensity heart rate zones increases. The time spent also in the high intensity speed areas increases. Well, also the low intensity efforts in accelerations and decelerations increases. But it's a bit different compared to U21 and U18. The low intensity efforts increase as in U18, but the most important difference is that the time spent in the high intensity heart rate zones and speed zones increases for men. And it can be seen also not only the intensity but also the volume. Also the volume of total distance covered increases towards the end of the game. In the first period it was 1,300 meters, second period 1,400 meters, and final period almost 1,600 meters. So the total volume increases in men towards the end of the game, and also the low and high intensity efforts increase. So it seems to be a bit different compared to U18. Then, looking about the high and maximal accelerations and decelerations, here you can see that, this gray column is U18, this light gray is U21, and this black column is men. You can see that for men there seems to be high amount of high and maximal accelerations compared to U18 and U21, even though this is not statistically significantly different. But what was statistically significantly different was the amount of high accelerations compared to high decelerations. So in the middle, you can see that the amount of maximal decelerations is much more higher compared to maximal accelerations. So this is quite important notice that the floorball might be more of a deceleration sport involving eccentric muscle contractions compared to acceleration sport. We can discuss this more in the conclusions. But that was main finding here. And finally, the relationship between internal and external load. This is the correlation matrix between those external and internal variables. If we look at the correlations between external load, so the movement compared to the internal load, heart rate variables, here you can see are highlighted the correlations that occurred at least in 2 levels. So U18, U21 men, at least 2 levels of correlations occurred in these cases. And what was the most interesting finding, it's quite natural, is that the heart rate average and heart rate maximum was well correlated with the external load of, for example, maximal speed sprints and speed in distance covered in speed areas 4 and 5. So, meaning that the more you take sprints with higher velocity, the more you run in high speed areas, the higher your maximum heart rate and average heart rate is. So no big surprise, but nice to see that it happens. Then if you look at the correlation matrix with only one correlation, so only U18 or 21 or men, then we can see that this is quite interesting finding that in men there seems to be higher correlation between internal and external load compared to U18 and U21 when it comes to spending time in the high intensity heart rate zones. So for men, the more they spend time in high intensity heart rate zone number 3 and 4, the more they also covered for total distance during the play, and the average speed was higher, and also the number of deceleration and accelerations were higher. And this was not so pronounced in U18 or U21. So at least for men, external and internal load with high intensity and high volume seems to be correlated quite nicely. Here you can see exactly how many correlations there were. For U21 and men, there were almost 60 significantly correlated between internal and external load, and for U18 it was only 16 pieces. So finally, discussion. I will go through the main conclusions for this study. If we look at the differences between the total game, between the levels of play, it seems that the volume was higher for men compared to U18 and 21 when it comes to energy consumption. So higher volume, this might describe the higher volume men achieved during the whole game. But also intensity, seems that the men achieved higher intensity in heart rate zones and also the speed zones compared to the U18 and U21. So meaning that the demand of the play when concerning physical qualities is higher for men compared to those U21 and U18 groups. Not a big surprise, as I said. When it comes to the periodic differences, there were not so logical differences, but the most important thing was that men achieved higher maximum velocities and higher amount of work in the high intensity speed area in period 1, period 2, but especially in period 3. So it seems that the physical demands of the play are higher in men, especially towards the end of the game. And finally, when we look at the differences between period 1, 2, and 3 within the level of play, there seems to be more correlations, statistical differences. And it seems that for men, the volume increases towards the end of the game, and also the low and high intensity efforts increase towards the end of the game. And this was not seen in U18 or U21. On the contrary, in U18, the intensity shifted more towards the low intensity areas, and also the internal load heart rate dropped down towards the end of the game. So there's a big difference what we saw in U18 and men. An interesting comparison, in Sweden, Wedin and Henriksson have studied that floorball game involving interval type of intensity, it induces muscle damage in heart muscle, and if we look at this study, it might be more provoked in men than U18 at least. Then, this is quite important notice that it seems that the amount of maximal decelerations was statistically significantly higher compared to maximal accelerations. So is it so that floorball as a team sport is more of a deceleration sport involving eccentric muscle actions compared to the acceleration-based concentric actions? And what it means to training, that's the most important thing. Well, previously, Kati Pasanen et al. Colleagues in 2008 have studied, I'm sure you're familiar with this study, they have studied that implementing neuromuscular training in warm-up decreases injury risk in floorball. So I think that this current study adds value to this previous study in a way that there seems to be high amount of eccentric muscle actions in floorball game, and you have to train those. You have to train to be able to produce those eccentric forces during the game. Well, high intensity as well as low intensity external and internal load variables are interconnected, especially in men, as we saw. And why is it not so in U18? Is it that in U18 the level of physical, technical or tactical qualities are not so high level that they can produce high external workloads during the game? This is something that I think we need to discuss. But in men, it seems that there's a clear emphasis of high amount of correlations between high intensity as well as low intensity, but especially high intensity and volume related variables connected to internal load. For example, we saw that the time spent in heart rate zones 3 and 4 was correlated for the amount of work or volume done, and also the high intensity actions done in a game. Of course, we have to think about causality. What is the chicken and what is the egg? Is it so that by improving those speed, strength, and power characteristics, you can improve your neuromuscular performance and ability to produce high-intensity actions in a game, and it reflects the physiological response, so higher internal load? Or is it other way around, that by improving aerobic and anaerobic endurance, you can improve your cardiopulmonary performance and you are able to maintain those high-intensity actions during the game, and this reflects to higher intensity external load? Which way is it? Of course, always the correlations are both ways, and it seems that the external and internal load are interconnected, so you have to improve those physical qualities in a vast major of that spectrum. And also recognize the individual differences. Some athletes might be more speed type of athletes. They might have to improve those endurance capacities, and some athletes are more endurance type athletes, and maybe those athletes have to improve those speed and strength capabilities. Well, final slide, take-home message or practical applications. Not a big surprise, but it seems that you have to improve physical qualities. And I think that by improving physical qualities progressively from youth to adulthood, you can improve also the potential to improve the game performance itself. And you can, in that way, overcome the increasing physical demands when it comes to elite floorball game. You have to improve both strength, speed, and power, but also the aerobic and anaerobic endurance characteristics. And this is quite important. Notice that we saw that the decelerations were much higher compared to maximum accelerations. So you should address this in the training. You should improve your eccentric force application by doing plyometric training, deceleration skills, also body control and movement skills, change of direction, speed and technique, and way of improving the eccentric strength overall. So this is quite important notice, I think, practical application from this study. And the other one is that you should train the way you play. We saw that in men, the amount of work volume increases to the end of the game. Also, the low and high intensity efforts increase to the end of the game. So you should design those floorball sessions to imitate these physical demands of floorball game by increasing the duration of high intensity efforts towards the end of the training session. What it exactly means is that, well, in the larger work, we are going to address this, how to design those floorball sessions, but from this study it seems important to notice that you should maybe start from speed or lactic speed endurance towards the lactic speed endurance towards the end of the floorball training session. So you can shift from the neuromuscular system to the lactic energy pathway and all the way to the aerobic energy metabolism pathway towards the end of the training session. All right, bunch of references for those who are interested, and thank you, and thanks for our partners as well.
Thank you. We actually have a question from Australia, from P. He is asking that, is there any data about players who play both in the youth teams and in the men's level? And if so, do they sort of play with higher intensity in the men's game, or do they perform at the same level?
That's quite an interesting question. We did have players who played at least in the U21 and men, but we didn't exactly look at the differences. That might be one interesting aspect to do.
I know you guys love guessing. Yeah. We concentrated on data, but any educated guesses there?
Yeah, well, I think that the players usually, they reach the end of the level of the game. So if the game invites you to produce more power, produce more speed in high-intensity training efforts, if the player is able, if his physical qualities is possible to use those physical qualities in a men's level, then I think the player might be able to reach to the level of the game.
It sort of raised to the level of the intensity. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Marko. Thanks. We move on to the next subject, and we will have Mr. Miikka Palvalin up here next, and the next topic will be elements in floorball game analysis. And Miikka is postdoctoral researcher of Tampere University. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Oskari. It's great to be here. Yeah, I'm a researcher in Tampere University of Technology, but I'm also coaching in Salibändi Club Classic and also in the Finland men's under 23 national team as well. What I mean by saying that it's great to be here is that this year I'm present here. Last year I also gave presentation in this World Summit, but this year when I'm here, I'm able to see all your expressions and see if you are able to learn anything new from this presentation. And why that's important and how that relates to my presentation, elements in floorball game analysis, is that having presentation online, when you see only your own screen, you don't see audience at all, is pretty much as coaching the floorball without knowing the game analysis. Because when I'm giving the presentation online, I can see only my own screen. I don't see any of your expressions. I might know afterwards that maybe it went quite good. I didn't freeze or anything like that, but I don't know your expressions and if you learn anything. And it's pretty close to the coaching without knowing or doing the proper floorball game analysis, that you know what actually works in the game and what not. Okay. So it's a bit tricky one here. Here is also another metaphor for this coaching or playing floorball without knowing the game analysis or doing it. You might know what works in the game. You probably know all the big things that you should attack here and shoot there and something like that. But you can't know for sure. The picture might not be clear or at least crystal clear for you. And with help of research and studying the game, of course, it can be done in many ways. In here, it has been done using the analytics and statistics. But we get to know better what actually works and especially find the small differences between the options. For example, where to lose the ball. Is it better to just mispass it or shot to the block or even pass the goal or anything like that? I will return to this later in this presentation, and you can see there is not too big differences in this, but the small details or small difference might be enough, and that might decide if the game is won or not. Okay, so the elements in the floorball game analysis is what I have been done in a collaboration with Finnish Floorball Federation, and by analyzing the 6-team international games last autumn from these top 4 teams in their EFT tournament and the World Cup as well. Also some practice matches between Finland and Sweden as well. We divided these findings to 4 different categories based on the phases of the game. So first one is attacking. I'm going to return to this topic later in this presentation. The other one is defending. These are pretty common as well. I will also return to this in the later part of this presentation. Then we have these transitions or counterattacks. One is negative transitions. So the situation when we lose the ball and the other team is going to get or at least might get option to counterattack. And example here, for example, what is the situation for this negative transition and what is the end result? And we asked this also from the coaches a couple of years ago, 1.5 years ago, from the professional coaches in Finland, what they think would be good or least bad option to lose the ball. And many of them said that misplaced pass is the most dangerous way of losing the ball, because that's pretty common idea that it gives a pretty dangerous option for counterattack by misplacing the pass. But based on this analytics and data, it turned out that the most dangerous way of losing the ball is the loss of possession. So after, for example, one-on-one duel or something like that, you lose the ball, and in that starting situation, the opponent gets to start a counterattack. So in those cases, which were 301 in this data set, 21.3% of the situations ended up that shot for the counterattacking team. So there were around 20%, 21.3% of times these counterattacks led to a shot for the counterattacking team. And comparing to these misplaced passes, which coaches thought that might be the most dangerous way of losing the ball, only 17.2% of the times the situation ended to the shot for the counter-attacking team. So there are differences not too big, but in this scale, there is still like 4% of change, and that might be something to think when you're coaching, that if you're like encouraging your players to just not to lose the ball, or just try the bit harder pass, if, for example. Of course, there are situations. Here is all misplaced passes. There are different types of misplaced passes. There are, of course, more dangerous passes than the others, and there's options for more dangerous counterattacks as well in those passes. But this is still something pretty interesting finding from this analysis. Okay, and the last one of these 4 phases of the game is the positive transitions. So the counterattacks that we get for our own team. And here we tried to analyze and find which one of these first actions happening right after we get the ball is the best or leads the best result of that counterattack. So the options were like the first player who got the ball, he could do a short pass, long pass, or move with the ball, and maybe then pass, or depending on the situation. But he started to move with the ball. And as you can see, the short pass was the most common way of these options, but only 15.6% ended up for a shot. And for the long pass, the percentage improved a lot. 20.4% of the shot of the counterattacks ended up as a result a shot. And when the player started moving with the ball and then did something with the ball, the result was 24.8% of times a shot. So you can see there's quite significant difference between these 3. Of course, it all depends on the situation and which one of these is the best situation. But it looks like, at least, that if you're able to move with the ball and you have like space to go, free space to go, you should probably do it. Okay, about the attacking, here is one interesting result from this analysis. It's a goal scoring effectiveness. And here we have compared these top 4 teams, national teams, based on this scoring effectiveness, based on shooting percentages. So Finland, Sweden, Switzerland, and Czech, from last autumn international games between these 4 countries. And as you can see, the shooting percentage, which is like counter from the saving percentage, is that Finland was able to, all of their shots on goal, 27% of them went in. For Sweden, 20%, Switzerland 18%, and Czech 22%. So you can see Finland was by far the best team at shooting. Their shooters were best, and they got 27% of the shots on goal went actually to the goal. And as you can see, the Switzerland is the bottom here, only with 18% of the shots going into the goal. And there is quite big difference here. Might be one result or reason why they had difficulties, for example, winning that semi-final game in the World Games against Sweden. They were controlling the ball and the game as well, but they weren't able to score the goal. And this might be one result because their shooting percentage is not that good. And it might be, of course, there is only like 6 or 8 games between this team in this data set. So it could be something else, but it could also indicate, at least if I would be the coach of Team Switzerland, I would look our players that if they are not that good at shooting, and maybe that could be something to focus in the future. But what about save percentage? Finland 83, Sweden goalie 74, or goalies together. Switzerland 62 and Czechs 89, pretty good for the Czechs. So here is the saving percentages for each of these teams in the matches together. And as you can see, the Switzerland once again is the bottom of the four, and actually in quite large margin even for the Sweden, there is like 12% of difference between these two teams, and all over 20% this is to Finland, and even more for the Czechs. So it might be pretty difficult to win the games if your shooting percentage is very low and your saving percentage is also very low. We could also sum these, like shooting percentage plus saving percentage, and combine those two as sum and see what is the like expectation for these two and how these two perform together. And as we can see, the Finland and Czechs are leading. They are above 100, quite large margin as well. And once again, the Switzerland especially is very low, and this also sums up that it's very difficult to score if your shooting percentage and also the saving percentage is very low. But what is the reason behind this? What is the ability of these four teams to create shot from organized attacks? So how many percentage of these organized attacks end up a shot? It doesn't have to go on goal, but it was a shot. So we can see that it's pretty even between Finland and Sweden, or it's actually even between Finland and Sweden, and pretty close to Switzerland, who is leading this section. And for the Czechs, they are a bit behind on this. So maybe we could say that Switzerland is the best one, creating opportunities. Maybe not that quality opportunity, but at least some level of opportunities. Best team to create the good scoring chance from this organized attack. And Czechs might need to do something to improve this to get on the level of the other players or other teams. But we can see that for the Switzerland, it's not the problem here to be able to create the shot from organized attacks. It might be something else. And here is also the probability to get shot towards a goal. So all the shots taken and how many percentage of those goes towards goal. So is a goal or is saved by the goalie. And as we can see here, actually the Switzerland is best of those teams to get the shot on goal. So they are actually pretty good on creating those scoring chances and then get the shots on goal, but still their shooting percentage is not that good. So it might be actually the actual quality of shots or quality of players taking the shots. It might be, for example, that the best shooting options goes to the players that are not the best shooters in the teams. And for example, in Finland, it might be otherwise around. That only the best players take the majority of the shots. Okay. For the last topic is the defending side. And we decided to take here the initiative for checking, which means that the forechecking team is the active in that it gives the pressure to the opening team, attacking team, that they need to do something with the ball or otherwise they'll lose it. They make them open the game and start playing with the ball. They can push it with the one player, two player, whatever, but it's that the main thing is that they are initiative in their forechecking. Okay, how did the game end up after this initiative forechecking? Here you can see the four options for what could have happened in the initiative forechecking. The first option is the shot for the attacking team. They were able to came out of the pressure and get the shot. The second one is that the ball possession stays with the attacking team. They don't lose the ball, but they don't get the shot. The third one is the ball possession for the forechecking team. So the other team is able to get the ball. Team that is initiative in the forechecking. The fourth one is the shot for the forechecking team. So not just that they get the ball, but they are also able to get the shot to the other goal. And the last one is the forechecking team. Yeah, they get the ball, but they also lose it immediately or right after that, which also creates like counter attacks. And here you can also see how many times this happened, and what is the also the percentage of these 5 options. And as you can see, the most common option or the result is that the ball possession stays with the attacking team, which is 27% of the times. And if you combine that with the first one, shot for the attacking team, you see that the 52% of the times the ball stays with the attacking team, and 48% times the forechecking team gets the ball. So is this good or bad? It might be good or it might be bad. This doesn't tell enough, I think. 48% doesn't say too much, and the shot for the attacking team is better than shot for the forechecking team as a result. But what is interesting, this is from the international games, and from the F-Liga games, it actually goes in other way around. And in F-Liga, the forechecking teams was able to get to the ball like 58% of the time. So they get ball much more than in the international games. So there might be something. It might be not that bad, actually. Of course, currently, most of the teams are initiative in the forechecking when they are losing, like in the third period. But of course, some teams, some players, some lines can be also active in the early in the game as well. And compared to the waiting type of forechecking, these are like in this data set like 300 times where the other team initiative, and when they were waiting, it was like 1,200 times. So it was like 4 times more often the team is waiting and not initiative. You might also have recognized this when watching the international games. It's quite common that the other team is just playing the ball in their own field and maybe not even trying to attack, and the game is quite slow paced and maybe even boring for the spectators to see that the defenders are passing the ball with each other. Okay. But how to make this analysis, all these 4 dimensions and many others that we have found in doing the analysis, is that we need to use the data. And I'll give you an example how our under-20 national team used this data, and especially this initiative forechecking, because we got this as one of our goals for this summer. We had like 4 events, and this was on our goal, or one of our goals in each of these games we played this summer, and what was the result in there. But to give you an example, what is this initiative forechecking? Once more, here is one of our best executions of this against Sweden development team in this Valmiera tournament a couple of weeks ago. I go this through like twice. Okay, once more. Not that direction. No. This is very tricky. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, here you can see our actually our wingers are very active here, doing the initiatives. First the right winger, then the left, and then the right one again, and then we were able to push the Sweden team to their own end of the field and also get the ball and actually create pretty good scoring option. We didn't have like any specific way of doing this. The Lions were able to create the best way for them to do this. But here you can see that we try to be active and initiative as well. So how did it go? Yes, now it works. So here is the data that we collected from our games this spring. It starts here on the left side when we played the first time against Finland men's team 3 times in a row, 3 following days. Then we got one game against Germany and then also Switzerland under 23 team. And then we have this last 3 games in Valmiera tournament where we played against Sweden under 23, Switzerland under 23 and Latvian men's team. And here you can see the numbers and that for example in the first game we were like 19 times active in that game or initiative in the forechecking. In the second game 14 times and so on. So we were pretty initiative in all of these games except for the Sweden team, or we were actually in those one as well, but more about that on later on. But we were pretty good and succeeded well in our first goal just to be initiative in the games. But what is our success in these games? The green color in the below is that we get the ball. So for example, in the first game, we got the ball in 53% of the times. And the second one, the orange color, is that the ball remains with the opponent team, attacking team. In the first game, it was 37% of the time. And the red color is how many percentages the opponent team was able to get a shot. So they got away from our pressure and were able to get the shot. And as you can see, almost all the games we are pretty good getting the ball, except the second game against the Finland and second game in Latvia against the Switzerland under 23 team. In those games, the opponent was able to get the shot on around 45% of the times, which is not very good, and we needed to react on that even during the game. But in the other games, we were pretty good shape, I think. But one might still consider that it might be tricky or even too brave to be initiative early in the game because it's higher stakes and higher risk, maybe higher reward as well. But here is the comparison between initiative and waiting for checking. So here up you can see from our team perspective, under 23 was initiative in the first game against Finland men. We are 53% of times able to get the ball, 37% of time they were able to keep the ball, and 11% of time they were able to get the shot. So 53% we get the ball. Might be good, might be not that good, you might think. But if you compare that to that we were waiting, staying in our waiting for checking around 60% of the time or 60% of level in the field. So in those games, on those situations that we were waiting, we got ball only on 34% of time. So actually, this initiative for checking seems to be pretty good actually compared for this waiting option. And especially if you look at this amount of shots they were able to get, like 38% of time when we were waiting, it doesn't look actually that good at all. So only in this match with this data, actually it was better for us to be initiative in the game. You can also see here that when the Finnish men's team were initiative, they got the ball 64% of the time. And they were initiative like 13 or 14 times in the game. But also for them, they were also waiting much more than that. And even for them, the waiting option, while it feels safe, it's not that safe based on the analysis. Of course, there were games when the numbers were not this nice as here, but overall in the analysis, actually, when the team was initiated, this from the top 4 countries analysis, when the team was initiated, the opponent was able to get the shot on 24% of the time, or 25 around that. And when they were waiting, the opponent was able to get the shot on 29% of the time. So actually, when the team was waiting, they were able to. The opponent was able to get more shots than when they were active or initiative. This also this visualization that you will also get to see today from this women's game, PSS against TPS, and also from the men's game Classic against SPV, and during the intermissions and after the game. And you also get to see that how these numbers are in today's matches. So some things to follow in this visualization. One is the balance between the initiative and waiting for checking. Are they even, or how big difference, or is the team at all initiative? And the other thing is that you might be interested to follow is the green amount of green in the field or in the visualization, that how many times the defending the forechecking team gets the ball. I don't know too much about these women teams that are, if they are active in or initiative in the forechecking or not, but at least in the men's team, at least in history, Classic and SPV both have been quite active in the forechecking, so we might see also that in today's game as well. Okay. Thank you. I hope I was able to make this picture at least a bit more clear for you. Maybe not as this clear, but at least a little less blur. But of course, we need more game analysis and more research and more studies about the floorball game, so we know more and get the picture more clear. And remember to use the data and all you have learned today, because otherwise it has no use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miikka. We actually have a couple of questions. Andre from Switzerland has asked about the sample size. How many games amongst the top 4 teams did you analyze, and are these the whole game or just the 5-on-5 periods? I'm guessing this refers to the earlier part of the presentation.
It was in total 16 international games and 20 F-Liga games, and it was only on 5-on-5.
Okay, and how about the quality of the shots? Were they taken into consideration in the earlier stats you showed us?
Not directly, but indirectly, that how many passes there were before the shot and what kind of pass, if they were having super passes to the other form and such. So there was some level of that as well.
It's going to be really interesting to see, as you mentioned today, to see in the men's game SPV against Classic. You might all have some inside information, so not to reveal that, but what do you expect from that game, from that perspective yourself, about the activeness level of this game, so to say?
I don't know. The SPV has new coach this year, but at least for our side, we are going to be at least as active as we used to be, I think.
All right. Wish you good luck for that as well, and interesting to see the stats later on. Miikka Palvalin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we will have one more topic very soon. Just to remind you that you can post these excellent questions on the chat window, or if you're here, just write them on a piece of paper and hand them over to Valtteri over here. And I see we have our next speaker ready. We are a couple of minutes early, but if it's okay with everybody, I think we will go on. We will have Louise King, Senior Manager of Coaching Development of Sports Singapore, talking to us next remotely about coaching approaches for player development. Hello, Louise. The floor is yours.
Hey, hi everyone. Hope everyone can hear me. Good afternoon. Greetings from Southeast Asia. So I'm just here today to share with you some coaching approaches that we have. I've used it when I was coaching, and I just want to share with you, what has gone on in the past and opposed to our evolution of coaching. Hence the topic of approaches to coaching in terms of player development. So if I just want to the next. Okay, so we do have various approaches to coaching, and I think all of us are pretty familiar with some of them. So traditional ones would be the ones that we are used to, very drill-based, activity-based, coaches making us go around cones. And I remember this very clearly when I was a lot younger, whether it was in school or when I started out playing floorball or any other games or any other sports that I did. Traditionally, we were very drill-based driven. And to me, that was just learning the mastery of the skill itself. So what is it? Learning how to swim the proper strokes or learning how to do a proper shot, juggling, dribbling. It was very traditional. And then we moved on, and I'm sure many coaches here have this approach, what we call is non-linear approaches to coaching. And it's pretty much an indirect way of teaching, guiding your players in a different manner. And one of it would be games-based, constraints-based coaching, which I will just delve a little bit on it later on. And then we also do have teaching games for understanding, which is TGFU, which some countries actually are very familiar with. So if you look at the figure on the left, we talk about information processing theory. And it's really about talking about how your brain processes efficiently. For example, whether it's a short-term memory, and we're trying to process capabilities of players or the players' capabilities and the capacity to getting lots of instructions from the coaches, a lot of feedback. And in layman's terms, it would be saying that the coach is sort of like a remote control. And when I first started playing floorball, that's pretty much how it was like, because I was new to the game, and I guess all my teammates were as well. So in order for us to learn the game in certain manner, I felt that we were a bit like a remote control. So if the coach tells you go left, you go left, you go right, you go right. But any other thing that goes beyond that, you really have to think on the spot, which I feel as a coach, we need to encourage our players to become more thinking players, to be able to decide for themselves in various situations they are faced with. So if we move on to the dynamical systems theory, it is more, let's say it's for elite performance, there's a high level of, players learn to process the information that is very specific, and it's the rich information that they get is because of their skills acquisition. And of course, it leads on to, for example, how do they optimize certain situations for decision making. And that essentially is what, for team sports especially, what we all should strive to do towards this so-called dynamical systems theory, where we get our players to be more adaptable, get them to think for themselves, and then to find their own patterns. And it is really an opportunity for them to explore and discover, and whether they are under pressure or not, is for them to really decide how they should react according to their various situations that they are faced with. If you look at traditional approaches, or we think about traditional approach, a lot comes to mind of like mindless drills, going around with the cones, can lead to boredom. So I can share an example. When I was in school, and then I observed a frisbee team having their training sessions. It's on a soccer pitch, a football pitch, really huge playing area, many players, and I only see 2 frisbee discs. And the drill just kept going and going and going, one after the other, as in one player after the other. And I thought to myself, this is something that has to be fixed. As I was just walking by, it's just a casual observation that I saw. And I thought that it became very mindless for players because there's nothing much that you can learn. And that's what, we think of it as a traditional approach to coaching, where there's an overemphasis of direct instructions from the coaches. Although I do think that on certain situations where coaches need to direct the instructions to the players, but overall, the intended purpose is to get for players to create their own decisions and in the various situations as well. So if we go to a game-based coaching, it's more holistic. It shapes the play. You enhance the play and you focus the play for the players as well. So that's one of the what we call non-linear approaches to coaching. And we manipulate different things, such as the tasks that we get the players to do, the rules that go along with the types of activities or drills that you want your players to do, with the environment, and understanding your players better, because it forms a triangle when it comes to constraints-based coaching. Yeah, so in the next one, where we understand the game learning and a skill, when a coach wants to adopt a constraints-led approach, or we call constraints-based approach, the game skill learning is understanding the tasks and constraints of the players' rules, regulations, and principles of play. So it's important when coaches want to implement this constraints-based approach, they have to really understand the game and skill. And for the players, they also need to understand their capabilities, whether it's physical capability, mental capability, their stable behaviors or preferred actions and decisions that they make on court, whether it's a goalkeeper or an outfield player. And then we move on to the environment, which influence the behaviors of the performance. Things like temperature is a clear example from a humid country. When we go overseas to play, when I previously played, it was I would say it's a temperature shock. If you go to Europe to play, dry. Likewise, if all the European players come here, it's a lot of humidity. So there's a lot of what we call acclimatization, but these also impact the players' behaviors and their performance when they are faced with such situations. And of course, there's things like the altitude and even down to their background of socioeconomic behaviors as well. So how do we create an environment that would be ideal for the players or prepare them for that? So in a constraints-based approach, when we talk about a player, we're not just talking about their physical or their physique, their height, weight, their strength, their genetic disposition, but also their cognitive motor skills, their prior experience before they start playing, what are their various motivations and emotions when they are playing. So it took me a lot of effort, it took me a lot of time to get to know my players a lot more when I started coaching them. And it's more because growing up in Singapore is slightly different, I guess. It's as from other players from overseas, where we have a lot of pressures from parents, from school, or even at work. So helping to understand the background that they come from really help myself and my coaching team develop their skills and their capabilities accordingly as well. So it helps to drive their motivation a lot differently, and what I would think is a more positively in that sense. Right? So that in this perspective, we have to really consider, as part of this constraints-based approach, the player as themselves. Right? We take this constraint-based approach as a learning model or framework, which has been missing somewhat in the past. And when this whole entire purpose is to basically manipulate key constraints that interacts with creating variability of whether it's the unstable behavior or performance that our players may have exhibit. And we try to use this learning model and to help them self-organize themselves to find and optimize solutions on their own. So when we look at the various tasks, there are various things that I'm sure when we design drills or activities for our players, we do have to think of the task objectives. What are the boundaries we give them, the limitations that we provide, the rules and the regulations in this particular activity. We increase the number of players, decrease the number of the opponents, and specifically the instructions that we give. So I remember one training session or a couple of training sessions where I thought of use this, and I felt that my players needed to maintain possession of the ball a little bit. It could have been counterproductive in that sense when I created a task, say, they're playing 5v5, and then I give them the boundary or limitation that, okay, you need to do X number of passes. So X number of passes before you can score a goal. And this was, or it should be first time passes. And this was really to encourage them to maintain ball possession and indirectly providing support play. Whether it's forming a triangle on a 2v1 situation, every little situation that they have on court is to progress on to score a goal. But there can come a point where we try to manipulate the task too much or the rules and regulations too much that it may not serve the purpose of the game. So at that point in time, my whole thought was to just try to help them maintain possession, because we were struggling to maintain possession when especially under pressure. So if you use that as an example, and or you manipulate the rules or the task, you can even go to the extent of one team has to counter attack within 10 seconds and the other team has to score within a certain amount of time. So that is creating and manipulating the task that you have for your players in the various activities. The counter attack situation, 3v1, 3v2, 5v3. You are creating this entire situation which mimics the game itself. And it is really to help players, couple themselves with the environment and try to create a representative learning design for them to performance environment where they have to, use their skills and thinking on the spot as well. The other part of the environment would be, of course, we talk about physical environment, the weather, the facilities that we are in. Is there any heater in the really cold arena, or is it the noise from the crowd during a game, right? And then we also look at social and cultural environment, where are we pressured by our family, peers, or schools? What is our societal expectation of us when we go for tournaments or we play? What are our values and cultural norms? Do we have any pressures from media, or our players too focus on social media these days that they keep posting and posting and posting? So these are things that we can create a conducive environment for them. We are actually designers of this learning environment. So where we stand, it's here on the outside. What are our coaching philosophies, where we are coaching our teams of various levels, whether it's youth, a learn to play program, or elite club levels, or even the national team level. So what really is our coaching? I think my coaching philosophy has changed since the start, when I started coaching in the early 2000s until I stopped coaching in 2019. So my philosophy has definitely changed. What are our coaching behaviors that we exhibit to our players? Is it during game, during training, on court, off court, post training, so on and so forth? How do we design training? The types of instructions we give, the type of feedback we give is really important. How do we step in to guide the players and facilitate their learning? I think the key thing here to remember in this constraints-based approach, however we understand our players, manipulate the task, we are the designers of their learning environment. It really is the type of learning and strategy that we have. And we use performance analysis as a support for us to coach better teams or better players. So I would think perhaps maybe my background in teaching has helped me in creating a learning strategy, or how the types of feedback that I can give the players. A lot of times, I guess the easiest way to ask players whether they understand the drill is, okay, anybody understands the drill? Yes. It becomes a closed-ended question. And growing up, I think we were very used to having coaches ask us, do we understand what they were saying? Or teachers asking us the same things. And it ended up being a closed-ended question, which ultimately brings to mind is, so hey, what did I learn? A lot of us would just say, yes, I understand the drill, and then follow blindly the person who actually really knows how to do the drill. So how do we facilitate the learning? How do we guide players? It really depends on our communication with them, also stemming from our coaching philosophies and our coaching behaviors. We must let players make mistakes as much as they can during training. So ultimately, constraints-based approach highlights, and it's a whole entire circle, it's a cycle where we look into. It's about skill learning, helping players with their decisions, and what do they do at the end of the day. Well, because we are the designers of their learning environment and we learn to perform, or the players learn to perform. So how do we as coaches do that? It's really, really important. And if we use a constraints-based approach, we're talking about the perception and action that the players will go through. And we are at this stage, we have to encourage this so that whatever movements that they do on court, however they decide to move on and progress from this particular tough situation or very tight situation, they know that they have gone through whatever we have designed during training, manipulating and varying the task and environment, or even encouraging them to have different perception and their action towards how they move on court with their other teammates, and as well as to develop better decision-making skills. So ultimately, in a game, in a team sport, decision-making skills are really important. Like I shared with you earlier that I've been remote control, and that brought back a lot of memories for me when I started to coach. And I thought to myself that, you know, we have to head in a different direction. We can't always decide how our players should move every single time. The minute we create the decision or we make the decision for them and they are faced with another type of situation, we are not the ones on the court. And that is why it's important to design more conducive learning environment during training, allowing them to make mistakes, because it is okay to make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. There are no perfect players around. And I'm sure even the best player has made so many mistakes and allowed to make the mistakes because coaches create this environment for them, and as well as helping them decide for themselves, whether is it peer learning, peer coaching, or with facilitation from the coach. So when I was coaching the national team, I pretty much was quite silent on the side, and I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing when I was on the bench. But during training sessions, I allow my players to make various decisions on their own. So they talk on their lines a lot. They design their own free hits with some guidance from the coaching team when it's time to practice their free hits or their set pieces. But of course, we need to, as coaches, we need to balance, you know, when do we have to be more instructional and when do we provide the guidance and facilitation for them to learn. So it has to come with a balance. And I believe that it comes and it stems from your philosophy as a coach in this particular environment. So having said that, so this particular area here is what we need to encourage. We need to help them have different kinds of perception and help them act on it and learn to make mistakes. So what role should a coach play in this whole entire so-called scheme of things? We are an interdisciplinarian, okay, where we are able to, we should help identify and understand constraints on each particular player. And we must also, with the knowledge of a game and the skills that we have, we can manipulate information where players can search for solutions. And when we do so, it becomes a challenge. It's task-oriented, and we can see if we can question them in certain manners that helps them to learn. Manipulate player environment and task constraints, as according to that constraints-based approach that you saw. We really want to shape the player's performance, enhance their play, make it more holistic. Learning through self-exploration and guided discovery, especially if we have youth that are really starting out young. We wouldn't want to really impose on them certain things that we have learned in the past, but we are looking towards self-exploration and discovery, right? Where we try to engineer early success for them. So they find it fun. Even at the elite level, it should be a fun training session, fun learning training environment for them to keep wanting to come back for more. I'm not sure if any of us have ever experienced training sessions that were so tough that we want to drag our feet. No choice but to drag our feet to training because coaches dictate everything for us. Or training has become very boring and mindless that I don't even need to think, I just follow the instructions. So even at the elite level, whether it's club or national team level, it's always good to, as coaches, we need to encourage self-exploration and guided discovery and ultimately have fun. So before every training session, I'll get my players to play catch, right? We put out 3 balls for them. One is, what would we call it? Call it a trigger ball or the reaction ball that doesn't bounce in one particular direction. We play 2 other kinds of balls. So all players on court, you have 27 players on court, 25 players on court, and this is their warm-up game. 3 balls that are being played all around. One you only can roll, the other one you can only throw, and then of course with the reaction ball, bounce wherever you want to bounce. So in a way, the coaching team, we just want them to have fun, get them more relaxed before training itself, because training is pretty serious mode. And in a way, it helps them to find support in every situation that they have in a game. I could be next to a person with the ball that's required to be bounced or thrown, and then versus the one is to be rolled. So where do I defend? How do I defend? Is it my opportunity to score a goal? And ultimately, it's to have fun. So in that sense, as coaches, we modify. So every practice should look something like in a game or a modification of it. And when we do so, we provide a challenge. So you modify it, you challenge it, it's a task constraint or task goal. So we can play around the defense. When do we perceive the opportunity for them to challenge themselves? And of course, as coaches, we provide them or we ask them questions. Feedback in itself is a constraint, but so questions need to guide the players to help them perceive and search for information so that they can raise awareness for their own effective actions that they may not necessarily be aware of. We have to, as coaches, observe the way players respond, how they behave to the challenges that are posed to them in the class. And of course, we intervene with their conditions, which means that we get them to think about it in a way that how do they react according to various situations. So at the end of the day, when we look at this, we are developing thinking players, and where if coaches allow players to do that, and we don't allow them to think, the players will have a greater, how would we say, a reliance on the coach, where we have a paralysis of analysis. The coach tells me so many things that I think too much, and I'm unable to perform. I'm over conscious of what I do. Control of action and being pressured can really impede and limit performance, especially when we know under pressure. So we do need to see how we can modify, provide the correct amount of challenge, and as well as to guide them through self-exploration and guided discovery in terms of the type of questions that we ask them. So that's pretty much in my take-home message in this really short presentation. In the constraints-based coaching, the key words that we always use is, as coaches, we shape, guide, facilitate, and monitor rather than direct the players' progress in their performance or their learning and development. And when we do so, when we use the problem-solving approach, as in we set the problems for the players, we set the challenges, the task constraints, we pose them these various situations, and we encourage them to be accountable. So in this sense, when we talk about accountable, it's more like self-reliant or self-regulating in, let's say, like the self-determination theory, where if players are unhappy and things don't work out, they are immersed in their own thinking, in their own regulation to solve their own problems. That is for being accountable and self-regulating. In practice sessions, of course, we make the range of variations experience, how we have analyzed anything during a game. So whether someone has recorded a game, has done some analysis in terms of the play-ups, set pieces, so on and so forth, we should try to match our training program to be as variable as possible, and then get them to explore and adapt their own movement solutions. So at the end of the day, the aim of player development is to develop game intelligent players. And that is really what coaches should do. So if you can remember that in-based coaching approach, is one of the ways that we call a non-linear pedagogy. So that in a way, in this kind of coaching approach, it's sort of a hands-off approach, but yet as coaches, we do have to strike a balance between how do we do this, how do we manipulate this, how do we guide the players, how do we find the balance between giving the information and help them through their discovery of learning, to designing practice environments that allow decision making to emerge naturally. So that comes to number 2. How do we get them to be accountable, self-regulating, self-reliant for their own thinking? And of course, whatever is done during practice should be transferable to the real game, because it's a representative of what we have done during training, into how we want them to perform in whatever matches or whatever games that we have, that they have to play. Yep, so that's pretty much all that I have in terms of the coaching approaches to coaching. I hope everyone has, or you picked up some things from here. I would think that subconsciously, a lot of us coaches are using this technique or this constraints-based coaching without actually knowing that it's actually a theory in itself that some researchers have actually done their papers on. So if you have used this constraints-based coaching, continue to do so, but always remember that we always have to shape, guide, and monitor and facilitate the players so that they are discovering their own, going through their own progress, and we are directing their progress for them. And really is to develop game intelligent players. Thank you. I'm pretty much done.
Very much, Luis, joining us from Singapore. Very interesting to hear your thoughts on coaching and player development as well. About today's schedule, we will have 2 games. First, 3 o'clock. That's, of course, finish time, the women's final of the Super Cup. TPS from Turku against PSS from Porvoo. That will start in less than 1 hour. And 6 o'clock will be the men's final. Classic from Tampere meets SPV from Seinäjoki. And now we will have a short break and we will continue with the pre-game to the women's final at 20 minutes to 3 o'clock finish time. So that is in roughly 30 minutes. So see you then. Do we have time for one question before that? Are we still on? Yeah, okay. So if Luis is still on, just getting this, so it takes... So a question for Luis, how long does it take for the players, in your experience, to sort of learn this type of coaching that you were talking about?
In constraints-based coaching, it can really start from young. I mean, for players who have certain skill levels, they can really start from young. Unfortunately, I can't put a timestamp to it, but it's really to every training session that you design to have some form of constraints-based approach. So different activities that you do, it may not be necessarily done throughout the whole entire training session, but if you introduce certain types of game situations during your training sessions, you have a situation or an activity where you have a 1v1, eventually increase to a 2v1 or 2v2, 3v2, and then eventually a 3v3 in a small-sided game. It really gets players to think about how do they support each other in a 3v3 situation in a smaller area in a limited time that they have. It can even end up, you start off with a 1v1, go with a 2v1, and then you have a 3v1, and then so you have a 3v2, and you might just end off the game as such. So you sort of encourage them to find ways to defend against opponents. You have more opponents. These are just some examples of a training activity that has constraint-based approach. And if you introduce it every single training session, players will slowly learn. And with your guided questions and letting them self-explore through this whole entire approach to this kind of coaching, they will get used to the idea that I do need to know, I will find every 2v1 situation, or I have a triangle support each time where I need to attack or support my friend, my teammate for a goal. So like I said, I can't put a time to it, but if you introduce it in every single training session, an activity or two that will encourage them to think for themselves with correct types of questioning to facilitate their learning, they will eventually make their own decisions when it comes to game situations.
Right? Answers your question? A little bit, maybe a better time.
It's a complex question.
Yeah, it is a complex question. It's a complex sport as well. But thank you, Luis, anyway. And as I mentioned, now it's time for a short break before we start with the pre-game to the women's final in roughly 30 minutes. So that's 20-3 finish time. So see you soon.
Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta.
All right, everybody, welcome back. The women's final between TPS Turku and PSS from Porvoo is about to start in roughly 20 minutes, and it's time for pre-game analysis. We have Tapio Hämeenanttila, coach from the TPS coaching staff, joining me here, and Kati Eteläpää, coach from the Czech national team, joining us remotely. Welcome to both of you. Let's start with Tapio. First of all, now is a good time, it's just between us, to spill all your secrets from your team. What kind of game do you expect this final to be?
I guess that the assumption is that the game will start, I guess, a little bit nervous, and different teams are checking how they are playing, but eventually I hope that we can get the fast-paced game today.
What about Kati? What do you think? What should we be looking for when we see these two teams face off with each other?
Well, I think they are definitely the two best teams in Finland at the moment. So for me, it will be really interesting to follow some national team players from the both teams, and maybe we can talk about later about the coaching stuff from PSS, because there are some important and interesting things also, I think.
We go with Kati first for the next question. What would you say are the main characteristics of these two teams, if we sort of paint a rough picture for the viewers who are maybe not so familiar with the Finnish women's floorball?
Well, I think PSS has made a long journey in the league, and now the past 5 years they have been gone to the top and becoming stronger and stronger. TPS won the first championship last season, and they have also got really good players. So I'm really excited to see the game. I think there are two really strong teams with a lot of individual skills and interesting coaching stuff. So there is a lot of things to follow during the game.
Now, Tapio, if you talk about your team a little bit, this is sort of the season start, the first big game. You had practice games, of course, and practice sessions. But this is different. This is a final game. After this game, the winner gets the trophy and so on. How is the atmosphere inside the team? You mentioned slight nervousness in the first part of the game that would be expected.
Yeah, I guess that the slightly nervous is actually a good thing. So every team needs that, but I guess that after the few minutes, we should get our game to the needed level, so that we can use that maybe little shakiness or whatever there is. And as you mentioned, this is the first game. We have been waiting it for already few weeks at least, and practice it so that we can be ready today. And of course, when the season starts, it's setting up the horizon and like where we stand, so and where we are as a TPS, so own team, but also this game and maybe the beginning of the season to also see and identify where are the other teams. So what kind of slight changes there has been during the summer or from the last season?
Is there any particular theme in this game for your team that you are sort of wanting to see from the players and throughout this first game?
Indeed, there is.
Yeah. Say more.
Yeah. So in the end of last season, we tried to do the fast attacks, and I guess that the same theme is continuing. So let's say fast forward is probably the idea there. So it remains to be seen how well we can attack today. Of course, the opponent might have a different opinion about that one. And also, we have been activating our own game, so that let's see this forecheck and ball control and how fast we can get to the attacking area.
Yeah, forechecking and the activity level in forechecking is one thing we have been talking about in the seminar part so far. So Kati, what do you expect from that perspective in this game if we talk about the activeness level or the initiative level of forechecking with these two teams?
Well, as far as I saw a few games from PSS last season, I expect that they are also going to be active. And Mika told some interesting things during his talking about the analysis. And I think that there are like two phases in floorball nowadays or today. There are teams which are playing pretty passive and waiting, like Mika said, and then there is this initiating style of playing, and I think these two teams both are pretty active teams. So I'm hoping and I think that we will see many scoring chances today because both teams are so active.
Tapio, do you agree this is what we're going to see in this game?
I hope that we will see it. So I agree, and we try to be in reactive forechecking. So see and identify the time windows, and try to use it, and smartly also recognize all different kind of phases in the game, so that we can use the effective forechecking. And yeah,
that's an interesting term you used, reactive forechecking. What does it mean for you?
Well, in shortly, there is a time to do the efficient forechecking, and then there is a time when it's not that efficient. So identify these terms so that, because if you do it in a, let's say, wrong way, then that opens up the counterattacks, and then you know that your forechecking wasn't in a needed level.
So in a way, identify those trigger points, those moments, when to be more active and when to sort of drop back a little bit. Am I?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Facing this correctly, yeah. So Kati, if you look at the players in both teams, if you would sort of maybe give us a few pointers, who especially to follow in this game?
One interesting player from PSS is for me Laura Manninen. She is back from Sweden, was playing there many years in Pixbo and also in the final games. I think she brings pretty much power and leadership to the team, as well as to the whole defense. And it will be really interesting to see how she will dominate the Finnish league and what is she bringing with her from Sweden. And I think there are so many national team players in both teams. TPS, there were some success now last weekend against Sweden, even though the games were pretty tough. They have got a lot of skills in the team. Mila Nordlund would be one player I would check out, and also the goalkeepers from both teams. So I think there's like many battle pairs on the field today.
So Kati, you mentioned the coaching staffs of both teams. Of course, we have one member here with me at the moment from TPS side, but what kind of coaches or what kind of coaching philosophies do you see behind the benches today?
Well, when we think about PSS, there are three really experienced former players, also with national team experiences. For Tiia Ukkonen is the first season behind the bench. She was coaching as an assistant coach. And for me, PSS has the most interesting coaching staff in the whole league. It's really nice to see former top players behind the bench. We need definitely more women for the coaching in floorball, I think in every country. So Anne Suomalainen and Anne Sonkajärvi, both really much experience. I got the honor to play with Anne in the same team many years ago, and Anne Sonkajärvi, I have been coaching in PSS, and Pia Ukkonen in the national team, as well as Anne Suomalainen. So this coaching stuff I know a bit more, and I think with these experiences they can give a lot of to the team, how to manage different kind of situation under pressure, and skills, and also mind setting on the field. Actually, I don't know the coaching stuff from TPS so well. Maybe Tapio could tell there a bit more, because you probably know your stuff better than me.
That's something I was going to ask from you. So, Tapio, what kind of sort of testing lab do you have there?
Fast and furious. So,
okay.
So, playing style, we try to be a fast team and play very active floorball, and also do every part of the field. We try to be as active as possible, and I guess that the whole coaching team is supporting that. And also, I want to say a few things, if you don't mind, about the players as well. So Kati already mentioned a few players, but also from PSS Porvoo, it's very nice to see Emma Parta is at least according to lineups is attacker. So she has already played attacker position. So it's interesting to see. We all know that she's very strong defender as well, and now there is a new center, Daniela Westerlund as well. And then, of course, like to welcome Anila Levalampi back. She's a defender in the second lineup. So that from the PSS side, and then of course we have the second lineup is there is Meri-Helmi Höynälä is from the last season, but the other 4 members in that lineup are actually the new players at our team. So interesting to see how they will settle up.
Interesting to see your second line as well, how they perform first time in the new team. Kati, if you would pick some sort of differences. We've been talking about both teams basically being or trying to be active and the philosophies and so on. But if you would pick some differences between these two teams, what you're especially looking for maybe in this game?
Well, I think that's difficult to say what kind of differences there will be. I think that the PSS has a bit more experiences to be in the final, to be in the top 3 teams in Finland. Maybe that is affecting on the mental side. I don't know. TPS has also had a pretty long journey in the Finnish league, and now they get succeeded. And actually, because the balance of the national team players is pretty even, so I am expecting actually today that there will be really, really small things which will be deciding the game.
And if you would have to pick favorite to win this game between these two teams, what would you say?
Yeah, that's a tough question for me.
That's why I'm asking it.
Because I think the first season as a head coach is always difficult. I know that from my own experience, maybe that's a different way. There may be a bit, I would say it's TPS. But it will be a tight game.
That is Kati's guess, and I'm not going to ask because you are quite clearly biased. You see everything in black and white at the moment, I'm sure.
Indeed, I agree. So.
But one more thing before we go to the commentator, Olli Hogman from Tapio. You mentioned the nervousness. I'm sure both of the teams are feeling it at this moment. The game starts in 5 minutes or something like that. How would you as a coach, what are the sort of first things when the game starts so to try to manage and get over the nervousness of the first period?
That's a good question. So the nervousness actually should turn to excitement and the team spirit and working together is the case that you can survive from the difficult starts, if there is any. And I guess that normally after you have played like one shift, then everything becomes a normal. So I guess the little shakiness or that those are quite experienced players, so I assume that they will overpass that quite quickly.
I will wish you good luck and your team as well. Kati will stay with us for the intermissions as well. Now it's time to hand this over to Olli Hogman, our commentator, and we will return with our experts during the first intermission. Everybody enjoy the game.
Thank you.
Well, the very warmest of welcomes to all of you. It's the start of the domestic season in Finland, and after the excitement of the World Games, after the excitement of the Under-19 World Championships, now it is time to get ready for the live action to start in the domestic season, as we are just, of course, a few months away from another World Floorball Championships. So in just a matter of moments, out onto the field of play, we'll be welcoming the teams from TPS and from PSS. Two teams separated by Route 1, about 130 miles, 2.5 hours by car along the coast, or just inside of the Finnish coast. But who's going to be finishing with the Super Cup trophy? That's what we'll discover in just a short while as the players get ready to make their way out onto the court. Fascinating hearing the insight of Oskari, Tapio and Kati ahead of the contest. Very exciting to see the growth in PSS as a team in recent years. They have developed enormously. They've really transformed as a force to be reckoned with in Finnish domestic floorball. They're taking on one of the most well-known teams in the sport, TPS, against PSS in a match really as old as the clubs themselves. TPS founded in 1995, a great history in this sport. Actually, the club itself, one of the oldest multi-sport clubs in all of Finland, founded, would you believe, in 1922. So that's the story of the past. Now, what about the story of the present? We're going to be getting underway in just a moment or two.
Uskaltaisin veikata, että aika moni muukin olisi ollut kiinnostunut, joten kerro, että miksi PSS valikoitui, mitä siinä oli taustalla?
No kyllä se oli se, että on menestyvä seura, ollut jo pitkään, panostaa naissalibändiin ja sitten tietenkin se, että PK-seudulla pystyn asumaan ja käymään siellä treeneissä, niin ne oli ne ja sitten semmoinen kokonaispaketti löytyy siitä, että on koulu ja joukkue siinä PK-seudulla, niin näin.
No PSS on ollut seurana aikaisemmin, on ollut SP Pro, Eräviikingit ja Ruotsissakin olet käynyt. Aika monta seuraa, vaikka ikä nyt ei vielä kuitenkaan hirveästi ole. Mikä siinä on syynä? Onko se sattuma, että seura on vaihtunut vai oletko sellainen, että kaipaat tasaisesti uutta haastetta, vaan vähän tuota?
No ehkä on ollut tähän asti semmoinen, että on sitten lähtenyt hakemaan niitä uusia haasteita. Että no en ole PK-seudulta kotoisin, että on pitänyt aikoinaan lähteä silloin kotota aikaisin ja sitten periaatteessa mennyt aina sinne, mikä on tuntunut hyvältä siinä kohtaa.
No nyt se on PSS ja tänään pelaatte Super Cupissa TPS:ää vastaan. Minkälainen konsepti pelaajan näkökulmasta tämä Super Cup ja mitä ylipäätään odotat ottelulta?
No kyllä tämä on siistiä päästä heti tässä ennen kauden alkuun niin kuin vääntää kova peli ja heti pelata niin kuin kannusta, niin luo vähän semmoista lisäboostia siihen, että pitää tässä vaiheessa olla jo niin kuin hereillä, niin siistiä kyllä.
Yes. Kiitos.
Kiitos.
Tästä jatkaa selostamosta Tuomo Reponen, erittäin viihdyttävää ja jännittävää salibändi-iltapäivää ja iltaa teille kaikille.
And so it is time to get of moments, the Super Cup final about to take place.
PSS on siis homman nimi ja seuraavaksi katsellaan kokoonpanoja.
Look at the PSS team with some interesting changes made recently to their ranks. We just heard a moment ago from Daniela Westerlund, who has signed for the team from Eräviikingit in Helsinki. She returns to the Finnish top flight, or rather returned to the Finnish top flight last year after a year in the Swedish Super League for Nacka Wallenstam. It's her 9th season in the top flight in Finland. She's a major acquisition for PSS. She slots into the first line as expected. It's evident, isn't it, of the ambition in PSS. They're wanting to sign some really big players, some key performers who are likely to transform their prospects of taking the top flight, of actually winning the league in Finland. Starting goalkeeper for PSS, or rather two goalkeepers for PSS, Minna Passu and Alla Salo, very experienced goalkeepers. Passu just joining the club after having taken a break from the sport in the 2021-22 season. She spent a lot of last season playing futsal, so great to have her now back with ball in hand rather than ball at feet. She has been a Finnish champion with NST in 2015-2016. Alla Salo, a much more well-known presence at the club, but performed very well last season, one of her best seasons yet. Let's have a look at the TPS lineup. And at the first line, I mean, it's packed, isn't it, with attacking threats, particularly one looks at the skipper Jenna Sadio. And we now are prepared to begin this contest. And so we are underway. It is the Finnish Super Cup final. TPS against PSS. We start the domestic season in Finland. It is PSS in possession. They play from right to left, the first of three 20-minute periods. Great pleasure to have your company. Olli Hogben here, bringing you all of the action from the Erikkilä Sport Institute. And an early attacking opportunity, goalkeeper tested and equal to it. But their evidence, as Ella Sundström went very close, of the attacking threat of PSS. That is really well stopped. Major test though early on for TPS, and goalkeeper at the other end gathering. Well, it's very interesting, isn't it? The coaches were saying before the match, particularly Tapio Menantila, that he believed it might be a nervous opening. Well, TPS are going to be feeling a little more nervous after that early attack from Ella Sundström. And now, problems for Fanny Holmberg, the 24-year-old, sent to the sidelines. Yeah, that's why foul on Emilia Pietilä. And there, evidence of just how quickly it is that this sport can transform. As TPS were looking under pressure early on. Now they find themselves with an opportunity to challenge. And they'll be grateful to Nora Vuorela for the save. Taken from 89, Jenna Sadio. Played at the World Championships on so many occasions, 3 times silver medalist. There is Sadio. Returned to the club after a spell in Sweden at Kismora. Came back to win the title, TPS's first title. Looking forward, 22, Ella Alanko Salminen. 28 is Laura Rantanen. One of the most experienced players in the squad. Possession given away, a chance for number 18, Ella Holmberg, drifts wide. Wouldn't have that been a turn up for the books, a goal against the run of the power players. Meri Helmi Hernala takes it forwards. This is aggressive play from PSS. They're attacking, if you will, a defensive situation. Matilda Holmström, 19-year-old, has it in the corner. Interesting listening to the thoughts of our panel before the game, and so much of what they were talking about was the real threat that both of these teams have from an attacking sense, how they do forecheck aggressively. ISS really have come out all guns blazing in this power play, despite being in a defensive position. Last 10 seconds. One more meaningful chance. Perhaps it's coming up now from Rantanen. Got blocked. Oh, what a ball! Fanny Holmberg away! And stopped by Vuorela. But that was an incisive pass to free Fanny Holmberg, the player who scored the goal that took everything to penalties in the championship game in 2021. He's so often been a big time performer for the club. '54 is Vera Kuosmanen, 18-year-old, new signing from Classic, spent 3 years there. Really a great acquisition for TPS. Exciting young player, very highly regarded, for obvious reasons. 79, Kiera Virta just won the bronze medal at the under-19 World Championships. The Finnish team that was upset by Switzerland in the group stages and yet came back to thump them in the bronze medal game. Proof of Finland's ability to deliver in the big matches. Here's Linda Turnqvist for PSS, player who's just signed a new contract. Second spell at the club. Alanko Salminen. Into the corner, but for no one. Slight miscommunication. Sofia Leno had to give chase. Looking for it was Ella Holmberg. She's now got it from her sister Fanny. 21, Anna Levalampi under some pressure from Leno. Levalampi again, who's recently returned to the team after a spell away. So this player back, 46, Marianne Vallejo. It was an ambitious ball right through the middle. It's created a counter-attacking chance. That was either blocked or bang off the post. Hard to tell. Hit by Meri Heli-Hörnla. But all of that really coming from the misplaced ball by Vallejo. Went right through the middle, really telegraphed it, and it was picked up all too easily by the team in the magpie-coloured kits. Turnqvist. Oh, good ball, and well read by Vuorela. Lindström just in a poaching position. Dario. 44 is Nordland. Top scorer in the league last season. Tremendous performances. On the diagonal, shot blocked. It was Ella Holmberg with the attempt. had a little success, haven't they, so far, PSS, with the diagonal ball. Just finding people drifting in from the wing. Ranko Salminen, new signing for the TPS team. Over 60 caps for the national side. Twice a winner of a national title as well. Incredibly useful and experienced player to have in your ranks. Mattala on the field of play. Possession given away and straight into Vuorela from Aparta. Vuorela busy at the moment in the TPS goal. PSS at the moment looking the more threatening team. The opportunity for Ella Sundström. Chance upon chance, that tipped wide by Vuorela, gathered it quickly as well. Emma Parta, outstretched right hand of Nora Vuorela, who at the moment is the key performer for TPS.
Mutta käsittääkseni, joo, enkä siis mitä sanoit, niin en väitä, etteikö asia näin olisi, mutta se, että oliko tämä sitten power break vai Vilanderin break, niin se varmaan selviää kohta.
Local crowd gathered in the Erikila Sport Institute.
Selvä.
Site of the World Floorball Summit. And what a pleasure it is to welcome all of you to the World Floorball Summit, this great collection of ideas. Fantastic talking points coming away from this exciting day. Not just talking points from the action on the court, but from the lectures and seminars that have been taking place. Covering defensive work from Kira Virta. Just 19, what a prospect for TPS she is. Well wrestled away by Sundström. This is being worked creatively by PSS. They just ran into a sea of black and white shirts. '66, Olivia Pietela, just 18. New signing after a couple of years at the Loisto club. And very well for them. 18 goals in 41 matches. Into the corner by Maikola. This is better use of the ball from TPS. Probably at their best when they can quicken the game and keep possession. Some of those early nerves just gently subsiding. On wearing 26 in possession, Joanna Kasalainen, 19-year-old who made her league debut a few seasons ago. And we pass beyond the halfway mark of the first 3 20-minute period. Possession with Emma Parta. Gets it back again. Chance for the shot, over and away from Emma Parta. Had unexpectedly a second bite at the cherry. Scored 8 goals last season, 6 in the regular season, 2 in the playoffs. Drawn to counter-attack. Well, that's the end of that. Very well defended by Vallejo. Trying to bring it forwards. Little covering support which comes from Levalampi. Holmberg for Fanny Holmberg. Uses the boards, keeps the attack alive for PSS. There, the aggressive work from the attackers. Much too aggressive on that occasion, but it's the danger of facing a side, isn't it, like TPS? They will not give defensive players too much time on the ball. By Riina Rautala, took a touch off Olivia Pietala. Tricky one for TPS at the back. Over the shoulder of number 19, Melissa Edemir. Now here comes Sophia Leino. What a burst forward that was from the 25-year-old. Suddenly defence into attack from TPS. Alanko Salminen with a restart. Mattala. Their first appearances for the national team earlier this year. Little stretch from Edemir. Eventually it will be TPS's ball. Very involved in the game so far. The Honbury sisters for PSS. Traditional yellow. So far, nobody has really brightened up the court and taken control of the game. It's quite tight. Looking a little dangerously defensively, TPS, but it's now with Fasario. 61, Emilia Pietala. Very mobile player, very skillful on the ball. Levalampi picking up the slightly mishit pass. Levalampi goes down the boards into the corner. This one, Lampinen dispossessed. A chance on the counter. It's just taken a little touch to go behind. Still no score as we approach the latter stages of the first period. Delayed penalty in operation, so really now a free run at goal for TPS. Dario. 29 points in the regular season. Last year, the fourth highest in the league. Honola. He had an extended spell of possession as delayed penalties go. This is a long one. Now perhaps a chance for Honola. And it's just about into the arms of Alasalo, who really had to be alert and alive to that threat. Nordlund was on the wrath of the officials, I think. Discussion going on. Inka Lampinen involved. Confirmation that it is Anina Levalampi, who goes to the sidelines for 2 minutes. Second power play opportunity for TPS. Well, that was why. Watching on from the sidelines, number 9, Daniela Westerlund, new signing. Aliaho and Lampinen restart the play. Seems we've got an extra lecture or seminar added to the World Floorball Summit. It's happening on the court at the moment. Well, this was the opportunity, and what a fine piece of goalkeeping it was from Salo. So finally, we restart the contest. 2 minutes on the clock for PSS to defend the power play. The league champions are threatening. Physical effort from Mariana Valiaho, 32-year-old. She's played 150 plus games in the league for all of her various clubs. She is graduate of the Agahelia University of Applied Sciences. Doesn't get on the scoreboard hugely often. But, work is done at the opposite end of the court and done with toughness and determination at all times. Salio, little space for 44 Nordlund. Here is Nordlund, picks it up. Just has to reset the attack a touch. We'll restart. Salio almost made it through to Rantanen. There's a little discussion, wasn't there, just a moment or two ago about change to the rules. Sport of floorball that after a delayed penalty, it's a free hit to the power play team, and it's a goal to the power play team. It is Meri Helmi Hernala who creates Meri Hell for PSS. And they have got the breakthrough. It's TPS 1, PSS 0. This time they make the power play count. The team from Turku in the southwest of Finland have come to the forest and they've taken the lead. Just took a deflection through the shot from Milla Nordlund. Seemed to come off Annika Atojavi. And that's a Predators goal put in by Meri Helmi Hörnala, who scored 21 times in the league last season, including the playoffs. So the breakthrough at last for TPS in this meeting between the two strongest teams last season. It's come back off the post, I think. Meri Helmi Hörnala was in so much space. It was a lovely lateral ball. Suddenly, TPS are looking like they're going to score with every single attack. Alanko. Leino still has it. Great holding of the ball. The experienced 25-year-old. Dropping off Linda Turnqvist, who has spent some time outside of the Finnish top flight playing for Werner Oberland in the Swiss League. Got deflected up and away again. TPS looking better and better as the contest goes on. Here's Laura Rantanen. One back and it just wouldn't fall. Nordlund right there or thereabouts. Just seemed to get caught up under the feet. But this is a dangerous spell of the contest for PSS. 3 minutes until the break and probably can't come soon enough. Milla Nordlund. Danger to create something anytime she gets the ball. Dances through! Nearly. Atojavi. Pass goes nowhere. It's with Henrika Maikola, one of the FBC Loisto players who's just moved on after a couple of years there. There's space everywhere at the moment for PSS as the pace has increased, or for TPS, I should say, as the pace has increased. 35 is Matilda Holmström. Need to get hold of the ball, the team in yellow. Easier said than done when you've got that kind of aggressive play from the attackers. Such a key part of the TPS game plan. And it makes them decidedly unpleasant to face. And even if you don't always pick up the first ball, you can force an error from the pass from the defenders. They've done that on a few occasions. 26 years, Kasalainen, player who I think a lot of people are really expecting to break through as the years go on and become a pretty key part of this TPS team. Lanko Salminen gives way. On comes Janasario. Last change before the end of this period. Well, apologies if you just lost the pictures there for a moment as the ball just comes back off the frame of the goal. And we are at the conclusion of the first period. Well, food for thought really at the moment for PSS, because TPS is starting to look better and better. The only goal scored by Merihelmi Hörnala on the second power play for the team in black and white, but more worryingly for the team in yellow, TPS started to look like they were going to add a second, third, even fourth to that in the minutes afterwards. Fortunately for PSS, a break in play, a chance to regroup, a chance to recover. And this is floorball after all. One goal is nothing in this sport. Let's head over to the studio to join Oskari and hear more about the talking points of the first period.
Thank you very much, Olli. After the first period, 1-0 to TPS, and looked like TPS got the better hang of it in the latter part of the first period with Hörnala's power play goal. Joining me here is Hannu Santanen, coach of the women under 19s of Finland. How did you see the first period? What was your sort of first impression of these two teams?
Well, quite the same as you. PSS was at the beginning leading the game, but last 10 minutes and especially last 5 minutes was the better part for the TPS.
Also joining us, as in the pre-game, Kati Eteläpää remotely. Kati, what were your sort of main takeaways from the first period?
Yes, I think that in the beginning TPS was more with the ball, but PSS was actually a bit more dangerous. And now, as Hannu said, it changed then. And I was wondering if this one goal with the power play will release a bit the game from TPS, and that happened. They were really active with the ball, playing fast forwards and towards the goal, as Tapio wished as a coach. I think you could really good see the main points Tapio mentioned in the beginning before the game. Yes, I think PSS couldn't use the chances they had in the beginning, and they had definitely more traffic in front of their goal in the end of the first period.
Hannu, you were counting the scoring opportunities 5-on-5. There were 2 power plays, but how did it look 5-on-5 as a whole?
Like I said, the first 10 minutes was quite clear for the PSS. It was like a 6-2 or something like that. But after the first 10 minutes, it was clearly the TPS were better. And then after the first period, it's like 7-6 to TPS.
So quite tight if you exclude the power plays. I think PS has played more with 2 lines in the first periods. How did you see that affecting the game?
Well, it doesn't now affect not so much, but the interesting part was that the TPS first line was a little bit difficulties in the first 10 minutes, and after that they made a good 2 chances after that. So, but they lost their chances 2-3. So I think they will better after the first period.
Kati, that's an interesting choice from the coaches of PSS to sort of use more of the 2 top lines, the 10 players against the TPS. Do you think it showed in some way in the first period, especially in the latter part?
Well, I think the idea behind of this kind of start of the game is that the coaches, they want that the team is awake already in the beginning of the match. And I think they managed to do that. PSS was really ready for the game in the beginning. And I assume it's always difficult to reach the speed with 3 lineups. So then you have to play really active, you have to play really aggressive, and I guess this was the thing the coaches were searching, and they managed to do that. To put the 3rd lineup somewhere to the game could be an option. So it will be interesting to see how they will react after the break, if they start with 3 or continue to play with 2 lineups.
Tapio Hämeenanttila from the TPS coaching staff was with us before the game in the pre-game. part. He mentioned a sense of nervousness, sort of the early nerves being a part of this game. Do you think, Kati, that it showed in some way?
Yes, I think from both teams you could see that the players are excited to play, and the ball was bumping away from the stick, and there were a few pretty bad passes, but I think they got into the game as the game was going on. But definitely you could see the nervosity in the beginning of the game.
Now let's turn our eyes into the future a little bit. Hannu, if you were in either team's locker room at the moment, what would you how would you approach? You can sort of pick your team and what your message would be at this moment.
Well, if it's like a TPS side, I think they don't have to change anything. Maybe the first line has to be a little bit better, but they were making chances in the end of the period. So I think in the TPS side, they get 2 power plays, 1 goal from that. They were better after the last chance of the period. So I think they are good in the game.
So just pump the tires a bit more.
Yeah, that's true.
So Kati, that leaves the other side to you. If you were in the Porvoo locker room at the moment, they were clearly the underdogs in the latter part. So what would your solution and your message to the team be?
I think they should a bit calm down the game. They were pretty hectical and losing that way many chances with the ball. So I think they have their game plan, and now they were a bit like running after the ball. So more structure in the defense and calm down. Like Mika said in the statistic, when you win the ball, it's not necessarily the good option to pass the short pass immediately. When you win the ball, take the ball, make your move, and then the pass. And I think this would be really important for PSS to the second period.
We were counting the activity levels of forechecking in the first period. Now let's get that graph also in there, and we can see here the green being that the forechecking team gets the ball, the orange being that the attacking team holds on to the ball, and the red meaning that the attacking team gets a shot in. So, Hannu, first of all, your interpretation from this graphic, does it represent the way you saw the game?
Yeah, it does, because PSS was waiting more when they were forechecking, and TPS was more active when they started the thing. So that's the thing that so this shows us the game quite well.
And you were also counting something that's lacking from this graphic. So scoring opportunities for the forechecking team when they are active. So what did you get?
I did get that TPS get 3 chances and PSS 2, so quite even.
From active?
But
from the initiative.
PSS have to be waiting because they didn't have anything from
exactly. Exactly.
And TPS was active at least 2 times from that.
And Kati, if you look at this graph, anything to add? Would you want to see PSS probably a little bit more taking the initiative in forechecking as well?
Yes, I think so. Last season, this active style or initiating the game was fitting them very well. So I guess I'm waiting for that. And TPS, I think they were really active in initiating the game a lot, and that seems to fit them. It's always then a choice of the coach, which system is more successful, which system is fitting to my team. And these are the hard decisions the coach has to make, perhaps already during the game or before the game against different kind of teams. What is working with my team the best?
And also PSS a little bit more passive, so to say, Hannu. That's probably due to the fact also that they went with more with 2 lines.
Yeah. maybe if they are losing after second period or something like that, they are more active after that.
All right, thank you, Hannu, thank you, Kati. I think it's now time to hand it over once more to our commentator, Olli Hogben. Olli, take it away.
Nyt ollaan saatu vieraaksi Kivran toimitusjohtaja Ilari Abdeen. Kivra jatkaa viime kevään tavoin F-liigan kumppaninaan. Mikä sai jatkamaan salibändin parissa myös tällä kaudella?
Salibändin parissa sai jatkaa se, että meillä oli tosi hyviä kokemuksia viime playoff-kauden yhteistyöstä ja siitä, kuinka Kivra otettiin vastaan salibändin pariin. Ja on tosi ilo jatkaa nyt yhdessä F-liigan kanssa koko tämä kausi ja luoda yhdessä parempia tapahtumaelämyksiä.
No miten tämä yhteistyö näkyy F-liigan seuraajalle?
F-liigan seuraajille se näkyy siten, että me pyritään jokaiselle F-liigan seuran tapahtumakävijälle näissä liigapeleissä tarjoaa parempaa tapahtumaelämystä yhdessä Ticketin ja F-liigan kanssa. Aina kun Kivraan lataa lipun tai ostaa lipun Kivraan, niin pyritään luomaan ehjempi kokonaisuus siitä koko tapahtumasta.
No miksi se kannattaa ladata? Just vähän kerroitkin siitä, mutta saat vielä perustella lisää.
Ja sitten toinen näkökulma, mitä tässä pyritään rakentamaan, niin yhdessä myös hyvän tekeväisyyttä nuorten urheilulle ja salibändille. Että jokainen lippu, joka ostetaan Kivraan, niin kerryttää myös tällä kaudella hyvän tekeväisyyspottia. Ja sitten sitä pyritään jakaa yhdessä seurojen nuorisourheilun parantamiseen. Ja tietysti sitten jokainen yhdessä tehty hyvä teko niin luo myös kuluttajille mahdollisuuden sit, niin kuin omaa arkea helpottaa liittymällä tähän Kivran digipostin pariin.
Kiitos.
Well, we are about to get underway as our colleagues from Finnish television offer their thoughts. I wonder if they're in line with the thoughts of Oskari and co back in our studio. Welcome all of you to the World Floorball Summit of 2022, taking place in the Erekylä Sport Institute. And we are shortly to resume this Super Cup final between TPS and PSS. And the team you're looking at, the leading force so far. Merihelmi Hörnala's goal in the second power play, the only successful power play for either side. That's the key differential so far. Very interesting hearing the studio guests talk about what has got to be one of the most complex issues in all of sports psychology and coaching philosophy, which is how to get your team to do everything the same, how to keep things as they were, because the TPS, it's working, and the signs are that another goal or two could be on the horizon. Easier said than done, though. Sometimes there's a temptation, especially after a break in play, to change things, to take your foot off the gas a little. They used in the studio the rather lovely expression, just pump some air into the tyres. That's all, just keep the vehicle maintained. So far, the engine is operating pretty well for the team in black and white. As for PSS, Porvo, well, they started the contest well, didn't they? Good first 10 minutes or so, plenty of chances. Just imagine what the game might have been like if Alice Sundström had found the back of the net, if the Holmbergs had managed to link up to beat Nora Vuorela, who's had a good game in the TPS goal. But Holmberg fans and the PSS fans at large won't be too disheartened because there's some time still to go in this contest. Good atmosphere here at the start of the Finnish domestic season. Curtain raises. It's the start of the second period in the Super Cup as TPS of Turku take on PSS Porvoo, and it is PSS who trail by a goal to nil. They have possession from right to left. The warmest of welcomes to you indeed, wherever you're watching the contest from. Olli Hogben here, and it is a great privilege to be talking to you today. Oh, well cut out. What a piece of defending by Noora Rantanen. How important that was. It was a good-looking ball on the diagonal from the team in yellow. They are so good at recovering possession quickly. TPS. And they're great goal scorers as well. When you look at the league standings last season, only one of the top 4 point scorers in the regular season, not from TPS. Oh, a nice move. What a finish that was. Exquisite from Vera Kuosmanen. Lovely hit. Took it low across the goalkeeper into the back of the net. It's TPS 2, PSS 0. And they have picked up as they left off at the end of the first period. That is a fine finish from Kuosmanen, the new signing, the 18-year-old. This is why they're so excited about her. And few things feel sweeter than getting your first goal for your new team in as big a setting as the Super Cup. Let's have a look at it again. Kuosmanen gets it all started. Lovely ball from Maikola. And then it is from the pass from goal scorer Hörnala to the newest goal scorer and the newest acquisition in the team, Vera Kuosmanen. With not a great view of this, just keep an eye on another 46, Marianne Valiaho, just across the body of her own goalkeeper, and trying to defend and block that. So TPS have a 2-goal advantage. Sundström. Have been, Sundström just slightly miscontrols that. Some indications of the attacking threat of PSS. But at the moment, it's starting to look increasingly dominated. This is well won back though. Great covering defence. What a breakaway from TPS. Levalampi using this partnership at the back with Valiaho.
Levalampi oli istumassa 2 minuuttista silloin, kun TPS:n avausmaalin teki. Nyt Valiaholta hyvä syöttö.
Oh, it's a great long ball forwards. And amazingly, that stays out. I think it was Fanny Holmberg who actually had the chance. Very stretched there, the play. Holmberg, who's been such an important player at big times for PSS. Didn't come back off the post. Did the goalkeeper get a touch on it? Hard to see in the first instance as Daniela Westerlund comes on. So on the court, the new signing for PSS, evidence of their high level of aspiration, signing a player who really impressed at the last World Championships, just plucked away by Kuosmanen. Pulled back.
PSS aloittanut taas kahdella ketjulla tän erän alun ja siinä määrin ei päästä näkemään, että haluaako valmentajat peluttaa ketjua vastaan, vaan ne kiertää tässä nyt luontevasti aika
22, Alanko Salminen.
kolmella ja PSS kahdella ketjulla.
Who, would you believe, first played for TPS back in 2007.
Siinä määrin myös vähän viime keväästä asetelmat
Almost 200 games in the league and in the playoffs. Close to 300 points scored for the club. Great to have her back in the team.
Harmittavia poissaoloja tässä.
Tässä siis kaksi ehdottomasti suurinta
Sixes, Johanna Kassalainen.
TPS:llä se ensimmäinen mestaruus viime kaudella. Ja PSS on jo pidemmän aikaa ollut ehdottomasti mestarisuosikkeja tai useamman kauden tässä, mutta vähän on sellainen tunne, että jos ensin oli se Klassikin dynastia kaudesta 2007-2013, siinä tuli sitten vielä 15 ja 17 Klassikille mestaruudet. Sitten on ollut vähän se Proon aika ja PSS
Jana Salio.
Sitten tuli mestaruus ja nyt
A
tuli
little pressure momentarily from Mela Holmberg.
Kuitenkin mielestäni se vähän piirun verran kovempi suosikki tähän kauteen.
Stick in the way was Linda Turnqvist. It's possession now. Just have to call her Linda Twist and Turnqvist with that breakaway because she set up an attack that almost runs its way through to Lampinen, but Noora Rantanen was refusing to let out. Well played, Linda Turnqvist, number 15 for PSS, who built that attack almost out of nothing. Possession for the team in yellow. For is Norna Björkman.
Kuitenkin on näitä kaksintaistelua. Classic ja Pro oli pitkään NST sinulla siellä kokemusta.
7 Emilia Tionen. So we're seeing some players we haven't yet had the chance to really look at in this contest as fresh legs are needed. All important strength in depth that's required, not just to get you through a game, but get you through the season.
Nyt pelaajia on myös ulkomailla, heitä toki on tullut takaisin, mutta laatupelaajia heitäkään sitten nimenomaan maajoukkuetason pelaajia tuppaavat menemään aika monesti sitten samaan seurajoukkueeseen. Ja
refusing to be dispossessed. Oh, she's done well. That's brilliant from Pietala. Just half a step ahead of everyone. She's into the boards and a breakaway chance for Valampi to just calm the game down.
Dynastioita tai jossain määrin tasoeroa ja tässä näen kyllä, että miesten puolella on sinällään sama homma, että siellä se
nicely played, intelligently uses the boards. First to everything at the back. Pietala. Sundström pulled back and gathered by Vuorela. Once again, Noora Vuorela proving just how vital she is.
Tässä on pari-kolme hyvää paikkaa ollut erän alkuun ja taas tulee.
Still threatening PSS with Vuorela making another great stop.
Sen verran, että ei pääse siitä Rautala väkisin palloa läpi viemään. Alanko Salminen rauhoittaa ja jatka vielä tuosta.
Always the way that when the headlines are written, the goalkeepers tend to not feature in them. So often forgotten. If TPS are to win this game, then we'll begin with a look at the impressive performance of their 28-year-old shot stopper, who was one of the top goalkeepers in the league last season with 80% save rate. Been with the club a very long time. It's a touch and goes up and away, and Matilda Holmström with the hit. Under 19 World Championships.
Tuossa hetki sitten jälleen erinomaisen kaksinkamppailun voiton. Syöttö menee perille, Fanny Holmberg pudottaa alaspäin. Siellä on Marianne Väliaho, joka äsken tarjoili hienon pystysyötön juuri Fanny Holmbergille. Väliahokin on kokenut pelaaja, lähes 200 ottelua liigassa, 10. kausi hänelle. Ja yksi Suomen mestaruus löytyy, Happeessa 4 kautta 13-17. Ja 28-vuotias puolustaja nyt sitten PSS:n riveissä. Björkman
Björkman.
keskustaan.
It's the give and go, a little support, and has got it or had it from Inga Lampinen, who was wrestled off the ball. Now it's back with Atojavi.
Maikola pääsee väliin, Höynälä on sijoittunut hyvin ja on viemässä palloa, mutta Hautajärvi taistelee ja taistelu jatkuu yhä edelleenkin.
On for Björkman to control. Whistle interrupts proceedings.
Eli kyllä tässä power breakille ollaan menossa, se tulee aina puolessa välissä. Jos joku
Still to come later today, we have the Men's Super Cup on this double-header day of World Floorball Summit action at the Erikilä Sport Institute.
voimaa lyö Lasse Kurronen nyt tähän lähetykseen, eli mitä tässä pelissä on toissarjassa nyt toistaiseksi tapahtunut, mitä nostat
Joo, ei
esiin?
tässä puntit ole mitenkään nyt mennyt kummallekaan sen enempää, että PSS on ihan hyvin pelillä kiinni ja toi on hyvä, että toi kolmoskenttä on myös saanut nyt itse asiassa aika hyvinkin tilanteita luotua ja ei ole tonne omiin joutunut pyörimään ja se antaa varmasti myös Ukkoselle pelimerkkiä tuohon pelutukseen, että pystyy enemmän kolmella ketjulla peluttamaan, mutta niin vähän kaipaisin semmoista niinku vielä vaarallisuutta tuohon viimeistelyyn, että ihan hyviä tontteja löytynyt, mutta
scoreline not favouring PSS. They're looking in pretty decent spirits on the sidelines, as you'd expect from a team that won the cup last season.
Ehkä vielä se viimeinen, että voisiko siirtää pikkasen sivuun tai ampua
It
alas.
always takes time, doesn't it, for new signings to really bed in, to really settle.
Joo, se on
ylipäätään yksikin nollapeli on harvinaista ja vuorolla ollaan niitä 6.
Kyllä. Toki TPS:llä nyt etenkin viime
So
kaudella.
back underway after the break in play.
Puolustus on myös ollut todella
Change in fortunes for PSS, who trail by 2 goals to 0. We're watching the finish of Women's Super Cup to kick off the domestic season. It's tricky to take it out of defence in that sort of position, but it has worked. Rautala putting the ball into the mixer. So have a look at Ella Sundström, who started her second spell at the club in the 2018 season. Played at the World Floorball Championships. And she was the only non-TPS player in the top 4 when it comes to points scored in the regular season last year. So evidence of just how the team in black and white dominated the standings. And why they are the favourites for this game, as it's gathered by Alasalo. To distribute quickly. Front looking to feed off the scraps is Fanny Holmberg.
Kyllä varmasti näin ja ei tule yllätyksenä, että enemmän täytellään pulloja kuin koppaillaan palloa tällä kaudella, mutta tärkeä varapatruuna sinne, että joukkueella on 2 hyvää maalivahtia.
TPS:llä puolestaan nuori Vilma Holm, varamaalivahti. Hän tuli Salpasta ja pelasi viime kaudella juurikin tuolta T16-sarjaa.
Crossman scored that lovely second goal. Very impressive strike. Low into the corner. A good start she's made to what many believe will be an exciting career with the TPS.
Höynälällä tänään 1+1 ja tässä Höynälä rakentelee uusia tilanteita Maikolan kautta vasempaan laitaan ja Pietilä odottaa keskustassa sinne
Threatening movement to the ball.
Toiselta Pietilältä tulee.
All the league champions.
Vuorelasta ehkä vielä sen verran, että hän oli 2017 MM-kisoissa ja sen jälkeen sitten
tries to build an attack for PSS, and these attacks are becoming fewer and further between.
Puhuttu, että sinne kaikki tähtää, että siellä olisi sitten Suomi-paita päällä ja ainakin tämän ottelun näytöt on nyt tähän asti erinomaiset.
Lots of possession.
Muutenkin, jos mennään vaikka
Help provided by Tihonen, Turnqvist,
Ei kyllä, ja onkin
Leno.
maajoukkueeseen noussut niin kuin vahvemmin mukaan ja viime viikon loppuna sitten oli tuolla Ruotsia vastaan.
So interesting listening to Tapio Harmin-Anttila talking before the match about the idea of reactive forechecking. Really, one could facetiously say, is it an antidote to the, or an alternative to the headless chicken approach, where if you who ever played any form of ball sport will know that there's such a temptation, especially with younger players, to just chase after the ball, to try to recover it back when actually you can get yourself into trouble playing too aggressively to recover possession. Leave yourself open to the counter, also waste valuable energy. There's a real sense of strategy in the TPS coaching staff as to how it is they're trying to develop their forechecking game.
Kaasalainen Aidemir puolen kenttään Nordlundille, Saario menee keskikaistalla, Nordlund saa pallon takaisin.
Nice looking build-up play. There's seeming to be space. The black and white shirt.
13 minuuttia tulee täyteen. TPS sai sen nopean avausmaalin tähän toiseen erään. Veera Kuosmanen maalin tekijänä. Ja sen jälkeen kyllä puntit ovat tasoittanut, kuten sanoit, eli ei tullut mitään sen isompaa rypästä. PSS jopa saanut jälleen sitten tässä viimeisen 5-6 minuutin aikana ehkä ne paremmat paikat.
Kyllä, ehdottomasti näin, että nyt varmasti maali teki sinne hyvää, että saisi vähän uskoa tuohon tekemiseen, että on hyvin päässyt paikoille, mutta ei ole vielä palkittu, että mutta oikein hyvin on pelissä.
Holmberg haastaa, ei aivan saa palloa mukaan. Noora Rantanen sen sijaan saa. Rantanen keskustaan. Siinä on Rautala, Fanni Holmberg sukaisee pallon kulmaan. Noora Rantanen ensimmäisenä siellä. Ja näin lähtee Rantanen kiertämään. Edelleenkin pysyy pallolla, vaikka siinä hieman estellään. Matilda Holmström seuraa, mutta Rantanen ei pallosta luovu tällä kertaa. Koko ajan pää kääntyy. Katsele, löytyykö syöttötilaa. Nyt sellainen löytyy. Virta alaspäin Saariolle. Saario. Alaspäin. Mella Holmberg lähtee seuraamaan. Holmberg, joka on erinomainen monivuotinen tehopelaaja ja on kyllä todella juonikas.
Space to break away for Emilia Piekala. Set up well and put wide in the end. Great opportunity for Emilia Piekala. Created that opportunity all herself with a good burst into the attacking half.
15 pistettä, silloin 12 pistettä, mutta otteluitakin oli vain 12 ja on kyllä selkeä.
Erika Michaela hard working at the back for TPS. Well, one back.
Jälleen pystyy tää PSS 3 rakentamaan ihan järkevän näköistä hyökkäyspeliä, että on kyllä ollut sinällä aika hyvin pelillä tää PSS 3-ketju, vaikka siinä veikkaisin nyt ihan hirveästi ei ole yhteisiä reenejä alla.
Ei varmaankaan. Mietitään vielä pelipaikkoikin, eli Inka Lampinen, joka on se 15 vuotta puolustajana, ei hyökkäjänä kovin monta kertaa, niin siinä on jo yksi selkeä
situation where PSS find themselves just muscled off the ball. So look at Ella Sundström.
Hänelläkin tänään
11 goals in the playoffs last season.
Onnistunut maaleja tekemään. Viime kaudella komeat 36 pistettä, niistä 24 maalia ja se oli Sundströmin paras kausi pisteiden valossa. Parta. Puoli ja toisi hieman roikun.
Salminen pressurized by Westerlund.
Joka on näissä tilanteissa on hyvä ja
pressurized a little too much in the hands of the officials.
Ja pelaa aika kovaa.
Entirely sure that Westerlund's in euphoric agreement.
Todella vaikea riistää häneltä palloa ja kuten tuossa ottaa sen karvaajan siihen ja lähtee ja myös erittäin hanakasti tienaa jäähyjä vastustajalle, koska tuossa helposti pihdit jää vähän turhan pitkäksi aikaa kiinni ja hän osaa kyllä sitten tuomarillekin näyttää, että millä tavalla liikaa on kiinni pitämistä ja paljon tienannut ylivoimia omalle joukkueelle just nimenomaan
Alanko Salminen on the diagonal.
siinä pysyen hyvin liikkeessä.
Ja näyttää nyt tällä otanalla siltä, että tuo pelityyli ole mihinkään muuttunut siitä. Ja nimenomaan se, kun hän pallon saa näissä kamppailuissa, on uskaltaa
It's so difficult for PSS to meaningfully build up an attack. Stuttery feel to it for the team in yellow. But just one goal would enormously alter the dynamic of the contest, and they've got players who are more than capable of breaching the defence. Sario takes it away from her own goal. The issue, as always, is the lack of control you have of a game when you're always the ones chasing possession, as that's called a cross goal by Nordlund. Once again, just shut down so well. Kira Virta, the player with the important interception. Looked an important prospect for the national side at the Under-19 World Championships. 19-year-old Kira Virta. Maikola. Höynälä. Score of the opening goal. Dances through. Clever use of the ball. Pietilä. Slightly mishit, but possession retained by TPS. Pietilä once more. Score of the second. Another Kuosmanen. Slightly pressurised to win it back, the team in yellow, but it's not happening. Emilia Pietilä. 2.5 minutes left of this the second period. Goal in each, putting TPS in control of the contest. Attack by Kasalainen. Oh, what a lovely move! Came back off the frame of the goal. Sofia Leno with the strike. How quickly they moved that ball from defence to attack. And how narrow an escape. The danger is not over yet. Another hit from Sofia Leno. And that an example really of going from 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds. TPS dictating the pace of this well-managed contest. First the ball, winning it back. Vantonen. Still they are in possession and still they search for a third goal.
Jos tarvii tiivistää, niin tuosta kyllä kaksi todella kovaa viisikkoa vielä rakentaa, mutta nyt ei ole mitään tarvetta ollut siihen, 3 kenttää hyvin pelillä ja just niin kuin sanoit, niin PS:n kolmosen
marvelous piece of play this was. Not the easiest of shots to take on as well from Leno.
Vastustajan päähän tulee, niin se on sitten plussaa ja jos sitten omiin, niin se on tietty miinusta.
What an opportunity that was! And another super save by Nora Vuorela. It was Daniela Westerlund. It's still Westerlund in the corner. Just imagine if that had gone in suddenly. PSS go into the break with the momentum. They have hope. Still, they search to halve the deficit. Parter was wrestled off the ball. Really a slight Harry riposte feel almost to the way PSS are having to play, to use a fencing analogy. Just trying to get the odd counter punch in when they can. Oh, that almost fell to Kuosmanen. Couldn't cleanly strike the ball, but once more the build-up play was a delight from TPS. Might get one last attack in before the end of the second period, but they're certainly going to go into the third in full control of the game as that one comes off Mariano Vallejo. And TPS have doubled their advantage after Merihelmi Hörnala gave them the lead. Vera Kuosmanen got her first goal for a new team. And here in the setting of the Erikkilä Sport Institute at the World Floorball Summit, it is TPS who are climbing towards the top of the mountain, and they're looking very good indeed. They lead PSS by 2-0 with 1 period left. And let's head back to Oskari in the studio.
After the second period, it's 2-0 to TPS. So I don't know. What would you say, Hannu? I think it was slightly PSS's period, even though they are losing by 2 goals at the moment.
Yeah, the scoring chances were to PSS, and especially the first line of PSS was much better this period.
Yeah, so it seems like it's TPS's second line that sort of carries them at the moment. When they get the chance, they are really dangerous, even though they had maybe slightly less scoring chances.
Yeah, and the second line of TPS has 7 scoring chances until now, and only 1 on the own end. So
let's go to Kati Eteläpää joining us remotely as well. Kati, how did you see the second period, and what were the things that to you stood out?
Well, this is interesting. Actually, I don't agree that the second period was for PSS or PSS. For me, it seems like TPS is playing pretty clever. They are playing the ball to the deep, and then they use the second wave when they have the ball. And they are like using the whole court. And I think that they are creating like power play zones on the court, and that's why they are winning pretty often the ball. And I think for PSS, they have pretty much distance between the players. When they are on the ball, they should a bit get closer to create these chances. Of course, they had pretty good scoring chances. But yes, I'm pretty surprised about your opinion that this was for PSS about clearly, because I had their totally different kind of thoughts.
It's a good example how you can sort of look at the game as 2 experts from a little bit different viewpoints, and this is good to get some conversation, or maybe a little bit of a difference of an opinion. Scoring chances, as you said, 5-7 to PSS in the period. But what do you think of what Kati just told us?
Well, I cannot say that I'm right or she's wrong, but I have to say that it's not so clearly the PSS, but they were better because they were more active on the forechecking, and then that's why maybe they get the ball more, and then they get the more scoring chances.
Let's look at the graphics next about forechecking, and this is first and second period together, so cumulative statistics, and again the green meaning that the defending team gets the ball. With the forechecking, they chose either initiative or waiting. Yellow meaning attacking team keeps the ball, and red meaning attacking team gets a shot. So this is always from the perspective of the forechecking team. That's very important to remember when you look at this graph. Let's start with Kati. What do you see? What stands out to you?
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I think that when PSS was initiating the game, they got more chances. So this is now what I'm wondering for the last period, if they are staying more active, initiating more. Yeah, interesting statistic, and I think it tells us the whole truth of the game till now.
Hannu, if you look at this graph, it shows that TPS is choosing a little bit more versatile style of play between the initiative and waiting, and whereas PSS only basically got their more active, more initiative forechecking going in the second period.
Yeah, and especially for the first line, they were more active, and Ella Sundström was the starter of the forechecking. Who then they get more active after that.
Yeah, and I don't know. It doesn't matter too much about the scoring chances or the opinions of who was better in the second period. The fact is that it's 2-0 for TPS after 2 periods. So let's start with Kati. What would you change as a coach? Because if you are behind 2 goals after 2 periods and you should win the game, however, it's a final game. So what would be the things that you would be going through with your players at the moment if you were in the Porvoo locker room?
Well, of course, it is like you said, 2-0, that's nothing. And 20 minutes is enough time to score 3 or 4 or 5 times. I still think that PSS should be more patient with the ball. They should have more patience with the ball. When they win the ball, take these 2-3 steps and then make the pass. Stay a bit tighter also in the offense, that they are also creating these zones they are winning the balls. And I think they are just really tiny little things they should do a bit better. So I would say that 20 minutes, that's enough. And then look few details maybe for the offense, and that should be enough. But like I said, I have a feeling that TPS is a bit like all over the place, so it's pretty difficult for PSS to get through the defense. They are really aggressive, playing aggressive and winning many 1-against-1 situations.
Yeah, for sure, 20 minutes is more than enough if you get the game going. 2 goals is not too much. Hannu, do you think we will see even more active PSS in the forechecking side in the third period, because they have to sort of get the initiative, get the ball and get the scoring chances?
Yeah, I think that the more the clock is, the more they will be active and more they try to get the ball. Like Kati says, it's like when they get the ball, then they have to be patient, that they don't lose the ball right away when they have make a hard work that they get it. So after 2 seconds they lost it. So that's the main thing, that they can get the goals.
I think the game got even a little bit more physical in the second period. Do you see that as an advantage to either one of the teams?
I think it's an advantage to PSS. They have more players who likes that.
What are your thoughts on that, Kati? To my eye, it seemed that there was more physical contact, and even maybe the yellow team trying to find those situations and be, when they were more active, maybe be more physical as well.
Yes, I think so too. It was getting more physical, and this is of course one good option to show the opponent team that we are still here. And it has really a big impact on the game, how many 1-against-1 these physical situations you are winning for your team. If you increase the amount of winning these situations, then you are also getting better chances because you get the ball. And I think this is also something which is really important in a mental way, to show that we are ready to fight and we are still fighting, and you will get nothing free. So let's see what we will see in the last period.
If I would look the third period through the lens of the team that's chasing, so that would be PSS. One pitfall, Hannu, to my eye, is that potential pitfall to TPS is that actually they have one line carrying them, and the 2 other lines may be not on their game. That is a strength, that they have 3 lines, whereas from one night to another, it can be a different line that steps up. But is this something that could be potentially dangerous for TPS, that at the moment they are Höynälä's line is maybe their best unit?
Yeah, it could be, but what I know, the coaches of the TPS, they will react there. They will make two lines which can play there. So I don't think so that it's can be that so dangerous for them. And I know that Saario and other ones from the first line, they are experienced players and they know how to play when they are leading. So I think if they don't get scoring chances, even they get the ball and keep the ball. So they know how to play when they are leading.
Kati, your thoughts on this? Do you think we will see TPS go more to their top 10 players to two lines or stick with three?
For me, a really difficult question because I think that they have been a bit controlling the game so far. I would, as a coach, continue to play with three lineups because I think it's a bit, or at least in the beginning, I think it's a bit dangerous game to start the third period with two lineups. I think it's too early, but interesting to see what the coaches are doing. But I would personally start with three lineups.
What's your guess, Hannu? Do you think we'll see that from the early stages of the third period, or still TPS going with three cylinders?
I think in the beginning they will go with the three lines and maybe last 10 minutes with the two lines.
It's going to be really interesting to see. That's 2-0 for TPS at the moment, and if my timing is correct, we will have 3 minutes and some seconds left of the intermission, so this is a good time to turn the broadcast over to Olli Hogben, our commentator. Olli, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Oskari. It's always fascinating, isn't it? Those of you watching from wherever in the world you're watching from, when the experts disagree on their assessment of what we've seen. But a good thing too, it's a very disagreeable sort of game, this, isn't it? Quite right to observe that PSS have had so many chances. They've really threatened, they've really looked at a dangerous force coming forwards. But unfortunately, sport is an unsentimental thing. There's only one metric that counts, and TPS have put the ball into the back of the net on 2 occasions. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are quite a lot of you watching this who are also in disagreement, maybe even with yourselves, conflicting thoughts on the way back into this contest for TPS and PSS, or rather particularly for PSS, who trail by 2-0. But there is a palpable danger that TPS could let this game slip away from them. There's always the temptation, it was briefly discussed in the studio, to make changes to the lineup, to maybe condense the lines and try to almost preempt something that may or may not happen from PSS. From TPS's perspective, well, they've got the game at 1/2, and as we know, having something 1/2 in floorball counts for absolutely nothing whatsoever. I'm sure our colleagues from Finnish television are having a similar sort of discussion about this game. We'll be getting underway in this F-Liiga opening, the curtain raiser for the domestic season, in just a matter of seconds. It's great to have your company for TPS against PSS. Apologies for the slight silence from the field of play at the moment. We're working on that, and PSS are working on making a comeback into this engrossing contest. Interesting assessment from Kati about the clever way in which TPS are playing the game. They do look as though they're a team with gears, a team with a few tricks up their sleeve. At the moment, courtesy of Meri-Helmi Hönölä and Veera Kuosmanen, they lead by 2 goals without reply, the setting of the Rikkilä Sports Institute.
Joo, varmaan heidän pitää tää niin kuin riistopelaaminen nyt painottaa johonkin muualle kuin tonne ihan päätylankkuun, että siihen ei
last opportunities for the PSS players to talk to themselves, talk amongst themselves before the start of this final period. If necessary, we'll go to an extra time period of 20 minutes.
ehkä se, että peliä pitää parantaa.
Interesting, isn't it? Almost if the team talk itself was a visual metaphor, TPS players organised, even have shape, don't they, in their team talk. Perhaps more than PSS, who looked a touch on the disjointed side. So often tempting to create extended metaphors in the world of sports broadcasting. All that really matters is what's going to happen now as the action is set to get underway once more. It is the Erikylä Super Cup, the start of the F-Liiga season. We begin the final period. TPS 2 goals to the good against PSS. Teams from Turku and Porvoo respectively. It is PSS who play from right to left, and the start of this period evocative of what we've seen so far. They're being bullied off the ball. They are creating some chances. It was played on the diagonal by Annika Haltojavi, wearing number 3. Oh, cut out! And almost in the end put in. It was half defended by TPS. Vuoroila has not yet been beaten. He's made some terrific saves too. Pietilä plays at a fraction behind Merihelmi Hönölä, undergraduate at university in speech therapy.
Puskemiseksi ja haetaan sitä yhtä onnistumista, mikä yleensä sitten avaa padot, mutta allekirjoitko tänne, että ihan viime kaudellakin
number of players who are combining career in elite floorball with their undergraduate or even postgraduate studies. We've got some in the men's competition who are involved in that as well. And that was just a slightly acute angle for Veera Kuosmanen to hit. I'll tell you what, it's been an exciting start from the teenager. She's confident, that could so easily ricochet in.
Katsotaan aukeako se patoi, aukeako tästä TPS:lle hyökkäys vai saako
Edemir.
PS riistoa hyökkäyspäässä. Parta roikkuu, Edemir pystyy hyvin pitämään palloa.
Here's the free hit from Emma Parta.
Pelasi jo 13 ottelua liiga-ympyröissä. Virmosta TPS juuri nyt pallolla oleva Aidemir 2003 syntynyt ja viime kaudella tuli.
Oh, what a lovely piece of play, great turn. Pulled back and the shot was blocked by Alasalo. That was really glued to the stick for a moment. TPS continue to justify their reputation of being such a good attacking side into a whole sea of players. So Emma Markala, worth taking a shot from there, could easily have found its way through. Leno. Yes, they're having to work very hard defensively. Team, a new signing permanently for the club, Melissa Edemir, but known to TPS fans last season due to the cooperation with SPS Virmo. Useful player to have, Edemir, versatile, clever player. A lot of space suddenly for Laura Rantanen, goes across goal. Laura Rantanen, 23-year-old, scored the goal that won the title against today's opponents. What a lovely renaissance, shall we say, for a player who missed the whole of the 2018-2019 season with a knee injury, sustained on international duty. Taken behind the goal by Jen Nasario.
Aikaa pelaajalle kertoa, että liikaa jo läpi pelattu, mutta ollaan nyt täällä kun viihdytään. Mutta on erinomainen pelaaja Höynälläkin ja sinänsä asiaa puhuit.
Once again, TPS dictating the nature of the game. Look at the way they work the ball from one wing to t'other. And the space created for Michaela to shoot. Good goalkeeping by Salo. Got down low to retrieve that and tried to distribute fast. Just skipped away from Tihonen. The unpredictability of the build-up play from the team in the striped shirts, leading to that really good opportunity.
Kyllä siinä oli lähellä päästä maalipaikkaa ja samanaikaisesti antoi aikaa muulle nelikolle vaihtaa, että se on hirmu tärkeää, että nuo kärkipelaajat jaksaa tehdä siellä. On pikkasen jo vaihtoa alla ja halutaan vaihtaa tuoreet pelaajat, niin se yksi pelaaja jaksaa siellä hidastaa sen hyökkäyksen ja nyt oli tosiaan lähellä, syntynyt enemmänkin kuin pelkkää hidastusta.
Such a good eye for a pass, Alanko. Just slightly overhit. Emma Parta has to give chase. So Sundström tries to come over to keep the attack alive. A little stick just coming out from Edemir. And it's pulled back and it has crossed the line. Now, hang on just a moment. Welcome to the club, Daniela Westerlund. TPS 2, PSS 1. And how quickly narratives can change in this sport. They brought her in to be a big-time player, and she's got a big goal. And it was really a goal that came out of scrappiness from PSS, working hard to win possession back. Sundström, a fine pass. Westerlund with the shot from close range, took a second attempt, and Broiler finally beaten. Well. Now what? I'll leave you arguing amongst yourselves at home. PSS finally have a reward for all of the chances. Just overhit, and as a result, right at the other end, a great stop from Salo. And how important it could be to keeping the momentum in the hands of PSS as suddenly the game starts to look really stretched. Team in yellow very nearly played themselves into great trouble. That went across the goal, looking for Elina Hatojavi. At last, the team in yellow has reason to be buoyant. Couldn't work much harder for it either. Oh, this is again beautifully, intricately worked. That is a peach of a goal. It's Olivia Pietala. It's probably the finest move of the match so far. And it's TPS 3, PSS 1. And the momentum switches back again. Olivia Pietala's strike. And this was served up on a dinner plate for her. It's a lovely team goal right at the other end. Possession lost. And we bring you back the audio just in time to hear the banging of the drums. The TPS fans are in fine form, just as their side is. Good job too. We've got the down back now. You can hear just what the atmosphere is like in the Erikila Sports Institute. Michael are not able to get there and play pulled back. Foul on Fanny Holmberg, who looks to be in some discomfort. take a bit of a blow there. The 24-year-old. One of the great stalwarts of the team, Fanny Holmberry. Brief spell away from the club in Switzerland in the 2017-2018 season. Otherwise, she's been there since 2012. Once again, a look at that collision. It looked as though for a moment PSS were on a collision course with TPS to make it 2-2, but so quickly Olivia Pietela restored the 2-goal advantage, and that is what great teams do when they're challenged. Perhaps they were just woken up a little, TPS. 27 is Norma Rantanen, another PSS player down. It's the goal scorer, Daniela Westerlund. Well, what psychological effect? That's the question of scoring and then so quickly conceding. To see the exact nature of that challenge, but Milla Nordlund has been given a 2-minute penalty. Very often with floorball matches, one looks back at key forks in the road, little mini battles, and this is one of them. This is a big chance for PSS, their first power play of the match. They work this well. They've got players who can finish. One of them, Emma Parter, just missed it, striking the ball. He scored 3 goals at the Under-19 World Championships recently. Parter, charged down by Sofia Leno. Westerlund being a really important player in this power play. It's Gunilla Sundström. They've got options and they've got time. Decent defending there from Alanko. Sundström. Marta blocked by Hörnala. Halfway through this power play advantage for PSS, the advantage yet to turn into something material. Lundström just had to stretch to retrieve that. Just a little behind Parter. They can't quite get a clear shooting chance. They just need one. Parter. Back to her, Parter! Oh, well blocked. Tidy defending by Ella Alanko-Salminen. And she had to block it too because she was blocking her own goalkeeper. So missed that, and you leave an unsighted goalkeeper not thanking you for it later. Last 5 seconds, last chance, here it is! And it's up and away. And over the bar, courtesy of Rorila. Well, they got that right. Just couldn't get the finish. The power play yields no joy for the team in yellow and black. PS lead by 3-1 as we approach the halfway point of the final period in this, the 2022 Finnish Super Cup, part of the World Floorball Summit. What a great addition these matches are to the World Floorball Summit, a chance to see all of the tactical discourse, the sports psychology conversations actually turned into reality on the court. Oh, given away, must be, surely! And it is somehow stopped by Salo. Well, did they potentially overwork that move, TPS? It was a fine piece of keeping by Ala Salo nonetheless. But a golden chance to make it 4-1. Is Yenasario given away. Trying so hard to win it back with Sundström. As opening contests in a season go, this is not bad at all. Little layoff. And the choice made not to shoot immediately, but to go for one more pass. Salo was really tested. Power break. 2-goal advantage to TPS. How you know it's the start of a floorball season. Certain things you need, and him in the crowd is one of them. Not the easiest thing to control either, that giant flag. That's nothing compared to how it feels if you're PSS trying to control this TPS team. Slipping away. Maybe Helmi Hörnala. Such a good reader of the game. The number 23 for TPS. He's with a chess-like understanding. Pietala, who is so highly regarded for how well she plays out under pressure, and all of you out there will know what a prized acquisition it is to have a player who can do that, who can handle the ball at the back, make the right decisions when the attackers are bearing down on you. Cushioned off the boards, Salainen moves it on, it's back with PSS. It's well worked by Levalampi. Another player who's good at creating space with her body. Been forced to rethink the decision. One back well. This is nice from PSS. Creating some space, getting numbers forward and cut out so well by Virta. Good check back by Kira Virta. TPS. Some point in the next several minutes or so, PSS will begin to really have serious conversations about what to do with Ala Salo. Not to overload just yet. The shot forces a good save. Royler down low. A fine game. Goes across goal, flashed by Laura Rantanen. Westerlund. To play a bold ball, Annika Hatojärvi was managing to reach it. But so rarely in this game have PSS had absolute control over the build-up of their attacks, courtesy of TPS knowing when to increase the pressure on them, knowing when to strike. Ambitious long ball. Goes straight to TPS, allows them to build up an attack perhaps. Keep possession from the restart. Michaela will get it back. Just to play back for the team in black and white. It's going to be called into defensive action here, perhaps coming across is Olivia Pietala. Just forced a reset in that attack. Lampinen put into the danger zone. Tips away. It's back under the possession of a PSS. 18 is Hella Holmberg. Moved on by Levalampi. It's now with Emilia Pietala. Not for long though. They come again, PSS. Oh, this is really well done. At the other end, the goalkeeper, Ala Salo, is getting involved to deprive Anna Matala, who rather pickpocketed the defence. That's well saved by Rorila. Good positioning. Westerlund with the stop. Westerlund with a hit, I should say. Oh, tough one for Hatojärvi to cut out. A little too physical in trying to reclaim the ball. And we're into the last 5 minutes of the Women's Super Cup. Nasario. And Nordlund trying to get the hit away. Now it's with Nora Rantanen. Just nearly got themselves into a pickle at the back. The leaders, but this is a good breakaway opportunity, and it is yet again a fine piece of keeping by Ala Salo. How she has played her part in this entertaining contest, how she's keeping PSS hopeful. Outstretched right arm. Another good piece of goalkeeping. The players colliding with each other. One of them, Hatojärvi, now has the ball. Lundström. Oh, that was put almost on a plate by Linda Turnquist. We approach the last few minutes. Pernilla loses out. They've got people forward. Oh, that's an important touch by Pietala. Not for the first time too. Looking across, isn't she, Ala Salo? Wondering when it's going to be time. They've got a chance here, it's deflected. Still, ASS hopeful of an unlikely comeback. We enter the business end of the Super Cup now. hands. TPS Aloseura, founded in 1995 as a floorball club. The 1920s multi-sport outfits with well over 800 members playing the sport of floorball. Team just over a couple of hours drive to the east, south of Finland, PSS of Porvoo, who trail by 2 goals. It's the start of the domestic season in one of the giant nations of this wonderful sport. It's wonderful to have your company for it as well, as we see if PSS can find a way back into this game with 2.5 minutes to go. That will help. Just couldn't fashion a shooting chance, Holmberg. Pietala. Siblings everywhere you look in this game. Lampi moves it into the corner. Oh, what a touch by Merihelmi Hörnala. That was a beautiful piece of defending. TPS are going to feel the pressure now with PSS playing with no goalkeeper. Westerlund. Minutes and 20 seconds. PSS. The artificial power play they've overloaded by virtue of removing their goalkeeper. The shot goes across goal. It's blocked and it's an opportunity to put it in! It's done now, surely. TPS making it 4 goals to 1, and Mille Nordlund, the player who was the top scorer in the league last season, puts it in with 1 minute and 2 seconds left, and that is the gamble that you take when you remove the goalkeeper. Nearly there now, and they know it. Strange calmness comes over the TPS supporters, and this is why. It is 4 goals to 1. Mille Nordlund, number 44, with a well-taken goal from distance. Yes, no Alasalo in between the sticks, but still, that was a difficult finish. Player who joined from Endre in Sweden, where she played for a year. Got a highly impressive life outside of the sport of floorball, where she is training to be a social worker. Works with young children in a kindergarten. 30 seconds left. PSS's brief hopes seem to have been put paid to. Warila has had a really fine game in goal, and at large the TPS team have demonstrated just how it is they went about winning the league championship. Merihelmi Hörnala got things started for them, and from then on it was TPS largely in control of the contest. And with that, they secure the Super Cup by 4 goals to 1. TPS of Turku beat their near neighbours, PSS Porvoo, by 3 goals. Merihelmi Hörnala getting them started. Werner Grossman made it 2. A crucial goal from Olivia Pietala after Daniela Westerlund had pulled one back for PSS. And right at the end, into an unguarded net, Milla Nordlund put the result beyond doubt. TPS are your Super Cup champions. Well, there are some new signings in this PSS team. It will take time for them to gel. It was an entertaining game, they did a lot right, but it will be back to the drawing board now as they go into the regular season. Strong performance from the team in the black and white stripes, TPS of Turku. We've also got some powerful new signings. Great young players coming through, like Vera Grossman, like Olivia Pietala. How interesting, their oldest goal scorer, 24 years old. 21-year-old getting on the score sheet, and 2 18-year-olds finding the back of the net for TPS. Future bright for TPS. So we'll have the trophy presentation in just a moment. Draw to a close. Our coverage of the Super Cup. Presentation to the players of the match. Ala Salo, I'll certainly be hoping that neither she nor Vera Grossman unpack their bags and go to a different club anytime soon. Salo, evidence of why she's such an important part of this PSS team. And Vera Grossman, the 18-year-old, that is a pretty emphatic debut performance. Capped off with a goal. Well done to the officials as well, taking charge of the Super Cup. A huge honour for any referees, evidence that you've made it the top of the domestic game. It's a high pressure occasion for them and for the coaches too. Captain of PSS, Inka Lampinen. It's not the one they wanted to win, but they are a team that's been on the most extraordinary of journeys in the sport of floorball in recent years, emerging as a major force domestically. Nasario, the captain of TPS, comes across to collect the trophy. A fine start to the season for TPS. By virtue of a win by 4 goals to 1, they win the Finnish Super Cup to get their season off to a flying start. Themes of celebration in the Anikkila Sport Institutes. Here at the World Floorball Summit, it is TPS at the top of the mountain. And go over to offer their thanks to their supporters. A good gesture too, because the TPS fans And the PSS fans have done a great job in providing a lovely atmosphere, this curtain raiser for the domestic season. Well, it's been a great pleasure having your company for the Women's Super Cup final. Just a short break now because we'll be getting underway in a little while with the men's competition. Until then, goodbye.
Thank you, Olli, and welcome back to the studio for a short post-game analysis. So let's start with Kati Eteläpää. Kati, your thoughts on the game. What were the deciding factors for TPS that won the game 4-1?
Yeah, I think it was the calmness they had after winning the ball. It was almost every time a good decision. They played the ball to their own team. In compared to PSS, when they won the ball, I didn't see there during the whole game a big change. They played the ball pretty fast, and often it was not such a good decision. I mean, like too fast, and they were not able to play the ball to their own team. And I think that the TPS, they have a really good balance between initiating the game and waiting. I think the timing with their forechecking was really great. It was really dynamic, and they were really reacting on the opponent team when they should go more aggressive, when they should wait. And I think these were maybe today the things which were deciding this game for TPS.
Let's go immediately to that graph if we can to see exactly what Kati was talking about, the forechecking stats that we have been talking about today, and we see it here. This is throughout the whole game, combined all the three periods. Hannu Santanen, as Kati said, TPS being more versatile with the forechecking, more active, and then at times waiting, sort of 50-50 split when we see that PSS being just more on the waiting mode.
Yeah, that's true. And on the both things, when they were waiting or they were active, both ways they get the ball more than the opponent gets the advantage of those. So like Kati said, it was a good balance between those two things.
And this statistic is something we're going to follow, of course, during the men's game as well. If there is one line to sort of lift up from this game, I would say Heunalä's line was pretty good today for TPS side. You've been counting the scoring opportunities by line and overall. How do your stats look?
Yeah, the stats look like that they get 10 scoring chances and just 3 on their own end, so quite a good game from them. And 2 goals and 1 power play goal from Heunälä, so +3, not so bad.
So Kati, quickly looking forward to the men's game. What are your expectations from that? We're going to see Classic against SPV for the men's final.
Yeah, this will be a really interesting game. Is for years dominating the big, really top play. And again, as a interesting thing is that Juha Kivilehto will be there behind the bench. This is, if I'm right, his first big game as a head coach. And SPV, if Peter Kotilainen is fit, there will be really interesting issues in this game. So I'm looking forward.
Hannu, an interesting point Kati made there about Juha Kivilehto, a great long-term player, now debuts as a head coach of the reigning champion. Good player, and I know him, maybe if some player can do it, maybe Juha Kivilehto is the guy, but it's not an easy task to jump from the player to the same team that you were representing as a head coach.
And just few months between those things, so it's a big thing how he can make the authority and other things in there. I don't think that he can do it, but there can be difficulties.
Yeah, It's going to be interesting to see today. The men's game starts in 55 minutes, if I'm not wrong, and we will start 20 minutes before 6 finish time. That is in 45 minutes. 35 minutes. Thank you correcting my math. That's never been my strong side. Thank you, Kati, very much for your comments. Thank you, Hannu, and we will see you here 20 minutes before 6 o'clock finish time. See you soon.
Thank you.
Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Erkkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Erkkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Erkkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-Pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta. Eerikkilä ylpeänä esittää E-pod, urheilijan polku. Podcast urheilusta ja urheilijaksi kasvamisesta.
Between Classic Tampere and SPV from Seinäjoki. Welcome everybody back home to the pre-game part. The game is about to start in 20 minutes and I'm joined to the studio by two distinguished gentlemen, two head coaches, Mr. Jarmo Härmä from the men's under-19s team, welcome, and also the newly appointed Finnish men's national team head coach, Esa Jussila. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, Oskari.
What are your expectations from this game? If we start from sort of the headlines, the big things, let's start with Esa. What do you think? are the most important things for our international audience to watch in this particular game? Two top teams.
Yeah, two top teams competing for the first trophy of the season, and maybe the biggest thing when we're talking about Classic is how their first line is going to play. It has been producing goals for them for the past 5-6 years, and that's the main thing in their team, how their first line is going to play.
Jamo, what would you see as the main things in this particular game?
Well, there's two teams which have new head coaches, and that's an interesting part, and what the game will bring and what the game looks like. That's for me, it's the most interesting thing.
Yeah, there's Juha Kivilehto, Jori Isomäki, the head coaches. Both have a long player history. Juha Kivilehto just stopping his player career now and joining his old team as a head coach. As you know it quite well, it's not easy to start as an ex-top player and then continue as a coach, but especially like this, the same team that you played and won the championship, and then you're the head coach. It's an interesting situation.
It really is, and the main thing there is, of course, Juha has been also the leading player, not only how he has played, but also vocally how he has been communicating. He has a clear vision how to play, and I don't see there much of a problem for Juha to take this role.
Yeah, I think as well as if somebody can do it, it's probably Juha Kivilehto. He has been sort of the coach within the players so far as well. How do you see this sort of? Is it problematic or an advantage to Classic?
Yeah, of course there's threats and something else, but yeah, he's man in the mission and he really can do it. But of course, it's a huge task. Maybe the best club in the world and straight in the fire. But yeah, the staff and the coaching staff and players are so great that I think that will be a huge success.
How about SPV's side? And if you look at the coach first, Jori Isomäki, you know him quite well as well. What should we expect? Tommi Koponen, not the head coach at the moment. What are the changes that we should expect from SPV's side?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what the game looks like. And Jori has a quite same element than Tommi. And Tommi is also still with them and a father there. So it's nice to see what the game looks like. And I saw one training match against Happe, and that game really told me that there's some things going on, and they are really trying to progress the game with the ball, and they really acted well in that game. So that's what I'm looking for tonight.
Very interesting thing to watch how SPV is going to sort of rise up to the challenge. If you look at Classic, it traditionally has very many top players, Finnish national team players. Now today there's some big players not in the roster. Johansson, Sikkinen, Leikkanen out of the roster. This should make it more interesting.
Yeah, but it's also a good chance for some other players to raise their game and play in a bigger role. And it's not the first time in the last couple of years that Classic has missed players. And still they've been really successful. So I think that many players see that as a challenge, and they get their chance to show how good they are. And it's start of a new season, new coach, and it's really interesting to see how the players react to this situation that some top players are missing.
And if you look at Jamo, if you look at Classic's first line today, Salin, Laitila, Lastikka, really interesting trio in the offense. And Laitila, there because of some of these players are not in the roster, or is this something that Juha Kivilehto is trying out for the longer term?
Yeah, what I have heard that might be his place to be, and I guess he's the man to be there, and he's a really talented guy, and I had a privilege to coach him in last World Championships, and just a great kid.
Okay, if you can give a couple of sort of details for the players to watch. If you watch Alpo Laitila, young, pure talent, very skilled, but what sort of elements especially should we watch in his game?
Well, overall, he's so skillful, and his rhythm in the game, it's fascinating to see. He's just unbelievable, changing the directions and make advances in a one-against-one game. It's like a nightmare to defender to defend him.
Yeah, it's really difficult choices you have to make there if you defend against him, that's for sure. Now, if we turn once more to the SPV side, of course, the top name there at the moment, the most interesting name, Peter Kotilainen in his new club. As the newly appointed head coach of the Finnish national team, he must be an interesting player to watch at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. According to interviews which he has gave to the media, it seems that he was already ready to quit the game and not play floorball anymore, and that would have been really sad for floorball, missing such a great personality and such a great player. And now he has found a new home in SPV and trying to get his life back in order, get back in shape. And who knows, maybe he will play in 2 months in the World Championships. Who knows? If it goes well, I know that Nyky will take him if he's fit and able to perform on top level.
And do you see, Jamo, today's game, the Super Cup final, as an important game for Peter Kotilainen in that sense, to be in the games?
Yeah, for sure, because there's not that many weeks ahead of him, because I don't know, you know when they need to decide the names, maybe 3 or 4 weeks before the champions. Like yeah, so there's only a few games left, and the campaign needs to start now and here.
Right, and if we look at the Finnish players who could be ahead of Peter Kotilainen, left wing, shoots from right, how many names come to mind?
There aren't that many who have played in the top level. There aren't any at the moment that have played in top level, and that's why it's really interesting to see how he is going to play today, because I think he is going to be there, but of course future will tell how it's going to be.
And we all know how he can perform when he's at his best, so sort of an X factor for the Finnish team.
Yeah, amazing weapon when he's on the mission. But of course we have seen quite different faces also from him. But main thing is that he will get now a fresh start and a fresh club and a fresh new story.
Yeah, something really interesting to follow Peter Kotilainen in SPV's team at the moment. We have been talking about the activity levels of forechecking today in the seminar, and also we were paying attention to that during the women's final, and we are going to do that as well in the men's final. And if we look at these two teams tactically, strategically, what sort of differences do you find in these teams if we look at the play without the ball, the forechecking and the defending?
Classic has traditionally seeked for the opportunity to activate their forechecking. Usually it comes first with one player, and then the second one comes with there. And at times they started also with 2 players to activate their forechecking with 2 players, and they start quite man-orientated forechecking system. And then in comparison to SPV, who are more zone-oriented, and if they activate their forechecking, it usually happens only with 1 player. So it's 2 different styles. So it will be really interesting to see which results the better way this time.
Jamo, are you expecting both teams being active today, or what are your expectations for the game from this sense?
That's an interesting question and a really hard question, because the coaching staff have been like a new and old both. But maybe like in a women's game, we saw that the first game is like the first 10 minutes was pretty slow, and there wasn't that much speed and tempo, and I guess it can be like that in this game. But I see that the Classic's going to press the SPV really hard in the first 10 minutes, and they have been doing that for years. But on the SPV side, I don't know what they are going to do at the moment. I would like to see the same SPV like 2 years ago, where they really pushed hard with the 4 guys or maybe 5 guys in a deep zone. And let's see. We really don't know what the new coaching staff and some new players also.
Yeah.
So good players from behind the Kotilainen also.
Yeah, interesting point, as I mentioned there, that when these two teams compare the way they are active, it's a little bit different. SPV being more zone-based, and then Classic more man-based or man from zone. Do you think that's going to make a big difference today?
Yeah, absolutely. That depends on what they can bring in the game with the ball, and it demands different styles of play. And well, Classic can manage in every way of the play if they are in the mood. But yeah, like we saw last year, the same game, and like this time, then they had also like 10% chance to win, and they managed to do that. So it's SPV is a team to be team which can really can in one game do things, and it's nice to see what's the point today.
You could quote Jim Carrey, so you're saying there is a chance if there's a 10% chance. But I think I would give a lot more than 10% surely for SPV this year. What would be your sort of percentage-wise?
I'm a numbers guy, but not a betting guy. So I'm vetoing this question. But the thing also now, when talking about activating the forechecking, so Classic typically does it higher up.
Yeah.
On the court, and which results them winning the ball higher up, which results them getting an immediate scoring chance within a couple of seconds after they win the ball, which is their goal when they activate their forechecking. And then when we talk about SPV, it's more like they don't even necessarily want to win the ball higher up. They go there with maybe only with one player, and then when the opponent plays the ball deep in their corner, they are ready there with four guys, and they are maybe able to counter-attack from that position. So not necessarily scoring directly from forechecking, but winning the ball somewhere where it's a good position for them to start their counter-attacks.
But even Jamo, if you pressure from really high up with 2 players, it doesn't necessarily mean that you get an immediate scoring chance or even the ball in the attacking zone. It can sort of still be the plan that you get it a bit lower down on the field.
Yeah, that's for sure. And in a top-level game like this tonight, a title match, usually you don't steal the ball in a deeper zone. It's in a defensive zone and maybe ball possession or transition from there. But the main thing against Classic is that you cannot win the game without the ball and be without the ball like 50 minutes. It's not possible. You need to produce with the possession and find the right rhythm, when to push and when to be a little more passive and give a breath.
And this coming from a guy who coached the silver medal team last year, and actually the challenge that you gave Classic was something I haven't seen ever. So listen to this guy when he's talking about Classic.
But we lost.
Yeah, but still, hats off to the effort. Now there's a couple of minutes before the game starts. I'm going to ask the same question from both of you. If you would have to raise one thing for the viewers at home to follow in the first period of the game. You go first. What would that be? One thing.
One thing would be how many shots Lastikka will take. Now he's playing on Sami Johansson's position on the right wing in the first line of Classic, and it will be interesting to see how good he will be there today.
Jamo.
Yeah, maybe first line against first line. And especially in the SPV side, I would like to see, and viewers would like to see maybe also other than Kotilainen. But there's a second newcomer, Santanen, and a familiar guy for me and a great defender, and that's what SPV needed. And it's interesting to see first lines against each other. It's going to be important.
Very interesting matchups, very interesting things to follow in this game. Men's Super Cup final is about to begin in 4 minutes' time, so I think it is a good time to give this over to Olli Hogben, our commentator. Olli.
Hello, Oskari. Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. Good evening, or whatever time of day it is, wherever in the world you're watching the action from today. What an absolute pleasure it is to get ready to enjoy this Super Cup contest between Classic of Tampere and SPV, the team located about 100 miles or so up the road from Tampere, which itself is up the road from Helsinki. Beautiful part of the world and a fascinating contest that we anticipate. Yes, so much conversation will be naturally on the gentleman that you're looking at now, Petter Kottelainen, the man who has joined SPV. And we hope and very much expect to see a reinvigoration of his career. He's a wonderful player, one of the most entertaining players out on the field of play. Who can forget what he did in the World Championships in 2016 and 2018? He's a great acquisition for SPV. It's been, shall we say, not the most gentle of transfers. Only recently was it finalised. It's been a slightly traumatic process to actually get all the paperwork completed. Now he and all parties can breathe a sigh of relief and get ready for the action out on the court. It is Classic of Tampere taking on SPV for the Finnish Men's Super Cup title. The league winners against the cup winners from last season in the traditional curtain raiser in domestic floorball in one of the great nations of the sport, one of the giants of floorball. And we really are delighted to have your company for all of the action today, whatever time of day or night you're watching from, whether you're attending the World Floorball Summit in person or whether you're enjoying it virtually from further afield. This is going to be fascinating, and one suspects for SPV, it's about having a strong start to the contest and not being dominated by Classic early on. So we'll be getting underway in the F-Liga Super Cup in just a moment or two. This is the Erikylä Sports Institute. It is a rather remote location. The question is, at the World Floorball Summit, who is going to climb to the top of the mountain and who will be lost in the woods as Classic take on SPV. Last opportunities for the players to put behind them the pre-season, which has now come to an end. For many of these players, they have not been in the pre-season mode because they've been playing at the World Games, some of them at the Under-19 World Championships. In the women's competition, we saw that earlier in the match between the Women's League and Cup winners from last season. But let's focus our attention now on the men's final and SPV. And of course, the player that everyone is talking about today is number 61, Petter Kottelainen, in the first line. A great acquisition for this SPV team under new management. Jori Somaki, the head coach, a player of great repute. And it will be interesting to see how the two first lines match up against each other. One expects the SPV first line is going to have to really shoulder a great deal of responsibility and be key creative and goal-scoring players in this contest if they are to trouble the leading team in Finnish floorball. Goalkeepers Rasmus Hassu, 27-year-old, and Anton Kronqvist, who turned 24 last week, and a special word to Ville Kussila, who is 37 today. Let's have a look at the Classic lineup, and goodness me, everywhere you look there is a dangerous player. It is a superb side. Now they do have players missing. Sander Johansson not in the lineup today. How will Ville Lastica fit into this? kind of domination will he enjoy early on in the contest? It was something that Esa Jussila and Jan Mohammed were saying in our build-up to the contest, how involved will Lastica be early on. That could be a good bellwether for the rest of this game. Emily Saline knows how to bang the goals in. Jana Lamminen knows how to stop people doing exactly that at the other end. Referees for this contest. So we begin the Finnish Super Cup in men's competition. It is Classic against SPV. In the red shirts, SPV have possession. They attack the goal to your left and they attack the team, but virtually nobody can get near. It's going to be really interesting to see what sort of contest we've got. Ollie Hogben here, and it is my great pleasure to have your company as part of the World Floorball Summit for this men's Super Cup final. Petra Kotilainen wearing 61 for SPV, the real star attraction for Jori Isomäki's team. He has possession and shoots early on. Oh goodness, wouldn't that have been a story and a half? Classic under the stewardship of Juha Kiviletto, two new head coaches, sensational players. How fascinating that Kiviletto has gone from playing for this team to now we're taking stewardship of it. And already the defence has been breached. The Konsta Tukalainen, the player who leads the celebrations, 24-year-old who just recently won a silver medal at the World Games, scored 18 times in the league last season. It is Classic 1, SPV 0. Let's have a look at how the deadlock was broken so early on. What a good move across from Nico Salo, read the ball well, and that is leathered by Konsta Tukalainen. Rasmus Hasu utterly unsighted. Well played though, and Nico Salo, not just a simple pass, but the well-judged run. Well, that was not supposed to happen from the perspective of the team in possession now. 85 is Ville Kussila. It's with Lassi Torisseva. 14 for Classic. Player out on the right wing is Ian Pampere. Number 3 giving chase, Otto Kilpi. Young player, 20-year-old, got just 1 goal last season, 4 assists, good player at the back. It just seems wherever you turn with Classic, you've got, just as Lastica comes to pick up the ball, case in point, you've got a player who knows how to find the back of the net from all sorts of angles. They've won that ball back well, SPV, trying to get a shot in, but nothing doing. Now, esteemed video guests, Esa and Jarmo, were talking before the contest about how Classic like to win the ball quite high up the court, create chances very quickly. SPV more of a counter-attacking gambit from the corners. '95 is Mika Latvala, who's made appearances for the under-19 national team. neatly worked out of defence. That is such a great counter-attack from Classic. And they're going to get their reward. Clear infringement. And Classic have the opportunity now to double their advantage. Konsta Haukala, the player penalised. Well, there is evidence once again of just what makes Classic such a, frankly, horrible team to face, because they turn defence into attack with such rapidity. Albert Koskinen was looking across saying, come on referee, it has to be a penalty shot. Well, the referee had already made the decision. Quite correct too. Here is Nico Salo. Oh, what a good stop by Rasmus Hassel. Excellent goalkeeping from the 27-year-old. Made 385 saves last season in the regular season. He was brilliant against Nokian in the cup final, and vital part of their victory. And he doesn't bite too early here, covers his near post, depriving Salo of the goal. Nonetheless, it's been a long 2 minutes and 58 seconds for Yori Isomaki's team. 7 is Matthias Lintola. Cameranta is dispossessed. For Classic, Ville Taranta, one of the teenagers in the side. So 8 goals in the regular season, the league calendar, a couple of extra ones in the playoffs as well. Is in space on the other flank, drifts back in front of the goal. Hard to anticipate where it's heading now. It is back to Lastica, moves it straight to Salim. Across goal it goes, and the shot in the end from the other flank is wide. Down the Laminen, who struck it. Owner of a bronze and a silver medal from 2 World Games. 2 World Championship titles as well. Well, that's what they do very well, Classic. All one back. It's the old issue of how do you beat a team if you can't get the ball away from them. Well, that's how. Dispossessed, and Keskinen not able to punish Classic for a lapse in concentration. Emily Akkola, one of the World Games silver medalists from the city of Pori, not enormously known for its floorball, though more so now because of people like him. Number 2. Free hits. The Classic. Oh, what a nice piece of play that was. Nasu doing his job in goal, and the chance to counter. That is going to be very useful for SPV. They have a penalty shot of their own now. And really out of nowhere, as we look at Jukka-Pekka Peltoarvo, an opportunity for the team in red. Great block by the goalkeeper, quickly sent to the attacking half. And here is SPV's opportunity. Yeah, there it was. Referee spotting the foul very effectively. It's now with Matthias Lintula, student of corporate law and accounting. Oh, yes! Laying the law down from the penalty mark. It's one apiece. Classic have absolutely dominated, and yet it's level. It's a funny old game, isn't it? Well taken penalty shot by Matthias Lintula. He's worked as a marketing analyst for SPV. It's all about having a clear strategy, isn't it? Working in marketing. Well, that was a clear strategy. Whistled past Todiseva. Is that going to be the stick in the hornet's nest for Classic of Tampere? I think it's safe to say already there's quite a lot for Oskari Esso and Jarmo to have a chat about at the end of this first period. We're only just over 6 minutes into it. 75 is Jari Heikkilä. Won back well by Classic. But this is a great effort! Oh my! SPV with almost an absolute showpiece goal from Jusso Keskinen, the second highest goal scorer for them last season, with 30 points in the regular season, 19 of which were goals. Yet again, they nearly picked the pockets of the Classic defence. Keskinen involved. Dot goes into a wall of red shirts. Taken quickly and tipped away by Rasmus Hassu when SPV just lost their shape. Didn't read that quick free hit. Oh, timely intervention at the back. That's a beautiful ball. Kotilainen, what a save! It might actually have just flown over the top. But the Kotilainen was freed by a lovely unlocking diagonal ball. But how this whole game has changed its personality. Akpola, Kosalo. What incredible experience you have on the field of play when you've got Nico Salo, and what a save there from Hassu. Blocking the ball with his legs, and at the other end, it's nearly put in. Jukka-Pekka Peltoarvo on the counter-attack in this end-to-end and thoroughly entertaining match. We'll let Oskari Heikkilä get involved as well, the second highest score in the league last season. Lintola taken quickly. Qui is Eero Kajanlahti. And Lintola scored the penalty shot that drew SPV level. They've lost the ball though. Lintola punished. Stick out and a foul committed by Aaro Tamiranta. Young man who came up through the youth team. Had a breakthrough season really last year. 21 appearances, 9 goals, 6 assists in the regular season. And we reach the first pause, first chance for these coaches to really make their mark now. New head coaches, Juha Kiviletto and Jori Isomaki. Kosalu's penalty shot stopped by Rasmus Hassu. Would have made it 2-0 to Classic. The other end, a chance for Jukka-Pekka Peltoavo. For Classic, Toni Salminen leaves it, and the shot almost flies in from distance. Stalin with the very powerful hit. Yeah, he picks it up again. Quickly acting on the restart, looking for a counter punch, SPV. A shot from range, goes into the defence. Ball back, not quite there, Kotelainen with a touch away. Just comes back off Keskinen before he can bring it under control, and Classic will come again and again. Into the boards on Ville Lastica, 26-year-old who joined the club in 2019. Kosalu. Play again, wasn't that nicely worked on by Akkola, spotting the shooting chance. Into 1 for SPV's Konsta Akkola. Isn't he starting to look a key part of the first team now after his really good performances last season? Feel free, those of you watching at home, to belt out Sweet Caroline in your front rooms. Now by Sami Koski, on Sami Koski I should say. Restarted by Appo Lokkasari, 27 for SPV. Believe it or not, we have just passed beyond the 1/6 mark of this match. So, what have we learned so far? you to contemplate that, and also to ask the question of whether this degree of intensity will sustain itself as the contest goes on. 89 for SPV, exploring his options. Sampere Usilaitera, 18. They're quite excited about at the club. 23 is Karen Latti. Got to be physically strong here. It was just really forced back, but he's done well to keep hold of the ball with a bit of help from a friend. Lateral ball now down the boards, and well worked across goal, nobody really there. Kusila was one of the closest. For Classic is Mattis Vajala, I should say, medical student at Tampere University Hospital. He's a doctoral researcher, hugely impressive young man. Specialist in traumatology, orthopedics and epidemiology. Takes about the same amount of time to say his specialism as it does for Classic to turn defence into attack and fire the ball into the back of the net. It is Keskinen, SPV. Kalainen trying to make something happen. Over the top. Oh, there was real space for that shot. Couldn't quite hit it, Otto Kilpi. What it would do for his credentials, the young man, he could bang in a goal here in the Super Cup. Great case for himself. Well, one back. Physical approach from SPV. They've stood the test, haven't they, in the first half of this first period. Not allowed Classic to run away as they often do in games, as that shot was never really looking on. That old cliche, but a fairly true cliche of playing against a team like Classic when you're the less fancied team to win, if you can just find a way to stagnate at times their attack and stop them getting a comfortable early lead. Different feel to the game over the last few minutes. A clear-cut chance, there might be one there. Kalainen, the player probably involved in the first instance, who caught that opening goal, of course. Akkola, given that away, just took a little touch on the way through, but no opportunity for the shot from SPV. What about now? It's good defending, or is it? the end, yes. Very Henkela. 5 minutes and counting in the first period. Very Henkela, the player brought out by Mattis Savajala. Now with Mikko Santanen. Brings it on quickly to Alkio. Gunnar Alkio has been at the club his whole career. He's played around 200 times in the league. Signed a new contract last year. I'm pleased to tie him down. Vasari under pressure. So under pressure is Mika Radvala. Just has to thump it away in the end to give some breathing space. Classic working that well. The shot was so quick on target. But that's a lovely turn and shot, and Hassu does beautifully in the goal. Was alive to that threat. Took it away a second time too. But the chances are going to come again surely for Classic. Worked that nicely and no reward. Obviously the finish not matching the build-up play. He's earning his money today, Rasmus Hassu. Oh, that drew a good stop from Torisiva, who hasn't been called into action a great deal, but he was tested there by Kamerantha. No Sami Johansson, but there's no shortage of creativity, even in his absence. Vintola. Jussi Laitala. Lajanoartti makes way. Oh, they got into a muddle with the change of players, and the goalkeeper with another supreme stop, Hassu. They won the decision. They won a penalty shot, Classic. Not going to get by the looks of things. But that was a mess. That was not though. Henkela denied by Hassu. Penalty shot, but it's a great opportunity from close range if they work this well. Henkela perhaps from the acute angle. Got to get the wall spot on, and they have done brilliant defensive work from SPV. Another good piece of defending, charging down the shot. Once again, SPV have seen off a lot of pressure. 2 minutes to go. What an entertaining first period. Halaminen, veteran. One of the finest members of the team. It's another misplaced pass. SPV, limited counter-attacking options here though. Well, Casali restarts for SPV. Just imagine if they can get a goal here, how Classic will wonder. That one goes across the face of goal. How on earth it is that they're not leading going into the break. Oh, that's beautifully, intricately worked, and guess who? Rasmus Hasu gets in the way. Well, we mentioned at the start that he was so fantastic in their cup win that got them to this Super Cup final. And he's proving himself a big game player today, once again. As if there was any doubt. Perhaps one last chance for SPV to launch it forwards with seconds to go. Sami Koski, top scorer for them last season. So it's all going to peter out at the end of this first period. And that brings to a close a fascinating first period. Classic seemed to have control of the game when Konsta Tuppulainen found the back of the net with really only seconds gone. They missed the chance to double the advantage, and Nico Salo not able to beat Rasmus Hasu from the penalty mark. Well, a lot of people have failed to beat Rasmus Hasu, and Matthias Lintula's penalty shot means that at the break it's Classic 1, SPV 1. Oskari, I don't know how you, Esa and Yama are going to make any sense of that in the time you've got. I think you need about 2 hours to talk through that first period. You've got about 15 minutes.
After the first period, that's 1-1 between Classic and SPV. An exciting game, exciting first period. A lot of speed, a lot of tempo there. I'm joined in the studio by Jarmo Härmä and Esa Jussila. Gentlemen, how did you see the first period? Start with you, Esa. Sort of the main takeaways from the first 20 minutes.
Well, pretty much expected how the game looked, and maybe Classic had a bit more ball possession in the game, and SPV concentrating more on the counter attacks, and they were pretty. They had good shots on goal from their counter attacks, and Classic played some decent offensive game with the ball, and was able to create chances with the longer offensive actions.
Jamo, how did you see the first period?
Well, both teams played like they used to play and in past years, and it was kind of SPV counteracted and defended well, and Rasmus Hasu was great at that period, but they need to improve from that. Hasu still cannot manage by himself the whole match, so they need more possession.
Yeah, the first couple of minutes look like Classic is going to steal it away right away, because they had a penalty shot which Salo missed and Hasu saved, and then the other way as well, one penalty shot, and SPV scored from that, so that's the score. You were counting the scoring chances in the first period. I would guess it was slightly Classic's period, but what do the numbers say?
Numbers say that 8-4 in Classic's advance, and but yeah, the first period was pretty nervous, like we thought here before the match, but and the rhythm wasn't still there, and it's nice to see what happens after the intermission, and players and staff gets calm and maybe new strategy for the next 40 minutes.
Super Cup final for men's. Do you think, Esa, that there was also some nervousness on the coaches' side, as we mentioned before the game, new head coaches for both teams?
Yeah, for sure. I think every coach is a bit nervous before every game, but I don't see that as something as a special situation. But for sure, there's some kind of nervousness also behind the bench.
It was interesting to see, by the way, Jori Isomäki at SPV bench, the new head coach, and the old head coach, Tommi Koponen, still at the bench, and to be honest, still looked quite active.
For me, it was pure love.
Absolutely.
And it was nice to see that old Fox still can do it, and he's totally 100% SPV's guy, and it's love to see that he's active, and I'm pretty sure they have solved that thing and have chat with Jori. What's the role with Tommy, and that's the role. Be there and be fully a part.
Yeah, it was an interesting thing to follow.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine Tommy staying away completely from SPV. We have the forechecking stats for the first period. If we look at them next, we have them on the screen now. Again, this is always from the forechecking team's perspective. That's important to remember. And the green means that the defending team gets the ball, the forechecking team. Yellow means attacking team keeps the ball, and red means attacking team gets a shot. Now, when we look at this, it looks like a little bit more passive choices from both teams. More choices, of course, from SPV, who was defending more, and their waiting mode. Gentlemen, how do you read? What are the things that pop into mind when you look at this graph?
For me, the first thing there is that SPV took the initiative with their forechecking total 5 times, and it resulted 3 shots against them. And actually, one of them might have been the penalty shot.
Yeah, it was.
And there were also a couple of quality chances after SPV tried to initiate their forechecking. So that's something that pops out for sure.
Jamo.
Yeah, same thing pops out for me also, but that's the challenge when you meet the classic, and you cannot go when you're late, but still we look the percentages. You cannot only wait. You need to go when the right time is, and yeah, let's see where does the statistic goes, but it seems like you need to go sometimes with both teams.
Yeah, to me, slightly surprising maybe that if you look at Classics stats, that's like 15 times altogether. They had to make the choice, and only 5 times chose to be active in their forechecking. Of course, it's always depending on the game situation, but maybe slightly surprising.
Yeah, maybe a bit. But also what I see there is SPV is waiting, and when you wait, and Classics, maybe the best part of the game is game with the ball. They really can attack long attacks and long possessions. They don't have a hurry there, and they really can manage in a one shift and one maybe goal chance. That's good for their side, and maybe SPV still is attacking much more straight to the goal, and that's interesting to see where it goes.
Yes, what would you change if you look at this? Is there something that you would have expected more, or if you were in either of the team's locker room at the moment as a coach, something that you would look to change for the second period?
Maybe the first thing might be the SPV when they initiate their forechecking. Now they went quite deep, trying the forecheck, like maybe they lost the ball and did the gegenpress. I don't know what's the correct word in English. Instant pressing after losing the ball.
Yeah. So continue pressuring.
Continue pressure after losing the ball. So maybe they were. The distances were too big, and Classic was able to use them. But actually, SPV was able to get those counter attacks and getting the scoring chances. Maybe starting to be more active with their forechecking from deeper down and not necessarily going 100% full court pressure.
Interesting.
And those two times when SPV got the ball from being active, they both were pretty good chances. So SPV need to be active also, but timing has to be right.
And maybe
you cannot be late.
Exactly, and maybe adjust their start. It's going to be interesting to see if they adjust their active forechecking for the second period. We spoke about a couple of the players before the game. Of course, Peter Kotilainen from SPV's side. How did he perform in the first period? What do you think?
Well, I don't even notice that he was in the game. So it was, I don't know if he's full fit or something, 90% or something like that. But of course, I expect from his line that they are going to be pretty active at the moment. But in the next period, because in the first period they were really passive, and that's the kind of game where the Peter Kotilainen is in his prime. So they need to be active, and would like to see some gegenpresses or something like that, and go with the flow. That's the game where the Peter is good. Yeah. Now he was okay. We haven't seen him in red color since when, so it was pretty awkward. But
SPV red anyway.
Yeah, that's for sure. Happes red we have seen.
We have seen him quite many times, and that's what happens sometimes against Classic. You can disappear from the picture quite easily if you're not active. But I think Kotilainen had one shot on goal, one quite dangerous, but that was more or less it. What did you see in his game?
Yeah, not much, and of course he's a player who lives with the ball. You have to have ball to use his skills, and he isn't the best player when your team doesn't have the ball. And of course he, at the same time, he didn't do any mistakes. He did his defensive job decently, and of course it's a new situation also for him, knowing the new system. Maybe he doesn't have the same freedom as he did with Happe, and has to play a bit different game. So I know he is learning new things, and he's a great player. So I'm sure he will produce some magic moments also today.
I'm sure as well, and then of course the learning period also slows you down in first when you're still in the learning curve. Before we go back to Olli, we have 4.5 minutes left on the intermission. Classic's first line, Salin, Laitila, Lastikka was something we mentioned before the game. Jamo, what was it like for them?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have anything to say about it. It was. The rhythm wasn't there yet, and maybe we need to check 20 minutes more. It was pretty even.
And that's exactly what we're going to do. What are you looking for in the second period? Some changes maybe in the game?
Yeah, I'd like to see, like you mentioned earlier, that the Classic being more active on the forechecking and activating their forechecking would be something I'd like to see more, because they are so good at it. So I would like to see that more, and also so how the teams perform with the ball. So how they are able to create chances when they are going against organized defense. That's something that I'd like to see more.
Now it's time to go back to our commentator Olli Hogman and the second period of Super Cup's men's final, Classic against SPV.
Thank you very much, Oskari. Great to hear from Esa and Jamo. Their thoughts on a really engrossing first period of play at the Erikkilä Sport Institute. Our colleagues from Finnish television are having a similarly animated discussion as well. I'm sure you have been as well watching this one. The great thing about it is it is utterly intriguingly poised as a contest. Impossible to see exactly which way it's going to go as we prepare to begin the second period. One thing is absolutely clear, though. It is the ability of the team from Tampere to transform a game very, very quickly. A number of sides have enjoyed, in inverted commas, this experience of being close to a classic after the first 20 minutes or so, and then seeing the game slightly slip away from them as the contest has gone on. So for SPV, it's going to be about maintaining a high level and taking some of those opportunities that they have managed to engineer on the break. They're going to need Rasmus Hassu certainly to continue to be in the terrific form that he's been in so far today. What a fascinating contest to draw to a close, a fascinating event, the World Floorball Summit. And it's been great having you as a part of that event, drawing together the expertise of floorball people from across the world. And now we turn our attention back to the F-Liga and the Super Cup. So we are just a matter of moments away from the restart. An expectant crowd watching this meeting between Classic and SPV. A contest that looked as though it had the potential to be something of a one-way traffic affair when Konsta Tukolainen thumped the ball in with a great hit with only seconds on the clock. And then Matthias Lintola from a penalty shot after Nico Salo had failed to double Classic's advantage, making it 1-1 at the first break in play. Clear that for SPV, they cannot afford a start the second period like they had to the first. Good concession. This game will go into a golden score in the penalty competition. We are some way away from that. We resume Classic against SPV in the Men's Super Cup. The start of the F-Liga season and part of the World Floorball Summit here at the Erikkilä Sport Institute. Possession, SPV attacking the goal to your left. One apiece at the break. Kotelainen tried to pull back, nobody there. Now a chance for Classic to counter, twist and turn and get the shot in. Blocked, I think, by Tameranta. Played into space for Lokasaric. Shoots with an angle always working against him. Akkola launching it. Very condensed season this for the men playing at the elite level in floorball. having had the World Games and then the Men's World Championships at senior level taking place towards the end of the year, a little earlier than normal, and just 10, 11 months or so after the last World Championships, delayed by a year. A lot of floorball to be played. Working hard there to dispossess Otto Kilpi, who nearly got caught out. Ayala, 33, goes all the way into the opposite corner. He is Matti Svaila, complete his medical studies in 2026. Better start for SPV in the second period. His last words as Classic build the attack. Possession with the team in blue. So right across goal, looking for a touch on from a Classic stick, nothing doing. Once again, a lot to do, SPV on the break. Kotilainen, who can do a lot, but even that was asking a bit from him. Heikkilä as well, does very well. Forward now in front of the goals. The shot very nearly rebounded to the man who started the move, Jari Heikkilä, by Torisova. Koskinen, goalkeeper, denying him. Massu again, looking super. Stick away, but once more SPV find themselves having to build an attack really from nothing much. It's Classic who are controlling the lion's share of possession. Hakola has it back. Not in the mood for any shenanigans from Jukka-Pekka Pelto-Alvo. Chance for Teranta to break forwards. They'll be really able to the ball for extended periods, almost 2-1. Here's a great chance. Oh, what a stop. Torisova, tremendous goalkeeping, stopping Aaro Tamiranta from giving SPV a 2-1 lead. Just for a moment, it was 2-1, and they took the chance to free Aaro Tamiranta. Torisova with a masterful stop. has, throughout his career, Lassi Toriseva demonstrated that he is a highly accomplished big game player. He thrives when there's a sense of occasion. Oh, what a pass and what a goal! That was a moment of utter magic from Classic. Alpo Laitila, the 19-year-old who scored 8 goals in the league last season, makes it 2-1 to the league champions. He's really starting to emerge as a threat, this young man. And that is a great finish at the conclusion of an equally great move. That will just deflate the SPV balloon a touch. Let's have a look at how they built this up. Here's the key ball coming laterally. It's a supremely skilled pass. This is really technically good floorball. Finished well by a young man who looks at home amongst all these stars. Now, what response from SPV? What an opportunity they had at the other end. Just minutes before that, here's a great chance and it's blocked. It was Koski with the shot. Oh, marvellous hit! 2-2. Apo Lokasari, he only scored twice in the regular season last year. And he's got a massive goal to deny Classic any feeling of control of this game. Marvellous finish from Apo Lokasari. It's 2-2, and it's just getting better and better, this one. Good pass, first of all, from Jukka-Pekka Peltoarvo. But isn't that drilled in? Now hang on, 3-on-2, it's a good chance, it's over the top. From Tamiranta. He won next week, Aro Tamiranta. Pampea. Oh, the young man loses the ball. And is relieved, one suspects that goes no further. Heading up for a shot that goes wide. Well constructed move from SPV. This is great play from the defence. Lintola with an important touch. Players coming on, number 66, Mikko Santanen, the new signing for the team from Nokian, the team that they actually beat in the cup final. Earned their place in the Super Cup. This will stick out from Kotilainen to disrupt the attack. Came back to feet rather than to stick and deprived Classic of possible shooting opportunity, a little too physical in the challenge. Kotilainen on the Laitila. What What an engrossing contest. 2-2. Perhaps the nagging sensation that Classic are the more dangerous team, but it doesn't matter as long as it's level. Next to the coach, Dietrich Lilas, wearing 36, another of their new signings. Well, the F-Liga is taking flights with this first game of the season, an exciting Super Cup between Classic and SPV. Approaching the halfway mark of this meeting between Classic and SPV. Salo. Akkola. Many more chances, the team in blue. Oh, a little deflection, took it up and over beyond Rasmus Hassen's goal. One of those could have gone anywhere sort of deflections. Akkola opts for the pass, it was a good move, shot was blocked. Lokasari quickly plays it on. Turn defence to attack rapidly, the team in red. Goski became just the third player ever to pass 800 points in the league last season. Oh, and he's just watched that one be drilled in by Konsta Haukala. The 21-year-old, we said earlier that he's starting to look like a really key part of the first team. He's just put SPV into the lead. Now then, it's become very interesting. The less fancied team has moved ahead. Yori Isonaki's side leads by a goal. And this is how they did it. A great pass, isn't it, by Mr. Point scorer himself, Sami Koski. The way he's playing, he'll start to be thinking about hitting 1,000 soon. Thumper from Konsta Haukala. And Konsta causes consternation in the Classic team. Oh, you must be joking! That is champagne floorball! It's 4-2, SPV! Aaro Dominantas had chance after chance, but he really has taken his opportunity here. 2 goals in rapid succession for the team in red and blue. They lead by 2. Just watch how this was cultivated. It's pass upon pass upon pass. That little pullback, though, is the stuff of fantasy. And he finishes beautifully. Aaro Tamiranta. Classic are under pressure. In any sport, when you're in a period of domination, you've got to turn it into something corporeal. You've got to make it count on the scoreboard in the only metric that actually matters. And they've done it, SPV. How often have we seen teams enjoy a great 5-10 minutes against a team like Classic and just not put the ball into the back of the net? Sets up a fascinating second half of this match. This is well worked. Elastica back to Elastica. Good save. It's in there. It's in there. Goal confirmed on the rebound. Classic make it a 1-goal game. Elastica creating the opportunity for the skipper to put it in. Jana Laminen only scored 4 goals in the league, the regular season last year. Got an important touch on that. A little discussion about it. Let's have a look. Elastica, the man to keep your eye on. Saved, it's loose. Asu not able to hold. And prodded in really by the Flame, who keeps the fire burning for Classic. Goal will stand. So this fascinating back and forth match. Classic took the lead. SPV equalised. Classic took the lead again. SPV managed to get 3 in a row. Now Classic pull it back to a 1-goal differential, but for how long? Block by Haukala. Goski, a veteran, launches it. The shot is saved by Torisiva from goal scorer Lokasari. Panther. Puts it back. Just 7 appearances last season. Played for Classic United on a lower level. Definitely starting to come into his own though, the young man. This is Kilpie. Promising build-up, just running out of options. Oh, that's wonderful stop! To level the contest at 4-4. How quickly Classic cultivated that opportunity. How quickly and artfully it was put into the back of the net by Ville Etalanta to make it 4 goals apiece. The young man who scored 10 times in the league and in the playoffs last season. Composed and highly skillful. Classic have snapped back furiously. It's the high quality pass that leads to the equalising goal by Oliver Vantinen. First real involvement from him. Only played 6 matches last season, Oliver Vantinen. A pass like that just reminds all and sundry what he can do. A very good performer for Classic United. And that's what these early season games are for some of the maybe fringe players in the squad. They're a chance to absolutely establish themselves. We just saw it at the under-19 Women's World Floorball Championships in Katowice a matter of days ago. Some young players coming through who are going to make life really quite unpleasant for the senior coaches. Difficult decisions. We have Esa Jussila and Jarmo Halma in the studio today, and doubtless Jarmo Halma, as the under-19 head coach, would regard his job as being exactly that, to make life difficult for the senior head coach by giving him so many options and all these great young players coming through. Doing it at club level too. This is a little better from SPV after a lull. They're giving the ball away though. 5 minutes left in the second period. The whole thing has found an extra gear in the last 15 minutes. Albert Koskinen. 26 goals he scored last season. To see him get into the national setup for the Finland-Sweden charity match earlier this year. Haukala. Latvala. Done well to stop that being intercepted and actually get a shot away. Miranda, who scored the goal that made it 4-2 to SPV. It's changed its shape since then. Hilas. Started by Jana Autio. He's finished in the top 3 in the league with SPV. Played really to nobody in the corner. Classic chance to counter, beautifully cut out though. And once more, with the SPV really having to defend on the stretch, goalkeeper stops it, and it goes up and away. That's the last line of defence again. But Classic look like they've weathered the storm, and they're getting closer and closer to taking the advantage once more. On the foot of the goalkeeper, but the whistle's gone. Well, we thought the first period had a few talking points in it. champions, creating some space effectively. Good defending. Koski, the player who was just trying to get anything on that he could. El Duavo. Away potential for SPV. Optasari. A lovely goal he scored to make it 2-2. Oh, and what a lovely goal to make it 5-4. It's Mika Latvala and SPV have scored a morale-boosting fifth right when it looked as though Classic were taking the game by the scruff of the neck once more. He only scored once in the league last season. He's matched that in this first game of the season alone. "22-year-old Mika Latvala. It's another great individual finish. Just flew through, didn't he? Did they even see that shot coming? Might frustrate Borisova. It's Classic 4, SPV 5. I think it's safe to say this match is living up to billing. Killer. The ball has been lost. Just for a moment, it looked like there might be 2-on-1 or 2-on-2 potential for SPV. It disappeared quickly from good sprinting back from the blue shirts. It was a lifetime ago that he had that penalty shot opportunity to make it 2-0. Oh, well. A little pressure now. Look like they can barely believe it. A wry smile on the face of some of the SPV players. We have the confirmation that Matthias Lintola for that foul will go to the bench. Seemed to clip Classic player, didn't he? So a power play that may well continue into the next period. 1 minute to go. Crucial period of the contest. This 45 seconds with a power play advantage for Classic. Moving into the last break. 68 is Toni Salminen. He starts the attack for Classic of Tampere. They do create space well, but the shot is not really anything to write home about. This might be more promising, but a misplaced pass. And that looks as though, for now, anyway, SPV will be safe. Unless one last shot can trouble Rasmus Hassu. Oh, it can! But it's not in! He saved it! And it looked for a moment as though the equalising goal had been found right before the conclusion of the second period. There's still almost a minute of power play for SPV to endure, but they do take a 1-goal advantage into the break, the final break. And what a contest it's been, what a second period. enormous entertainment. SPV, as we look back at this last chance, just keep an eye on the goalkeeper. And he's managed to keep that out, Rasmus Hassel. As I was saying, they led by 4 goals to 2, pegged back to 4 apiece. But then Mika Latvala making it 5-4 with 20 minutes to go. Back to Oskari, Esa and Jarmo to unpick the fine details of this one.
What a second period we had in this game. 7 goals and SPV leading Classic by 1 goal. After the second period, gentlemen, it seemed that this game sort of came alive in the second period.
Yeah, and it was one thing we wanted to see was that both teams would play a bit more better with the ball against the organized defense, and we saw a lot of great goals with the great ball movement, and especially some goals from SPV were really, really nice.
Yeah, at least 3 goals combined against organized defense, like from a bit longer attacks.
Yeah, and against Classic, two fantastic goals, and that was we were talking about in the first intermission, that SPV needs more ball possession, but also create chances from that. So they played really strong second period.
Couple of interesting details as well. We saw, if we talk about the battle against of the first lines against each other, and then the second lines against each other. That was a little bit of a mismatch in both the first lines and the second lines, Jamo.
Yeah, there was, and it was 0-0 against 2 first lines together after the first period. But now the situation is that first line Autios on the SPV side is -2. And second line, Haukkala's line is +3, so pretty nice from their side. But yeah, there was a mismatch, and the rest of the period, SPV played only with the two lines. So it's fascinating to see where it goes.
Yeah, we were talking about Petter Kotilainen and SPV's first line, and seemed that they were benched for the rest of the period, like the end part of the second period.
Yeah, it seemed like that, and it will be interesting to see if SPV will continue to play with these 2 hot lines that they have now, or are they going to bring in their top line, so to speak, when you look at what's the expectations before the game. So will they bring the top line back and play with 3 lines, or continue with 2 lines, which have been great in this game?
SPV already had a 2-goal lead. They were leading 4-2. But then I don't know how many times I have to personally see it. I was already thinking that, okay, they got the lead.
You didn't think about it. It was only you.
They got the 2-goal lead going into the second intermission, and then bang, bang, 2 times. It's unbelievable what Classic, although they are trailing by 1 goal, but what they can do from behind, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, in those situations, they really can raise the bar, and it's the tempo of the ball movement is something amazing at those moments when they really need to push the best out of themselves. But yeah, in the big picture, SPV is playing really good, and if before the game it was like a 10% chance, now I give 50%.
Do you want to give away your percentages
No.
now? You were answering the question before the game. All right. Let's look at the forechecking stats. Let's put that graph on the screen. And again, I remind you that this is from the perspective of the forechecking team. And the green means that the defending forechecking team gets the ball. Yellow means that attacking team keeps the ball. And red means attacking team gets a shot. Slight changes in that, but not too much if we look at SPV first. Looks like, again, that they are basically on a waiting mode when it comes to forechecking.
Yeah, it's definitely seems like that, and of course now we're looking at the forechecking.
Yeah.
And the main thing, like Jamo said, if you want to beat Classic, it's not about forechecking how you beat Classic. You have to be good with the ball, play with the ball, get scoring opportunities with the ball. So at the moment, that is actually more interesting thing for us. But of course, the forechecking, actually, we haven't seen initiative from Classic side that much, or from SPV side? If there's SPV total 6 initiative taken, and Classic I think it's 8.
Yeah.
So comparison about this, how many times the teams have only been waiting, and now thinking about this this second period where SPV was really good with the ball, and Classic was passive waiting, and that didn't work out.
Yeah.
So maybe in the third they will activate more their forechecking.
Yeah, most likely surprising still to me to see that both teams more on the waiting mode if you look at this, because it's in the second period, Classic 3 times, SPV 1 time, a little bit more active.
Yeah, that's for sure. But still, if you think about it, it's not a big surprise because it's a title match and a very early stage of the season. So it's pretty hard to find the right rhythm, when you go, when don't. And what I see there is there's a pretty much noise and feeling in the stadium, and it's nice to see at the early stage of the season. And I think it goes down under to the forechecking's passive, that there's more feeling and passion than maybe.
The atmosphere is great, and you can maybe it sort of makes the game seem a little bit even more important than it is at this stage, because we are at the beginning of F-Liiga season.
Yeah, the 7 goals was it like in the second period. That also explodes.
A great second period. Now, if you look forward to the third period, which is about to start in 8 minutes' time, let's start with Esa. I'm placing you in the SPV locker room at the moment. What would your message be to the team?
They were great with the ball in the second period, and that just has to continue. If you want to beat Classic, you have to be good with the ball, dare to play, not giving the ball away easily and just defend. That won't work. You have to, most likely 5 goals isn't enough to win the game. I can guarantee you that if SPV ends up with 5 goals, they won't win the game. So they have to score goals. And now they were really good with the ball, and trust their defensive and system, their forechecking, and go with counter attacks also to score goals. So the goal is to score a goal.
So not to be too passive, even with the ball, and then dare to play as they played in the second period as well.
Yeah, exactly like that. Be brave with the ball, and then you have a really good chance winning the game.
Jamo, you are in the opposing locker room right now.
Finally.
Coaching in this scenario, the team you know too well from last season's finals, trailing by 1. What would your message be?
Pretty same as I said to SPV, because it goes every time down under the Classic style of play that they need to be patient, and they are, and they really can create some goals from nothing when you're trailing 2 and you need to raise the bar. But in the big picture, if we look at the numbers, I would say to the team that be initiative and be aggressive and go when you think, am I going or not go? Because the numbers is pretty nice. 63% when we are going, we get the ball. Yeah. It's pretty nice, and that's what I want to see more from my side.
That's what I mean. The sample size is a little bit small so far.
Yeah,
I'm expecting that to rise for Classic in third period, especially if it goes a couple of minutes when they're still trailing on the game. Interesting to see. We spoke about Peter Kotilainen. For sure, if there's a power play for SPV, I'm sure we're going to see him back on the field. But again, going back to Classic's first line, Salin, Laitila, Lastikka. How do you rate their game so far? As I said, the game sort of came alive in the second period.
Yeah, I saw it. They raised the bar in the second period, and it was working fine. And we saw that one goal which Laitila made. It was a fantastic combination with 5 guys, and Salminen. First game in new club, it's been pretty nice, and was in a special role in that goal, and there was timing at this period, and I love to see what kind of game they can play in a third period, because the rhythm was there and Lamminen made some nice movements and the ball was moving well, and everything's pretty fine.
So, same question than during the last intermission. It's 4 minutes and some seconds left until we go to the third period. If there was one takeaway, one thing to watch in the third and probably maybe decisive period, what would it be, Esa?
On Classic side, are they patient? Most likely they are. From SPV's side, if they are able to keep the same level of how they dare to play, so they are not trying to go hide anywhere, not trying to, okay, maybe we will just wait and win the game. That way they won't win, and that would be my take. So how SPV is able to still play their own game with the ball.
Typical coach, by the way, that's two things. One thing.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I don't have a
you don't have
zero.
On average, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but yeah, I would like to see, and what I will watch in the third period is the mental game there. The SPV's at this moment, SPV is really tough team to beat, because they were in a fighting spirit, and they had a really noisy, and they bumped together to the top in the second period, and maybe the mental game is what I will be watching.
Very interesting, very entertaining Super Cup final and the third period. So everybody enjoy the game, and now it's time for the commentator Olli Hogman.
Yes, our colleagues from Finnish television are locked in every bit as animated a conversation as we've just seen there from Oskari, and Jarmo. Welcome back, everybody. We are just moments away from the start of the final period, unless we are deadlocked and go all the way into a goal score. It is the Super Cup to get the Finnish domestic season underway, and it's super entertainment so far at the Erikkilä Sport Institute. Fascinating observations from our experts who steer the national team ship, and absolutely the focus now will be on the mental side of things. Can SPV remain as stubborn and difficult to beat? Can they keep their heads held high, as Classic undoubtedly will come at them and try to force themselves back into the game, just as they have done so effectively already in this contest? All of that probably throws up more questions than it does answers. But at this stage of proceedings as well, I think it's worth saying, before we throw ourselves into the heat of this final period, that it's been a pleasure joining with all of you for the World Floorball Summit in Erikkilä. And it's been fantastic having you with us for the lectures, the seminars, the live action on the court. We hope it's been a magnificent occasion and a chance for you to share good practice, to share new ideas, and more than anything else, to share love of this magnificent sport, the great sport of floorball that just gets into people's bloodstreams, doesn't it? Once you discover it, there's no going back. It is the F-Liga, the Super Cup in men's competition between Classic and SPV. The setting of the Erikkilä Sport Institute, buried deep in the forests of Finland. Who can navigate a clear path, who can't see the wood for the trees? We'll discover in a moment as Classic and SPV get back underway. Normally at this stage of a contest, a commentator like me is tasked with trying to attempt a meaningful synopsis of all that we've seen so far. I'm not going to try and do that now, because there's been frankly far too much. We had 7 goals in the last period. Who of you is willing to make a bold prediction about how you see this contest finishing? One thing is clear, you'd be fools to bet against Classic even though they trail by a single goal. They are masters at winning games. That's how you become the league champions. But they trail 5 goals to 4. SPV lead courtesy of Mika Latvala's strike. A huge moment for them now. Captain Janne Lamminen, who scored the goal that made it a much closer contest, watching on from the sidelines. Head coaches Juha Kiviretto and Jori Samaki. Have a look at Ville Kusela, who's 37 today. We begin the final period. 5-4 lead, 6-4 lead, make that. Oh my goodness, they've done it against the power play. That's not supposed to happen. That's never supposed to happen, especially not against a team like Classic. Eero Kajelahti. Well, I was about to say it's 5-4 to SPV and they've got to deal with the power play. Forget that. It's 6-4 and they just dealt with the power play. Lassi Toriseva, an anguished roll back into his own net. That is a punch in the stomach for Classic. Feels like it's one of those sorts of matches where you conjure up all sorts of interesting and intelligent things to say and then write them on a piece of paper and tear it into little pieces and throw it into the air. Because it's an unpredictable encounter. This is more Classic, traditional power play work by Classic. And the shot is blocked by an SPV side who are acting as though they've got a brick wall in front of goal at the moment. Another block. Every block greeted by a roar. Back to a full complement. Now as Lintola comes back on. What a turn up for the books that goal was. Kajelahti. The shot doesn't quite make its way through. It must do now. Oh, it's come back off the frame of the goal. And it's blocked and hooked away. SPV seem to have cast some kind of spell on this game at the moment. Is Lokasari. Got a lovely goal in the second period. Bring in their step, SPV, take it forward. Good bit of defending that. Very important touch from that gentleman, Nico Salo. Kajelahti's shot through the legs of Toriseva, the most agonising way for any goalkeeper to concede. And to do it against the power play. Kotilainen tries to create something with the back stick. Nice idea on the diagonal, just asked a little too much of Heikkilä in terms of a burst of pace from him. Well, we're being treated to a spectacle. It's got a totally different personality as a match, hasn't it, to the Women's Super Cup. Here we have the favourites really under supreme pressure. Ball back, deflects through to Rasmus Hassel. Gentleman who also works as a video creator for a film studio. Of late, there have been plenty of videos created about him, compilations of his fantastic goalkeeping performances. And another big day for him today. Kalapala gives and goes. A big contribution to put them 5-4 up. That's a nice idea, isn't it? Shot was from Lintola, but into the body of Torisova. He distributes quickly. Base for a shot. Legs behind to the relief of the SPV players. Everyone in the Erikkilä Sport Institute gripped by this. That's blocked by Hasu, as he's done on so many occasions. Base for Santanen. What a nice move. Santanen couldn't quite finish. Had the right idea though, SPV, with the build-up play. Deflected away at the other end. Hasu under threat. Oh, it's gone end-to-end in seconds. Got to be a foul, that. All friends here, they say. The ball comes to Haukala. Ten goals, 10 different goal scorers. Remarkable match. Key on for the defenders. Apologies for the momentary loss of coverage of this Super Cup final. Action has not stopped out on the court. Here is Haukala. down the diagonal. Heikkilä. Six is Sampanen. Tipped away by Hassu. Easy old day to be Rasmus Hassu, isn't it? No wonder he needs a breather. Let's have a look back at this one. Great stop by the 27-year-old. They're not yet really becoming desperate. From Tampere. Again, sorry for the momentary losses of coverage here and there, but I think it's safe to say that this game is overwhelming everything, including the internet connection. Just how much electricity out on the court. We've got none to spare anywhere else in the building. Truly a gripping contest. Feels like a very fitting way, doesn't it, to get the season started. And perhaps evidence that a lot of these players have not really been in pre-season mode because of things like the World Games. Hold the ball, slowing the pace down. SPV, Jori Samaki's team, and just over 10 minutes away from a memorable and highly impressive triumph. Kodilainen moves it on. They might get another. Blocked. Kodilainen trying to be the architect of that. They're being caught here and punished. And guess who? Guess who? How he needs to smile. How he desperately needs something to smile about. Hector Kodilainen makes it 7-4. And this one is starting to look very good for the team in red and blue. Kodilainen with space and making no mistake. That's an unerring finish. He took his time, waited and waited, and planted it. An 11th goal of this game, an 11th different goal scorer. To a break in proceedings with SPV looking stronger and stronger. We now have confirmation of that 7th goal for SPV. Petter Kotelainen strike. 3-goal cushion, even against a team like Classic, is a healthy cushion. But against a team like Classic, it is not cause to count your chickens before they've hatched. This is a team capable of coming back. Salo couldn't get through, ran into red shirts. One of them is Lokasari! This is just getting better and better and better. It's 8-4 for SPV. Konsta Haukala gets his second of the game. And really that came from a concession of possession by Classic. Nico Salo losing the ball. Have a look, it's this moment there. It's one back, it's the veteran Sami Koski who sets it up, and then Lokasari goes across the face of goal and is put in with ease. That is really a meat and potatoes finish for Konsta Haukala. (8-4) the margin. Classic are starting to disappear. Angle was really working against not Koskinen, Tukkalainen. Brilliant save, goalkeeper under pressure and equal to it, and a rather unnecessary shout from Rasmus Hassu after it. He did the first bit absolutely spot on. Just about 10 minutes left. At the moment, everything is looking like a goal-scoring chance for SPV. Givoletto finding it difficult to stay off the court. He hasn't been off the court for long. Starting perhaps to see a few frayed tempers in this game. Still Classic undeterred, chasing this game, but believing, knowing that they can find a way back in. Another shot blocked. Every single SPV defensive action is crucial now. They can't be half a step slow. They cannot for a moment allow themselves to believe this game is won. Another good block, a thump away. Classic will come again. The lines change. The fortunes have not so far for the team in blue. The dominant force in Finnish floorball are being beaten, and well beaten at the moment. That one is again into a sea of defenders, and Rasmus Hassu at the heart of it all. Trying to play it away is Tamiranta. Rick Miller starting to get a lot more time on the court now as this game goes on, as every single pair of legs has got to run its distance. Can Classic somehow find a way back into this game? space for Heikkilä. Play, however, has been pulled back. Apologies for the loss of the sound from the arena at the moment. As you can imagine, it was pretty high octane in the Heikkilä Sport Institute. Actually, action on the court. Salu looks for his options. That's one of them, and it's blocked by Hassu, who was honestly like an oak tree there for a moment. Ball just pinged off him. It's had a really important impact on this contest. As has Petter Kotilainen, particularly towards the end of it. Santanen. It was cut out, very important cut out too at the back, but a chance for Kajanlahti. Now, perhaps the signs of anxiety for Classic are becoming apparent. And why not? Good cause, because they've been made to feel really up against it by SPV. And does this bear any relation to the game that we saw in the first couple of minutes? When Classic took a lead from Konsta Tukolainen. And we go back to that penalty shot opportunity to make it 2-0. Beautifully blocked by Hassu again. Running out of different ways to say great save by Rasmus Hassu. Such a high intensity and such a fearsome level produced by SPV. It will maintain possession though.
Salo tarjoaa tukea, mutta kahdella pelaajalla SPV riistää Lillas. Kääntää pystyyn, Tammiranta vastaan Lastikka. Lastikka ensimmäisenä pallolla ja Tammiranta luopuu tästä tilanteesta. Menee puolustusvalmiuteen. Toriseva lähtee pois maalilta.
Every single second of this third period must be ticking away for SPV like it's a minute. The end probably can't come soon enough for Jori Isamäki's side. Lastikka wants it back, gets it back, blocked. Lastikka with the setup pass, the shot though. Doesn't matter who it comes from at the moment, it's just being charged down by SPV. The direction right, it was neither a pass nor a shot really of any conviction. That's better. And once more, when the space emerged, the accuracy was lacking. Just over 5 minutes remain. Rasmus Hassu takes a gulp of water.
Tässä ei ole niitä osumia tullut, niin mikä ettei sit hyvissä ajoin lähde ottaa veskaria pois ja muuttaa tää peli niinku erilaiseksi tässä lopussa.
Mikko Santanen has the ball behind his own goal. No errors now. SPV have got to avoid giving away possession clumsily. If Classic are to get back into the game, they've got to be made to work ferociously for every single chance. Every loose ball is going to be battled for. This is a nimble and dexterous play, but still the target cannot be found. Isn't he a player of some promise, though, Alpo Leikkilä? Oh, another brilliant stop. Lastikka's hit Hassu with an outstretched right hand, tipping the ball away. Lastikka at the heart of it all. The backstick shot doesn't get through. No goalkeeper for Classic. Well, we're set up now for a barnstorm river finish. Classic overloading. They've got to take as many risks as they can now. Lastikka. The accuracy when they need it most is waning. Salo takes another deflection. It's into the arms of Rasmus Hassu. For the bounce pass out. That's brilliant play. Isn't that sublimely clever? It's 9-4. And it is Sami Koski, the man who became just the third player ever to pass 800 points last year, who gets his first goal of a game in which he's already been a key provider. Flicked on by Ville Kusila, the man celebrating his 37th birthday today, and the man who is likely now to be celebrating a Super Cup win. But real credit has got to go to Rasmus Hassu, the goalkeeper, for that bounce pass that unlocked the open goal. On a day where so many youngsters have made their mark, how lovely to see a couple of old men by the standards of a lot of the players that we've seen today link up to pop the ball in the back of the net. Elder statesman, the SPV team. Five-goal gap. Time ticking away. That's it. And that just makes things a little uncomfortable for SPV. A shot that rather scuffed its way across the line from Toni Salminen. New signing from TPS in Turku, 8 years in the first team there. He's been was a regular for about 4 years at the club. Scored 15 goals last season for them. He's off the mark for his new club. Hassu disappointed to have been beaten by that one, as still Classic play as you'd expect with no goalkeeper. Oh, that was more than half a chance. Just can't get the ball to drop for them. Two minutes to go. In the setting of the Erikkilä Sport Institute, SPV have a 9-5 lead over Classic. The cup winners lead the league winners from last season. Santeri Jussi-Raittila, who enjoyed his breakthrough season in the first team last year, as an opportunity is spurned by Haukkala. And the goalkeeper departs once more, as we've now just 90 seconds left on the clock. Classic are in really worrisome territory. Every ball like that eats away a few seconds will do nicely for SPV. It's in front of goal, it's away, and it's still going to be Classic's ball. But SPV have made it difficult, and there have been too many shots really from Classic's perspective that have flashed wide, harmlessly wide. The ball is just dumped back towards Classic, and this one might be heading in. Important stick away, but we're into the last minute. 4 goals required. Time surely has run out. Again, it will not fall. It will not drop. It goes wide from right in front of the net. It's not Classic's day. Juha Kiviletto's team have been outplayed by an SPV who've just refused to let their heads drop. They fought and fought and fought, and in the end controlled the game, and he has been at the heart of it, Rasmus Hassu. Inspirational goalkeeper who was so important when they won the cup last season. Now he's going to be a key part of them winning the Super Cup. They will restart from Santeri Jussi-Raittila into the last 20 seconds. Goalkeeper departs one last time just to see what they can possibly get out of this. Classic were for most people the favourites because they generally are the favourites. But on this occasion, they have been comprehensively outplayed and outfought by an SPV team who've looked magnificent. It is an enormous triumph, this, for SPV. Jori Esomaki, in his first game as head coach, takes the team to a 9-5 win over the league champions at Classic. Juha Kiviletto's team did take an early lead, but they were never able to dominate SPV, who in turn were able to take their chances and make the most of goal-scoring opportunities. Great entertainment at the start of the Finnish league season. The curtain raiser has shown us that there are treasures behind the veil. And it looks like it's going to be a fascinating Finnish domestic campaign. And now the award of the players of the match before the presenting of the trophy.
Joo, kiitos oikein paljon. Saatiin taas tosiaan tosi hyvä lähtö tähän kauteen. Ja no, kyllähän ehkä suurin asia on tuo sydän,
It's going to be fascinating, isn't it, in the days to come to dissect this match. I'm sure all of you watching on have got your thoughts as to where it was won and where it was lost. But for SPV, perhaps good now to have a moment of no intellectual scrutiny whatsoever, just to take a moment to enjoy this, to celebrate this, to get their hands on that trophy. They can work out how they won it later. They can relive it all in video form, as all of these elite clubs will do. But now, with just about a moment of outright glorious celebration.
No totta kai siitä varmaan pyritään se käyttämään niin hyvin kuin mahdollista, että viime kaudella ei onnistuttu siitä, että vaikka Super Cup voitettiin, niin saatiin huono alku, eli pyritään siihen, että saadaan tästä energiaa.
Kiitoksia Jori, onnittelut vielä ja ei muuta kuin kohti alkavaa F-liigan kautta.
Kiitos.
So to the presentations and handshakes for the officials. As we mentioned earlier on, it's such a prestigious occasion for any pair of referees to look after the opening contest of the league season. They look beside themselves, these SPV players. What a performance. Captain Janne Autio getting ready to collect the trophy. First of all, the runners-up will collect their trophy. Janne Lämmönen, the skipper. He tells his players, come over here and congratulate the team that beat us and beat us properly today. It's a good gesture. It's the right conclusion at the end of this thoroughly enjoyable Super Cup. How exciting it's going to be as these teams meet again once the season really gets going in earnest. And what an acquisition Peter Kotalainen looks to be for SPV.
Mutta nyt toista kertaa peräkkäin hopeasta saatavaa pystiä sitten Classicin palkintokaappiin, joka on toki ihan mukavasti tässä viime vuosien aikana täytettä saanut. 6 Suomen mestaruutta Classicilta siis löytyy.
The moment has come. The presentation of the Super Cup trophy to SPV, the team from Seinäjoki in the west of Finland.
Voittopokalia Janne Autio, SPV-kapteeni, odottaa. En voi sanoa, että malttamattomana ainakaan kehon kielestä päätellen, että pääsee sitä nostamaan, mutta pokaali on pokaali ja voitto on aina voitto.
Captain Janne Autio takes the short walk to pick up a big prize. This was a grandstand performance from SPV, but it's got their season off to a terrific start. The best possible start for SPV are the Super Cup champions.
Näihin kuviin, näihin tunnelmiin selostamon puolelta Perttu Kytöhonka. Oikein paljon kiitoksia.
Scenes of almighty celebration to conclude our coverage in the Erikilä Sport Institute and to bring to a close the on-court action at the World Floorball Summit of 2022. We'll leave you with the glimpse of the winners, SPV. It's been a great pleasure having your company for the 2 Super Cup finals today. I've been Olli Hoppen, and I'll hand you back to Oskari, Esa and Jarmo in the studio.
Thank you very much, Olli, and congratulations to Seinäjoki SPV for winning the Super Cup second time in a row. Quite an achievement and very interesting, very entertaining game we saw, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was a good floorball game and lots of good actions with the ball, which I like. And SPV was really good in the last period, and they dared to play, were able to execute their game plan and got a comfortable win.
You said during the second intermission that is one of the key things, that to be brave with the ball. Jamo, you mentioned the mental game before we went into the third period. How did it look?
Looked fantastic. They were a better team in that section too, and I just loved the feeling what we saw already there. We didn't hear that much, but it really we saw the feeling and fighting atmosphere, and also they raised the bar in the ball possession and game with the ball in the second period, and they still managed to find a even better feeling in the third period.
I think it was a well-deserved trophy for Aspev. I think we can all agree they were today the better team, and against Classic that is an achievement. Let's look at have one more look at the forechecking stats we've been following throughout the day, and we can see here a little bit different scale. And Classic, who had 8 active forechecks after 2 periods, now has 15, so a little bit more active as could be expected in the third period. And looks like SPV's waiting game paid off today.
Yeah, it looks like that. And Classic actually winning the ball quite often in the final period when activating. And like you said, SPV waiting game was today the winning formula.
Yeah, and we've been talking about today that it's against Classic you have to be good with the ball. So probably the thing you cannot take away from this is just park the bus and wait.
Yeah, the game is like a whole. It's like we spoke in the third period. And there was a difference in a goaltending game also, and you need to raise the hat to Rasmus Hasu about today's performance. It was tremendous.
It was, and I don't think there's much left to be said. I think Aspev deserved to win, and Classic second time in a row, second place in this Super Cup final. I think it's time for thanks for all of you back home, everybody here at Eerikkilä Sport and Outdoor Resort. I have to check if I said it correctly. I did. There's some people paying attention to that. No, only kidding. But thank you, gentlemen, for today. It was an absolute pleasure to do the game with you guys.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody back home. And I hope to see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you.